Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
A shaken world order. The revelation of CP9's weakness sent a ripple of hope through the world. If a force as secretive and elite as CP9 could be defeated by a fledgling pirate crew, what did that say about the world government's true strength? People across the globe, from common citizens to royalty, began to reevaluate their perception of the world government's greatest shield. The myth of CP0's invincibility was now in question. The general consensus was that CP0 might be as strong as a Marine headquarters, but given the limited pool of elite agents, it was likely even weaker. They reasoned that while Marine admirals were the result of a vast pool of talent, CP agents were a small, specially trained group. Even with a high success rate, the sheer numbers favored the Marines in producing top-tier fighters. The public's fear of the world government's assassins waned. They now believed that as long as they had bodyguards with a strength comparable to Luffy's, their lives would be safe from CP agents. They saw a path to independence, a chance to free themselves from the world government's authority. CP9's crushing defeat. On the other side of the world, the members of CP9 were reeling from the news. They had lost. Luo Ke had lost. They had been defeated by a pirate crew that had only been at sea for a few months. The most humiliating part was seeing the footage of the Straw Hat Pirates' struggle against Crocodile and the Baroque Works. Their fight was close, almost a draw. Yet this same crew had completely overwhelmed them, CP9. Luo Ke, who had always prided himself on his strength, felt his ego shatter. He couldn't comprehend how his defeat could be so lopsided when the Straw Hats had a tough time with a group of trash like Baroque Works. The CP9 agents were left silent, their pride wounded and their sense of superiority gone. Spandam's scheme. In the midst of this chaos, Spandam saw an opportunity. The Straw Hats' victory over CP9 meant that Luo Ke and his team were to blame for the failure at Enies Lobby, not him. He could use their defeat as leverage to take over as the new chief of CP9. He was gleefully calculating how to pin the entire debacle on Luo Ke, including the disastrous Buster Call. Now that Frankie was a fugitive and Luo Ke couldn't catch him, Luo Ke was completely defenseless. Spandam felt a rush of vindication. He didn't need to chase Frankie anymore. He only needed to wait for the perfect moment to oust Luo Ke and seize power. He had forgotten, however, the many pots he couldn't pass off: the betrayal of Tom, the failure to protect Ace from assassination, the order to use the Buster Call, and his history of corruption. The truth would inevitably catch up to him. The ship's final voyage. While the world was fixated on the Straw Hats' victory, the crew themselves were focused on something else entirely: the birth of the Going Merry ship spirit. They were overjoyed that their ship had come to life and risked everything to save them at Enies Lobby. Usopp, in particular, was ecstatic, having always believed in the ship's spirit. Luffy, filled with emotion, declared, "I officially name the Merry the 8th crew member of the Straw Hat Pirates." The crew smiled and agreed. They had sailed together, and the Merry had proven it was one of them. Usopp, ever the concerned father, immediately warned Luffy not to hug the Merry too tightly, reminding everyone that they needed to take care of it as a valued nakama. Just as the Straw Hats welcomed their new partner, the broadcast continued. A new companion and a tragic end. Rog's voice filled the air, announcing the next question. The Going Merry, now with a ship spirit, felt its friends' peril and sailed to Enies Lobby to save them. But due to the immense damage it had sustained on its journey, its time had come to an end. After completing its final mission, the ship broke in half at sea, and the Straw Hat Pirates gave it a proper Viking funeral. Meanwhile, Frankie and the craftsmen from Water 7 were picked up by the Galley Law Company. Question: which force did Frankie join after the Enies Lobby incident? You have 1 minute. Time starts now. A heartbreaking revelation. Rod's words stunned the Straw Hat Pirates. Their elation at the Going Merry's newfound spirit was replaced by a crushing silence. The Merry is gone? Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief, and Usopp stared at the ship as if it were a ghost. The reality was too painful to accept. Their beloved ship, their partner, was severely damaged from its long journey and would soon be irreparable. Usopp slumped to the deck, his face streaked with tears. "I'm so sorry, Mary," he sobbed. "I didn't protect you." The crew watched, their hearts heavy with guilt. They knew Usopp was no professional shipwright, and his makeshift repairs could only do so much. The Mary had been quietly accumulating damage from every battle since the start of their adventure, and they had never realized the extent of her pain. "I can treat a person's sickness," Chopper said sadly, "but I'm useless when it comes to the Mary." Robin, ever the pragmatist, closed her book and looked at them. "Then we'll have to find a doctor who specializes in ships, won't we?" She gestured toward the screen. "Isn't there one right there?" The crew looked at the broadcast, and their spirits lifted. Frankie. He was a shipwright, the apprentice of the legendary Tom. If they could recruit him, the Mary could be saved. Suddenly, the answer to the current question was obvious. Frankie would join them after Eni's lobby. The world government's fear. The world at large had the same realization. Frankie would join the Straw Hats. This was huge. Nico Robin, who could read the ancient poneglyphs, was already on their crew. Now, they were getting Frankie, a man who possessed the blueprints for the ancient weapon, Pluton. The world government shuddered at the thought. The leader of the Revolutionary Army was Luffy's father. If Frankie joined, the Pluton blueprints could easily fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. The very idea of the Revolutionary Army possessing a weapon that could destroy islands made the five elders break out in a cold sweat. They immediately ordered their agents to monitor the Straw Hats' movements. They had to capture Frankie before he could join the crew and hand over the blueprints. Frankie's future and the Mary's fate. Frankie, watching the broadcast, was surprised to learn his own future. He was a wanted man, and his only option was to escape by sea. Joining the Straw Hat Pirates, who he had just fought alongside, made perfect sense. He was also intrigued by the idea of a ship with a soul. He regretted that the Straw Hats had let the Mary fall into such disrepair. He vowed that once he joined them, he would find the Mary and try to save her before it was too late. Just then, his focus was broken by the familiar presence of CP9. They were still here, ready to arrest him. He shook his head, pushing the future aside for now. He had a present problem to deal with first, but he knew what to do. "Answer, the Straw Hat Pirates," he declared to Rog. "The answer is correct," Rog affirmed. After the Eni's lobby incident with a bounty on his head, Frankie officially joins the Straw Hat Pirates as the shipwright. Because they had just lost the Going Merry, Frankie used the money he had previously stolen from the crew to buy the treasure tree atom and build them a new ship, the Thousand Sunny. With this new ship, the Straw Hat Pirates set sail once more. The Straw Hat crew felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow. A new ship meant a final goodbye to the Mary. But now that they knew her fate, they could change it. They decided to protect the Mary with everything they had, to ensure that she would sail with them on their entire voyage. As Nico, Robin, and Frankie were rescued, and the Pluton design drawings were burned, the CP9 mission completely failed. Not only that, Eni's lobby was also broken by the Straw Hat Pirates, and it was destroyed because of Buster Call. So the last question asks, what happened to CP9 after the Eni's lobby incident? There are 4 options here. A. All CP9 members died under Buster Call. B. CP9 survived from Buster Call after being knocked down. Spandam was exposed because of his cerebral palsy behavior in the Eni's lobby incident. The government was executed, and other CP9s were also punished to varying degrees. C. CP9 survived from Buster Call after being knocked down. The world government does not look at credit and hard work. It understands their years of hard work and does not hold accountable for failure. LD and CP9 survived the Buster Call after being knocked down. Spandam pushed all faults to other people in CP9 for his own future, and CP9 began to flee in order to escape the pursuit of the world government and Marine. Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Hearing that this question is the ending of CP9, people all over the world love to hear it. They don't have any good feelings about the dog legs of this group of world government. Especially when I heard of what Luo Ke did when he was 13 years old. It was maddening. This is completely a group of lunatics who like to kill. If they are not under the hands of the world government, they are completely a group of murderers. The ending of these murderers, they naturally hope that the worse the better. Especially the people in Water City, after hearing this question, can't wait for all these guys who tried to murder Mr. Ace Bagoo to belch. Especially that Spandam not only killed the hero Tom, who saved their water capital in 07, but also came to kill Mr. Ace Bagoo. This guy had better die to be considered clean. Otherwise, they can't rest assured at all. Who knows if this guy will come for the third time? Many people think of another person, the guy who launched the Buster Call in O'Hara. They remember that they were called Spandam, and Spandam was carved out of the same mold. The two fathers and sons started Buster Call in O'Hara and Buster Call in Eni's lobby. Really worthy of being a father and son. For this kind of guy who is so bad in his bones that he can do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. Only death is the world's blessing. And Spandam's act of framing and framing makes people feel at risk, and no one wants to be the next victim of Spandam. So when they heard the first option, everyone clapped and applauded. It's good to die there all at once. Then when they heard the second option, everyone screamed. The dog Spandam was put to death by his owner, which is really pleasing. Unfortunately, CP9 was not executed. Going to the third option, this option made everyone's face sinking, and the world government even let them go. Although the first two options are their favorite. But when they saw the third option, they immediately realized that although this was the answer they were least willing to see, it was the most likely answer. Because good people don't live long, and the evil will last for thousands of years. For a scourge like Spandam, the more they hate it, the harder it is to see him being retributed. And Spandam also has a father, Spandane, who seems to have a high status in the world government. Otherwise, how could the waste of Spandam command Luo Ke and the others? Fools can see that Luo Ke and the others are much stronger than the waste of Spandam. However, they are under the command of this waste. Except for Spandam's father, Spandane, who backed him, how could he sit in such a position? Presumably Spando was executed because he would not watch his son fail the mission, especially when he started Buster Call in Eni's lobby. Everyone remembers that Spandam launched the Buster Call in Eni's lobby, but it was broadcast live. At that time, everyone in Eni's lobby heard it, and I couldn't scare it. If no one gets in the way of it, Spandam will definitely die. Spandam has 10 lives and can't get back the importance of an Eni's lobby. Therefore, if Spandam is operating behind the scenes, Spandam is really likely to evade responsibility for this incident. When Rog said the fourth option, everyone was stunned. It took a few seconds before there was such an operation. CP9 was pushed out by Spandam, was forced to betray from the world government, and then pursued by the world government and Marine. When people heard about Spandam's operation, they couldn't help calling the experts. This Spandam is simply a talent. One-handed operation directly forced CP9 back. Although the performance of CP9 is a bit overwhelming, it can be regarded as an elite in CP at any rate, and it may become a CPU. As a result, in order to save his own future, Spandam took them to commit crimes. This is equivalent to swapping a Spandam for other people in CP9. Is this transaction worth it? Worth shit. Does Spandam fit him? 10,000 Spandams are not worth a lutch. This is completely picking up sesame seeds and throwing away the watermelon and breaking an arm. It is obvious that the biggest pot of Eni's lobby is Spandam's. This guy also ruined Eni's lobby. The others of CP9 are at most counted as poor mission execution and will be punished, but the crime will not die. And Spandam directly made them face the crime of destroying the Eni's lobby. The world government is protecting a talent. If only the world government had more people like Spandam, maybe they don't need anyone else to overthrow. They will destroy the world government by themselves. Throwing away a couple of talented elites for one piece of shit, Spandam is simply well done. Many people applaud the operation of Spandam, and they don't even want Spandam to die so early. It's better for this guy to stay in the world government. With people like him in the world government, why would he not collapse? Some people even want to ask if Spandam has any brothers. It would be better if more brothers make it together. There is no doubt that this answer should be the fourth. Since the Frankie family and the foreman of Carrera have survived Buster Call, if CP9 died under Buster Call, it is the pull in the middle of the cross. While the second option is almost impossible, the third option is not more reasonable and in line with the nature of Spandam than the fourth option. So this question is basically a done deal for the fourth option. Although people's impression of Luo Ke of CP9 is not very good, and they're quite disgusted. However, when I heard that they had such a boss who couldn't be of any help at ordinary times, but who was also a disservice and blamed the blame afterward, I couldn't help but mourn for them. This may be the true example of the blessing that I come to enjoy the pot, and you come to fight. Compared with ordinary people who eat melons and watch the fun and gloat at misfortune, other people are eyeing this group of incense and perverse people. CP9 who defected from world government. This is simply the world government sending them warmth. Although they don't know how strong Rob Luo Ke is, but this guy is only 28 years old, but the foundation is there. And with the evaluation of the strongest CP9 in 800 years, it is enough to see that his talent is amazing, and he will definitely enter the CPU in the future. Such talents have been abandoned by the government, so they have to grasp it. This has really got a hold. If cultivated properly, there is no guarantee that there will be a strong Admiral level. The world government didn't want such a talent, and chose the trash of Spandam. Big Mom, Kaido, and the others would all laugh out loud. This is their chance. If CP9 is really abandoned by the world government, they must be absorbed into their own hands. Not only because they have the talent to be strong, but more importantly, they are CP9s. What is CP9? It is the class and newspaper organization of the world government, and it has mastered a lot of precious information. That's why the world government and Marine went after them. If such a person is recruited into his subordinates, it is equivalent to mastering many secrets of the world government. And the more they know about world government, the more they know how to deal with world government. In this world controlled by the world government, the four emperors like them have basically climbed to the top 530 points they can reach. Next, if you want to go a step further, you will either tear the flesh from other four emperors, or you will not be limited to the new world, but will focus on a wider area, such as the world. And this is challenging the world government. If the world government can be overthrown, then the four emperors don't need to be trapped in the meat grinder of new world, attacking and plotting against each other. The world is so big. Why should it be confined to this small new world? However, the existence of the world government makes them unable to stretch their touch and hands too long, and the whip is too long to reach, and they're too large to become targets. Only when the behemoth of the world government disappears can they free up their hands to compete for the world. To deal with a behemoth like the world government that has existed for 800 years, intelligence is essential, and no one knows how many cards the world government has. CP9 is the group closest to world government and celestial dragons. Although CP9 is not as good as CPO, he must know a lot. This is a rare opportunity, and they can feel that if CP9 really defected, then the opportunity lies in this water capital. Because according to the information disclosed by Luo Ke, Spandam pushed everything to Luo Ke and the others after failing to capture the Pluton blueprint. And if they guess correctly, Luo Ke and the others are now looking for Frankie to get the blueprint. And now that Frankie is on the stream, if they can't find Frankie to complete the mission, then their sins are big. The more serious consequence is that the design is taken away by others. This is Pluton's design. Not only did he not get it, but the enemy took it away. I am afraid that only death can explain it. Coupled with the information leaked from the live broadcast of the quiz, there must have been a rift between CP9 and the world government. As long as there is a fuse for the defection, it will appear immediately. That is to say, as long as this mission of CP9 fails, the City of Water will become a talent market, and the strongest of CP9 in 800 years will be first come, first served. So this time, if they want to get the design drawings, people also want to get it. At the same time, Big Mom, Kaido, and other big pirates arranged for people to go to the water capital to participate in this feast. Even the Revolutionary Army and Neo Marine are involved. They are targeting the Pluton blueprint, and if the CP9 traders are willing to exchange information from the world government with them, they're also willing to provide them with asylum. For a time, the water capital became the focus of the world. At the same time, the emotions of the CP9 people who were treated as prey were extremely bad at the moment. I didn't expect them to be calculated by that waste from Spandam. He was also hunted down by the world government and Marine and was forced to defect from the world government. This is a huge blow to CPs who have been washed and grown up in the world government since they were children. At the thought of being forced to leave the world government, they felt as if they had lost their home. Only a day's remains. At this time, they suddenly found that they had nowhere to go after leaving the world government, which made Luo Ke and the others feel very bad. They have long been aware of the world government's attitude towards CP. They are just tools, and those that are not easy to use can be replaced at any time. They're used to it. But even so, they couldn't help but feel a burst of sadness and even a little dissatisfied with the world government. They did so much for the world government, and they were treated like this because of the villain's frame. It's not that they can't accept punishment, but they can't be punished because of this. It's clearly Spandam's fault. Why should they bear it? Damn this guy Spandam, and the one who framed them for the umbrella of Spandam. Damn it. A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Luo Ke and the others. At the same time, Otanashi Fukaru, who was beside Spandam, looked at Spandam with a dangerous look on his face. Spandam also panicked at the moment. He never imagined that what he was thinking about before was exposed in advance. He actually made the same choice in the future as he did now, letting Luo Ke and the others take the blame. Spandam couldn't help but say in his heart that it was me. Then, seeing Fukaru Otanashi, who was dissatisfied with the murderous look on his face, Spandam's scalp suddenly tingled. What are you going to do? Don't mess around. You must think clearly. We are still doing the task. Everything mentioned in the title has not happened. If you do something to me now, it is against the rules. When the 5 elders know it, they will never spare you, and my father Spandam will not spare you either. Even if you kill me, your fate will remain the same. So now the most important thing is to find Frankie to find the blueprint. Female, Spandam said nervously. Otanashi Fukaru gave Spandam a hard look, but didn't shoot him. Spandam, who had saved his life, panted and gasped in fear. Unexpectedly, his thoughts were exposed like this, and it is basically impossible to do this anymore. Spandam is very distressed in his heart. How can he be so similar to him in the future? What you will think and do is basically the same. This has led to the fact that even if something has changed now, what he wants to do now, he will do in the future, and it has also been exposed in advance. In the future, he has gone all his way and gone, leaving him with nowhere to go. Spandam never imagined that. The biggest obstacle in his way was his future self. Now, things are in trouble. If he can't find the blueprint, then this pot can't be used for Luo Ke. And he also offended other people in CP9 because of this. Thinking of this group of lunatic Spandam who can only kill, he broke into a cold sweat. Maybe they will accidentally die in their hands in the future. No, this time he had to find the blueprints and throw them away. Otherwise, he would stay under Luo Ke's hands, and one day he would be killed by them. But where the hell is this guy Frankie now? Spandam keeps an eye on Frankie on stream. At the same time, Frankie also ended his brief reflection. Answer: yes, D. Correct answer, Roger said. After receiving an affirmative answer, Luo Ke and the others looked even more ugly, while Spandam shivered under Otanashi Fukaru's murderous aura. The 5 elders in Marineford frowned upon hearing the news. This Spandam is more than successful. He even threw the pot to Luo Ke and the others for self-protection, but the matter hadn't been dealt with cleanly, forcing them to defect. What a fool. Luo Ke and the others have been in CP for so many years, and they know how many secrets. If they run into the enemy's camp, what should they do? This is definitely a blow to the world government. Sometimes intelligent strength is more decisive for victory. And what made them even more angry was that what they exchanged for Luo Ke was Spandam. They feel blood loss just thinking about it. Although Luo Ke and the others did not win the Straw Hat crew, they were a little disappointed, but that didn't make them leave the world government. For the world government, CPs either stay in the world government, or they have to die or be locked up. There is no third option. The failure of Eni's lobby was barely acceptable. Although they did not take back the blueprints, they did not let the blueprints fall into the hands of others. Luo Ke and the others still have value to use, so they won't be abandoned like this. As for the destruction of the Eni's lobby, that's Spandam's fault. This guy is the damned one. This reinforces their determination to kill Spandam after this incident. As for the ending of Luo Ke and the others, it depends on the ending of this incident. If they get back the blueprints, that's great. If the other powers take it away, then there is nothing to say, but let them and Spandam make atonement for it. This is related to the survival of the world government, let alone Spandam. Even the entire CP9 can't afford to pay. This matter is of great importance. Since CP9 failed once, even if it failed once in the prophecy, it is impossible to fully believe that they can succeed, and they have to be handed over to more reliable people. So 5 elders immediately arranged for the CPO to go to the water capital, and at the same time, Marine also arranged for personnel to be dispatched. And Luo Ke's affirmation also confirmed that Big Mom believes that the water capital will bring them huge gains. So the Big Mom pirates, Beast pirates, Don Quixote pirates, all arranged their troops to go to the water capital. Want to take a share of this? Whether it is the Pluton design or the CP9 who knows many secrets of the world government, they are their prey. At the same time, Luo Ke, Li Hao, in a live broadcast also moved. Now that the 10 questions have been answered, it is customary to play the corresponding video. Rog looked at the audience in front of the screen and said, "Then please enjoy it, and then we will unveil the rewards for answering this question." Video playback starts now. As Rog's voice fell, the live broadcasts all over the world were synchronously snapped and turned into a pitch-black screen. People all over the world are waiting in front of the screen for the video to be played. There are many things to see this time. People in the water capital want to know the truth about the attack on the judicial boat and the crowd and what happened at that time. And more people are wondering how Eni's lobby was captured, how Straw Hat Crew defeated CP9, and what was CP9's strength. Even Luo Ke of CP9 is very concerned about this matter. How did they lose? Are they really not the opponents of Straw Hat Crew? With strong curiosity and desire, people quietly waited for the video to be played. And compared to the expectations of others, Spandam's face was ashes, which was basically his public execution. The information revealed before has made him offend the whole world, lose the face of the world government, and offend Luo Ke and the others. He can be described as a rat crossing the street and everyone shouting and beating. However, now it is necessary to show the details and pictures of how he did it again, which is simply hatred. He doubted very much whether he would be able to get out of the water capital alive. But now he can only wait for the answering live broadcast to end. Frankie is currently in the answering live broadcast room, and he has to wait for the answering live broadcast to find where he is. Only by finding Frankie would he have a chance to turn over. And as the dark screen slowly lit up, the long-awaited video finally began to play. In the image, an 11 or 2-year-old boy was driving a boat with a unique shape and was sailing very fast, and behind him was a huge sea beast in the shape of entertainment. Soon the ship was sunk by the sea beast, but luckily the boy was fine. The boy who returned home was taught a lesson by a boy 16 or 7 years older than him. People looked at these 2 teenagers and recognized the identity of the younger boy at a glance. This should be Frankie when he was a child. Although he was very different from him when he grew up, after knowing Frankie's identity, they looked at him. It was easy to recognize him as Frankie by the conspicuous short blue hair. And the people in the water capital also recognized the identity of the older boy at a glance. It was their current mayor, the president of Carrera Company, Ace Bagoo. Ace Bagoo and Frankie really knew each other, and it turned out that they were indeed Mr. Tom's disciples. And Frankie and Ace Bagoo were very emotional when they saw their younger self. If they can, they want to go back to this time when Mr. Tom is not dead. They want to go back and save Mr. Tom. In the video, Ace Bagoo taught Frankie who was not doing his job properly, and Frankie was dissatisfied with Ace Bagoo's disdain for his work, claiming that he wanted to build a warship that could defeat the Sea Kings. Frankie clenched his fists a little when he saw this, and he has always regretted it very much. If he could have Ace Patingu's words, if he hadn't built these warships, he wouldn't have been used by Spandam, and he wouldn't have killed Mr. Tom. Even if he knew that Spandam would do anything to get his way, and even without these ships, he would still find ways to frame Mr. Tom. But he still couldn't forgive himself. Soon a man whom Ace Ba and Gu often dreamed of in his dreams appeared in the image. This person is Mr. Tom. The moment they saw him, the two of them burst into tears, and the tears couldn't stop flowing from the corners of their eyes. At this time, people all over the world also saw the real life of this Murloc who has made a very important contribution to the human world. It is he who invented the sea train and connected the islands. Make the communication between islands and people more convenient. This is a masterpiece that can affect the world. Because this is only a few years after the sea train was invented, but many islands have already enjoyed the convenience of sea trains. Given time, it is not impossible to even connect the world. At that time, the sea will no longer be an obstacle to people's communication. Such an invention can be quite profound. People all over the world looked at Tom with respect in their eyes. Originally, because of the evil dragon, they had a very bad impression of the Murloc, but after seeing a Murloc like Tom, they reversed their impression of the Murloc. It seems that Murlocs are like humans, with villains like dragons and good people like Tom. As soon as the picture turns, Tom and Ace Bagoo start their meal, and then their mouths say the plight of the water capital at that time. Rising seas, pirate attacks, scarcity of resources, fewer jobs, more competition. Then it was mentioned that Tom once built a very powerful pirate ship. Hearing this, people realized that it is probably Roger's ship, One Piece's pirate ship. But Tom just smiled when he heard it. Flam, the design of the pirate ship does not exist. As long as the crew hangs the pirate flag on the ship, it will become a pirate ship. Will become a marine ship. Fram, it doesn't matter what boat you build, but a man needs to have confidence in the boat he builds. Mr. Tom's words appeared in Frankie's ears again, making Frankie seem to be back in time. Mr. Tom, I will always remember your teachings in my heart. Luo Ke said silently when he looked at Tom in the image. Then the picture turned, and at night, Tom was drawing something under the lights. Frankie came over and asked curiously, Mr. Tom, what are you painting when you're not sleeping? Tom said without looking up, This is the island's hope. Hopefully this thing can bring Water 7 back to life. There was a smile on Tom's face. Seeing this pure and uninteresting smile on Tom's face, the people in front of the screen seemed to be shocked. Maybe this is someone who is pure and out of vulgar taste. In his eyes, a ship is a ship. He just wants to build a better ship. And the sea train is just that he wants to save the city, not for anything in return. But when they thought that such a pure and selfless person could be killed by Spandam's scheme, their hearts ignited endless anger toward Spandam. Immediately afterwards, the people of Eni's lobby came to the water capital to arrest Tom because he was building a ship for Roger, the Pirate King. Then Tom was brought to the Eni's lobby for trial. When he was sentenced to death, Tom proposed the idea of a sea train and moved the judge and judge, so the judge and judge gave him 10 years to realize his idea. So Tom and his apprentice began to struggle day and night in order to realize the sea train. And the people who have seen Mr. Tom, Mr. Ace Bagoo, and Frankie in the water capital who are working hard to save the water capital, no one has any doubts about them at this moment, and some are just sincere respect and moving. In the past 10 years, the water level in the water capital has been rising, and people's lives have become worse. The water capital in the image is full of desolate and dilapidated scenes. This makes many people who have traveled to or are in the water city very different. This is simply a paradise and a hell from the water city they have seen. The sea train really saved this city and its people. Seeing that the sea train was gradually built and opened to traffic in Tom's hands, people all over the world also became happy, and there was a kind of excitement and joy to witness the birth of the legend with their own eyes. The sea train has indeed become a legend. destined to leave a strong mark in history. 14 years later, the sea train was finally completed. The City of Water has changed because of the sea train. The wood is continuously transported here by the sea train to be made into ships. The city is finally prospering again. And people are also waiting for the final judgment of the great hero of the Water City 3 days later, whether it is death sentence or not guilty. However, at this moment, a group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived. The moment they saw this man, everyone immediately recognized his identity. He was the cerebral palsy Spandam that appeared in the previous Eni's lobby image. The moment they saw Spandam, everyone realized what would happen next, and anger was burning for a while. The anger on Frankie and Ace Bagoo's faces immediately surfaced when they saw Spandam. This is the origin of all disasters, the origin of all evil. It all came from this day. Spandam suddenly came to the door. If this guy doesn't come to the door, nothing will happen. In a video, Spandam came to visit suddenly and found Spandam. Tom thought that Spandam came here for the trial, but Spandam directly asked Tom for Pluton's design drawings. Tom laughed and denied that he didn't have that kind of thing. Spandam was a little frustrated and said that he had thoroughly investigated the Water City, and he must be in Tom's hands. As long as he researched carefully, he could find a blueprint. But Tom laughed. "Do you have a right to investigate me?" Spandam said triumphantly, "Of course, I have also investigated that you are the one who helped Roger build the pirate ship. Since you are a sinner, of course you can do as I do." Tom said indifferently, "The government has known about this for a long time." Spandam looked shocked. "What? How could it be? Then why are you still here as a boatman if you haven't been arrested? Since you're a class and reporter, go and investigate by yourself. Goodbye." Then Spandam was thrown out by Tom. Immediately after the picture turned, Spandam came to a bar, and the unsuspecting bar owner revealed some information to him. Eliminate the charge. Spandam was furious when he heard it. If Tom is not guilty, then it will be more difficult for him to investigate Tom. Even government officials cannot easily deal with ordinary people. Of course, if they are guilty, they will say two things. The screen turned and switched to a scene. In front of Spandam, it was the 5 men standing at the apex of power in the world, 5 elders. "That thing really exists," 5 elders said. "Yes, of course. There are also pirates looking for this design plan. If that thing falls into the hands of people outside the government will not be able to deal with them." More than 10 years have passed since the era of the Great Pirate, as the world called it. The strength of Haicheng has been increasing, and the number has been increasing. Now is not the time to stop ancient weapons' resurrection leisurely. We who maintain justice should have such power. Spandam righteously said, "We want to hold the ancient weapon and end the era of the great pirates." If people who don't understand Spandam's character hear Spandam's words, they will inevitably be confused by the justice in his mouth. But people all over the world have seen Spandam's true face with their own eyes. Although what he said at this time was very nice, what justice and what ended the great pirate era, but this is not his real goal. His real goal is to promote and make money. Pluton is just a tool for him to promote and make money. He is looking for an opportunity to climb up. This kind of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, and the expression of interest in the heart makes people very disgusted. Fortunately, they will no longer be deceived by the face of the world government. They have already seen the true face of the world government. This is a model of a group of people who seek benefits for themselves by flaunting justice. In fact, Spandam and 5 elders are essentially the same. They both seek benefits under the guise of a name. Spandam seeks promotion and fortune, while 5 elders seeks to rule the world. It's just that Spandam is far worse than 5 elders. The great wheel of the times is turning, so it makes sense. Then you go get the design drawings first so that we have a chance to continue talking. Leave this to you, Spandam. As soon as the screen turned, Spandam came out of the bar. I worked hard to investigate and finally got this good opportunity. So of course I can't let this opportunity go. If he is not a criminal, he will cause me a lot of trouble. Then the opponent ordered, "Look for 5 more classes and reporters to come over." Hearing Spandam's words, everyone realized what he was going to do. Attacked the judicial ship and planted Tom. Damn it. The faces of Frankie, Ace Bagoo, and the people in the Water City were full of anger. The 5 elders covered their foreheads with some headache, even though it was basically normal for CPs of world government to do this kind of thing. These are all necessary means in extraordinary times, and sometimes this is the only way to go. But this is not allowed to see people, but being exposed like this, the face of the world government is really ugly. But soon the eyes of the 5 elders narrowed, and they stared at the scene in the video. After driving away Spandam, Tom took up 2 of his disciples and handed them Pluton's blueprints. The government has discovered the existence of this blueprint and has taken action. It will be too dangerous for me to carry it. Ace Bagoo said, although I feel terrible. Well, I take it. Frankie didn't feel the atmosphere was a little dignified and said excitedly, it's great, Ace Bagoo. Let's make it. Ace Bagoo said angrily, idiot, you don't speak your mind. This thing is taken care of by me. Don't you understand? If you let this thing exist in the world, yes, the world will be destroyed. Tom laughed. However, what you do with it is your freedom. If you think it is dangerous, then throw it away. By the way, let me tell you another thing that disturbs me. Speaking of which, Tom took out a bounty and placed it on the table. It was the bounty for which Nico Robin was wanted. This scene just shows that Tom keeps the blueprint because he is worried that Pluton will be used. So he wants to keep the blueprint to deal with this possibility. Even realizing he might be in danger, he kept it, not just him, but Ace Bagoo and Frankie as well. Tom gave the blueprint to Ace Bagoo. Ace Bagoo gave the blueprint to Frankie. They all kept this dangerous thing because of one thing, worried that the world would suffer because of the resurrection of King Wu. So even if they were afraid, even if it is in danger because of it, it is still preserved. This can't help but make people respect them even more, obviously as long as they destroy it. But they take this responsibility on themselves. There is no benefit to them in the slightest, but only a burden. Some people are subconsciously curious. Since they are worried that Nico Robin will resurrect Pluton, why not directly hand it over to the world government? When the idea came up, soon they seemed to understand why they did not choose to hand over to the world government. Perhaps it is precisely because the world government is unreliable and too dark that they are reluctant to hand it over to them. Moreover, Tom is still a fishman. In fact, everyone in the Grand Line basically knows what the status of a fishman is. Murlocs and mermen are basically slaves. Even though the relationship between the world government and the Fishman Island is much better now, Murlocs and mermen are still the most expensive commodities in slave auctions. Although human beings have been auctioned, most of them are sold under the brands of non-affiliated countries, pirates, criminals, and capable people. This is fundamentally different from the Murloc being auctioned off. The Murloc is sold only because he is a Murloc. And the biggest buyer of the auction, needless to say, who is the one who owns the most slaves in the world besides celestial dragons. With the emergence of live answering questions, facts have also proved that the world government is not the creator of the so-called peace and justice. Giving them blueprints will only make them more fearless, which is also a disaster for the world. People can suddenly understand Tom and their thoughts. They keep the blueprints just because they don't want to bring Pluton back to life. They don't want to turn it into someone's power. This kind of weapon that can destroy the world should not exist in this world, no matter who holds it. This blueprint is meant to prevent, not destroy. Thinking of this, people have respect for Tom, Ace Bagoo, Frankie, and others who have inherited this design before, and they're the ones who silently guard the world behind their backs. And the world government claimed that in order to prevent the resurrection of the ancient weapon and to protect the world, it had poisoned these real heroes. To put it nicely, it is for the world, but in fact, Spandam is for promotion and wealth, and the 5 elders are for the rule of the world government. Compared with Tom, they don't ask for anything except take a responsibility, and these guys from world government are really ugly and hypocritical. Looking back at the historians of O'Hara again, the world government, under the banner of not allowing the resurrection of ancient weapons to threaten the world, single-handedly destroyed O'Hara and killed them. However, the real intention is to hide that period of history, as to prevent the resurrection of King Wu. If you really don't want to resurrect Pluton, then under the order of 5 elders to find the Pluton design plan and want to resurrect Pluton Spandam. What is it doing? It's not that it can't be resurrected, but it can't fall into the hands of others. After all, it was just for the benefit of 2 words, nothing more. Whether it was O'Hara's undead or Tom, they all died in the hands of the world government in order to maintain the rule. And maintaining the rule of the world government is not to protect people, but to protect the interests of celestial dragons. Ordinary people like them are just incidental. In fact, the truth may be that they are the property of celestial dragons. Thinking of heavenly gold, everyone was silent. Soon, 3 days after the video came, people were looking forward to coming to the judicial ship to wait for the final trial of Tom. The picture cuts to the judge and official of this trial, and Marine asked him if he wanted to see the sea train. "Oh, look for flowers?" He happily said, "I didn't expect that he really did it." It seems that the verdict of his innocence is something everyone agrees. Seeing this scene, people were even more furious. Tom was already going to be acquitted. It was the Spandam guy who was doing a ghost. Otherwise, it would not be the result at all. Just when people gathered together and waited for the trial to come, suddenly the judicial ship was shelled, and people fled in panic. And a line of battleships appeared on the sea. It was a battleship made by Frankie. The camera zoomed in, and people also saw clearly that the person driving them was the CP sent by Spandam. In order to frame Tom, the people of the government attacked the government's judicial ship. It's ironic. This scene was seen by people all over the world, and even the best-tempered people couldn't help cursing shamelessly. The Marines of Naval Headquarters heard the CP, who was bombarding the judicial ship, framing Tom, still chanting that this was a sacrifice necessary for justice, and their faces were even more pale. Justice has discredited these scum. You are not worthy to speak of justice. Looking at the people fleeing under the shelling and the destroyed judicial ship, their faces became more and more ugly. At the same time, Frankie and the others tried to catch the murderer who stole the battleship, but were hit by artillery, and all 3 of them fell to the ground. The real murderer took this opportunity to jump into the sea and escaped. At this time, Spandam led people to find Frankie and the others and arrested them. By the dock, Tom, Frankie, and Ace Bagoo were tied up, and Spandam said loudly to the surrounding people, "They are criminals. Don't worry, they were caught by our CP5 after the attack, and they were already unable to move." Seeing this scene, the 5 elders in the Hall of Power have all moved their heads, which is too ugly. How long will the be asterisk, 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 D-Spandam lose the face of world government? With their feet, they can think of how angry the people watching this scene will be, and how disgusted they are towards the world government. The more miserable the Master Tom is here, the greater the face lost by the government. It seems that this matter can't be dragged on any longer. After the live answering of the question is over, the world must be explained immediately. In any case, Spandam must be separated from the world government. This is Spandam's personal behavior and has nothing to do with the world government. This thing is just a pile of shit. If the world government is stained, it will really wash the fruit and it will not be clean. And just as the 5 elders thought, in front of the screen around the world, people couldn't stand Spandam's shameless yelling. What makes them even more angry is that no one can withstand this kind of operation of CP. As long as they want, anyone can become a sinner. Spandam's legs were a little weak when he was publicly executed. The moment he saw this scene, Spandam realized that his future was over. And more seriously, how he was going to deal with the wrath of the 5 elders. At this moment, 4 words popped into his mind. "Dad, save me." However, it was useless for him to call him Dad at this time, and Spandam's performance on the screen was just beginning. Spandam blames Tom, Frankie, and Ace Bagoo for attacking the Justice ship. Frankie wanted to refute that this was done by CP5, but no one believed this statement, and the people around were amused by this absurd statement. This scene left people all over the world feeling only a moment of sadness. Tom and his apprentice spent more than 10 years saving the city when they were most in danger, but when they were most in danger, none of the people in the Water City stood by their side. People believe them. Is this the only way a hero can end up? It's really unfair that a good guy like May 47, like Tom, can only end up like this, and a villain like Spandam is still alive today. The City of Water is not worthy of a hero like Tom and his apprentice. Seeing this scene, the people in the water capital showed expressions of guilt and shame. At that time, they were just as shown in the video. They couldn't believe Spandam. How could they want to be the officials of the dignified world government? And they would do such a shameless thing. He even attacked his own judicial ship and attacked civilians. This bitter trick really blinded them. And seeing the scene again, people couldn't add more anger and guilt to their naivety at that time. At this moment, the people who have rushed to the water capital of Carrera Company stopped in front of Ace Bagoo and looked at Luo Ke and others angrily. Last time they failed to trust Mr. Tom and made them die in vain. This time they will not let the world government do anything wrong. To harm the heroes of their water capital, step over their corpses. When Ace Bagoo saw this scene, he couldn't help feeling very emotional. If people could believe in Mr. Tom like that, I'm afraid Mr. Tom would not die. But no ifs, and no wonder it's all Spandam's fault. At this moment, Luo Ke and the others couldn't help frowning when they looked at the angry crowd. The development of things had exceeded their expectations, and they looked at the more and more people gathered around. Things seemed to be getting more and more troublesome. If they wait to do something to Ace Bagoo, I am afraid it will cause violence and chaos in the water capital. Even Luo Ke and the others don't know what to do. Maybe this will become a major scandal of the world government. By then, they will not be able to communicate with the government. What's more serious is that as the video continues to play, the public's anger continues to increase. Faced with Frankie's denial, Spandam pressed straight to the point if it was a ship. Frankie looked at the bruised Mr. Tom who fell to the ground, gritted his teeth in denial, but was beaten down by Tom, standing up. He glared at Frankie and said, "That's not my ship. That's absolutely not the way to say it. No matter what ship is built, there is no good or evil in the ship. It doesn't matter what kind of ship you want to build in the future, whether it will hurt people or even destroy the world. But the person who built the ship must love it and never deny its existence. Men need to have confidence in the boats they build." Tom broke the chain and pulled out his spear. He had realized the situation. He was finished. He looked at Spandam, the culprit behind it all, and thinking of Frankie's sadness, Tom rushed up and punched him. Do you understand his pain? Tom was about to continue beating him, but the Marines behind him shot him at the same time, interrupting Tom's movement. Spandam took the opportunity to escape, and then ordered his men to capture Tom. But at this moment, the people onlookers began to accuse Tom after seeing Tom's behavior. I didn't expect Tom to be such a dangerous person. What the hell does he want to do? That guy really sold his soul to a pirate. He built so many ships for this moment. Hearing these people's words, Frankie was uncontrollably furious. Seeing the angry Frankie, the people in front of the screen also felt Frankie's anger and empathy. Because the people who are least qualified to say these things are the people from the Water City, saved by Tom. But they said such things when Tom was framed. This feeling of aggrieved, angry, and betrayal makes people angry enough to explode. Tom shouldn't have invented the sea train to rescue you from destruction. A group of white-eyed wolves, countless people with the same angry eyes as Frankie looked at the accusing person in the image. At the same time, many people in the crowd gathered at Carrera's company threw themselves on their knees, and Asiba apologized with shame on his face. They were those who accused Tom in the video at the time. After knowing the truth, they were ashamed to the extreme and could not bear the condemnation of their conscience. They came here and wanted to apologize to Ace Bagoo in person. Ace Bagoo saw this scene with a feeling of injustice in his heart. He looked at Tom in the image with moist eyes. "Mr. Tom, can you see it? The day when the truth comes to light has finally arrived, and your grievances have been washed away. They are apologizing to you, Mr. Tom. Have you seen you?" In the video, Tom carried all his sins on his back. The credit of the sea train was used to offset the crime of attacking the sea train today, in exchange for the innocence of Ace Bagoo and Frankie. And he himself was taken by Spandam on the sea train to Eni's lobby. Seeing the sea train created by Tom to save the City of Water brought Tom to death. This scene made everyone sigh with emotion. Then they saw the scene of Frankie standing on the railroad tracks as a car blocking the sea train. The moment Frankie was hit by the sea train, everyone was silent. It shouldn't be like this damn Spandam. People's anger towards Spandam reached its culmination at this moment. Spandam must pay for his actions. Tom was taken to Eni's lobby to be executed. Frankie was hit by a sea train, and his life and death remain unclear. For the rest of Asiba's goo, uphold Mr. Tom's decision to change the city. But when the screen turned to another place, it was on an abandoned ship. They saw Frankie dragged his broken body and fell on the deck. For years later, the more mature goo of Asiba appeared in front of people. He was sitting in the office. The secretary reported to him that someone was looking for him. The person who came by claimed to be from. This surprised Ace-Bagu. Then the brothers met again in the past 4 years, but they had a big quarrel. Frankie is dissatisfied that Ace-Bagu is now building a ship for the world government that killed Mr. Tom. Ace-Bagu blamed Frankie's ship for killing Mr. Tom. After the two parties had a fight, Ace-Bagu handed over the design to Frankie. The CP9s who saw this scene regretted it. They had known that the design was handed over to Frankie in front of them. They had seen the doctor and changed their hands long ago, but now it is too late to regret it. Ace-Bagu asked Frankie to change his name and then left the City of Water with the design drawings. He had a foreboding that the world government would not just give up like this and would find him sooner or later. Frankie said loudly, "Then what if you are really targeted, but do you have any design drawings?" But Ace-Bagu told Frankie to leave. "That's all I told you. We shouldn't meet again. Do you want to become like Mr. Tom? Just keep this thing. If it's really life-threatening, give it to them. If you don't want to give it to them, set on fire in front of them." Frankie said, "If you were me, would you do this?" Ace-Bagu stopped. Mr. Tom, who has made many great achievements, abandoned everything and gave the design to us who can live in the future. At least until the woman named Nico Robin still has the danger of resurrecting the actual weapon. This world, there must be enough resistance forces to oppose her. Even if the thing 2.3 stays with me, even if it will be killed, I cannot give it to the government. Hearing these words of Ace-Bagu, in an instant, people all over the world had a deep respect for this man, and Ace-Ba had a deep respect for the ancient people in the Water City. Even naval headquarters paid tribute to this man with conviction. I would rather be killed to keep this hope of dealing with Pluton's resurrection. What a respectable man. At the same time, Five Elders' complexion got worse. The more selfless and great Ace-Bagu this guy behaves, the more ugly Spandam's face looks. The guy Spandam does this on behalf of the world government. The uglier Spandam is, the uglier the world government. How can this make them happy? What about a Tom, an Ace-Bagu, and a Frankie? What is going on with these guys? Why Pluton's design drawings fall into the hands of those who are not afraid of death? And they just sent the idiot Spandam. It's ugly, it's so ugly. The face of the world government is going to be lost. It seems that this guy Ace-Bagu can't move. This person has a very high reputation in the water capital, otherwise CP9 would not have to deal with him so hard. And now the video about Ace-Bagu and Tom is so broadcast. It directly increased the popularity of Ace-Bagu and Tom to the world. Tom has died at the hands of the world government, which must have caused dissatisfaction around the world. But fortunately, this guy Tom is a sinner, no matter whether he is credited or not. He can't clean up the shipbuilding for One Piece Roger. But Ace-Bagu is different. He has never committed a crime, and he has an excellent reputation. In addition, his performance just now was really praised, and he is now admired all over the world. If the world government kills such people indiscriminately again, it will mean that new hatred and old hatred will be stirred up together. At that time, the world government may really cause public anger. This crowd is not an ordinary crowd, but the anger of the whole world. Even the world government cannot afford this consequence. At that time, I am afraid that not only people all over the world will rebel against the world government, but also Marines of their own will turn their backs. So Ace-Bagu can't move no matter what. Not only that, but they have to keep this person safe. Otherwise, if something happens to him, the world government will be doomed. The next water capital will definitely not be peaceful. There must be quite a lot of guys who are eyeing the design drawings. They must be careful to deal with this place. Soon the image cuts to another scene, and to everyone's surprise, it turns out to be Straw Hat Crew. Then many people remembered that the Straw Hat Pirates also participated in this incident. It seems that they rescued Ace Bagoo, who was almost killed by CP9. Then people saw what happened to the Eni's lobby. Straw Hat Crew took the money from the previous trip to repair the Mary in the water capital. They came to Carrera, and people finally saw the appearance of the legendary Rob Lucci, wearing a high hat, a white shirt, and a pair of overalls, looking completely like a bottom working man. But the strange thing is that he has a pigeon standing on him, and the pigeons are talking when he communicates with the Straw Hat Crew. Such a peculiar and gentle performance makes it difficult to hook him up with Rob Lucci, the 13-year-old who killed 500 hostages. But they, who already knew the truth, determined that this was the Rob Lucci, which made people tremble. Such an ordinary man with no murderous intent on his body. No one would have thought that this guy was the murderous Rob Lucci. In addition to Rob Lucci, people also saw another undercover Kaku, plus the Secretary Khalifa, who appeared 5 years ago. The 3 undercover agents around Ace Bagoo basically showed up. At the same time, on the Mary, when Straw Hat Crew saw Kaku, he suddenly shouted, "How could Usopp be there?" Usopp said speechlessly, "Hey, look carefully, is that me? Obviously looks different, okay?" "That's right, it's exactly the same. Both have long noses," Luffy said, buttoning his nose, comparing Kaku and Usopp in the video. "Luffy, is that how you look at your buddies?" Usopp angrily said, "Why do you usually remember me?" "Nose," Luffy said with a carefree voice. Usopp bowed his head in defeat, conceded defeat, and rushed up to grab Luffy's nose. Sanji poured cold water on the side and said, "It's very similar. If you see it on the street, it's not surprising that it's called Usopp." "Yeah," said Luffy, who was pinching his nose. "You see, even Sanji thinks so. So how can I be the one to blame?" Usopp looked at Sanji in dissatisfaction, then turned to Luffy and asked, "Then how did you remember him?" Luffy stared at Sanji's face, then said to Usopp, "Brows." Sanji almost couldn't stand still. "Isn't it supposed to be my handsome look?" Now Usopp is finally relieved. It seems that this is not his problem. It is the guy Luffy. In the joking of Straw Hat Crew, the video continued to play. Their experience in the Water City was also revealed to the world along with the video. Luffy and the others came to Carrera to repair the ship, but after Kaku's appraisal, the ship was basically completely destroyed and it was impossible to repair it. Sooner or later, it would sink halfway on this ship. Not only that, but the money they used to repair the ship was robbed. Usopp tried to get the money back, but was beaten to death. So Straw Hat Crew went to Frankie's shipbreaking yard in order to avenge his companions. After a fight, the Frankie family was defeated, but Frankie took all the money to buy the treasure tree Atom. In this case, Straw Hat Crew broke out internal conflicts again. Luffy decided to bid farewell to the melee here and find a new ship, but Usopp refused to agree. The two sides had differences and a conflict broke out. In the end, they were unhappy. So was the next day. And the other thing that the Straw Hat Pirates is concerned about is that Nico Robin is missing. At this time, a major event occurred in the Water City. Ace Bagoo, the mayor of the Water City, was assassinated. Fortunately, he was not killed but was injured. So Luffy decided to take a look at this uncle who had a relationship, and Sanji and the others were going to find the missing Nico Robin. At the same time, Frankie has returned to the capital of water today. As soon as the screen turned to the mansion of Ace Bagoo, there were many people outside the mansion, and there were reporters who wanted to inquire about information, but more were people who admired and worried about Ace Bagoo's body. In the room, the doctor is checking Ace Bagoo's body. Rob Lucci and Khalifa are guarded next to him. Lucci looks at the unconscious Ace Bagoo with a serious face, and Callie and F.A. is still wiping tears to ask the doctor about the situation. How? Anyone who looked at it thought they were really worried about Ace Bagoo's body. However, the people in front of the screen only felt cold when seeing this scene. I am afraid that Ace Bagoo was injured by CP9. However, they are pretending to be ignorant here. Maybe they're already planning Straw Hat Crew laid the groundwork. In another place, Frankie finally returned to the Frankie family, but what he saw was a ruin. Seeing the bruised little brother, Frankie went to find them revenge after learning about Straw Hat Crew's fall. Frankie and Luffy collided with each other in Dock Number 1 and fought. And Ace Bagoo finally woke up from coma. He recalled that a masked man and Nico Robin attacked him. The foreman who knew the murderer went to Straw Hat Crew to take revenge. The battle between Luffy and Frankie developed into a three-way melee. Luffy unexpectedly learned that Nico Robin might be the murderer who assassinated Ace Bagoo, did not believe Robin would do it. Wanting to find out the truth, Luffy didn't want to love the battle anymore, so he withdrew from the battle. Luffy 547 found Ace Bagoo and learned from him that Nico Robin really attacked him. Ace Bagoo wanted to see Robin, but Luffy didn't know Robin's whereabouts. Now, finding Robin has become a key to figuring out all the truth. At night, it was reported that Straw Hat Crew would assassinate Ace Bagoo again in the evening. All of the Carrera employees came to Ace Bagoo's mansion. 5 foremen sat waiting at the door of Ace Bagoo's dormitory. They were still analyzing whether Straw Hat Crew would come to assassinate. In the room, Khalifa is taking care of the injured Ace Bagoo. Seeing this scene, people couldn't help being speechless. There are a total of 6 people guarding Ace Bagoo in this TM house, and 3 are undercover CP9 who want to kill him. How do you play this? And listening to Luo Ke and the 2 undercover agents and the other 3 foremen analyzing the situation, this felt really awkward. Even the people in front of the screen were a little desperate. If there were no accidents in this situation, Ace Bagoo really didn't know how to die. This scene also greatly stimulated the kings who joined the country, which is really scary. Half of the bodyguard around are undercover. If this is the case around them, they don't know how to survive. It seems that the plan for cultivating cronies must be implemented as soon as possible, otherwise you really don't know how to die. Things continue to develop. Straw Hat Crew heard that the people who assassinated Ace Bagoo would continue to assassinate at night, so they were also standing by to find out the truth. On the other hand, Frankie, who had been taken to his hometown, decided to steal the hometown of Straw Hat Crew. I heard that there was only one person there, and he planned to use that person to lead out the rest of the guys. Coupled with the return of the gods of water tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. And everything is just as Luo Ke said. CP9 is indeed the mastermind behind this operation. They planned to kill Ace Bagoo and then put the straw hat on the gang. With the strength of the crushing, everything went smoothly, but an accident occurred. That is, they thought the design was in the hands of Ace Bagoo, but what they got was fake. There's no way they can only press Ace Bagoo personally. That's when a masked CP9 finally revealed their identities. When the 4 people of CP9 showed their true colors, Ace Bagoo in the video was full of consternation. They were Carly's FA, Luo Ke, Kaku, and the bar owner Blueno who had just been by his side. Please let us know the whereabouts of Pluton's blueprints before you cause more casualties. We've been lurking here for 5 years. Don't worry, we've got work done. I know you're down, but we can't afford to waste time on this. In order to achieve your goals, you will come up with the best solution. I advise you not to make unnecessary resistance. Luo Ke said, you should have heard of CP. I know, but all I know is up to CP8. Ace Bagoo said, I think so too, but our CP9 is the 9th CP that should not exist because we have certain privileges, so we cannot let the world know our existence. Of course, this is all based on justice. The government allows us to kill the citizens who are unwilling to assist the government. Luo Ke said coldly. Luo Ke's words suddenly caused an uproar in the whole world. Based on justice, the city and the people can be killed. What kind of justice is this? It's so chaotic. How can you kill people in the name of justice? Ace Bagoo said, some officials of the world's government have changed their minds. They think that instead of worrying about the resurrection of weapons, it is better to simply regard the awakening of weapons as a combat force used to end the era of great voyages. But you are unwilling to help us, which is like saying to those who are still suffering from pirates around the world that I don't want to save you. Luo Ke said. Luo Ke's words made the people in front of the screen furious. Obviously, the world government wanted to obtain the ancient weapon in order to consolidate its rule, but they use them as an excuse. And can something like Pluton really end the era of great sailing? This kind of terrifying weapon that can sink an island with one shot. Take this kind of thing to destroy the pirates. I don't know how many innocent people will die. This is not a weapon used to end the era of the great pirates at all. If they are really used, they will only be more afraid, and no one wants to be destroyed together with the pirates. They remembered Zephyr's destruction after the madness. They wanted to destroy the pirates of the New World in one piece by destroying the New World, which is exactly the same as taking Pluton to end the era of the great pirates. That's when people all over the world realized how great Tom was doing. It would be a disaster if the Pluton design really fell into the hands of the world government. Come to think of it, what would happen if the 10 ships of Buster Call were replaced by one Pluton? The Buster Call of 10 warships, at most, turned this place into a scorched earth, and the people on it still had the possibility to survive. With Pluton, the island will simply disappear, and everything on it will disappear. People who have seen too much of the dark side of world government do not believe that Pluton will do the world any good if it falls into the hands of world government. On the contrary, if this kind of thing falls into the hands of the world government, it may be a disaster for the world. For example, in the case of Fravans, what awaits them may not be the massacre of the neighboring countries, but the shelling of Pluton forever. No aftermath. The means used by the world government to consolidate its own rule will be more convenient. Any existence that has a negative impact on the world government will be easily eliminated, and under the attack of Pluton, there will no longer be survivors like Nico Robin and Luo in this world. Those who survived and exposed the scandals committed by the world government back then. The whole world will live under the terror, and domination of the world government. Thinking of such a scene, people all over the world feel a sense of suffocation that they can't breathe. This is not impossible. Thinking of the contempt for the lives of ordinary people by celestial dragons and world government officials, I'm afraid that the world government with absolute combat power will not take the lives of ordinary people seriously. And what makes allied countries, non-joined royal family nobles and commoners even more terrifying is that if anyone disobeys the orders of the world government, then what awaits them will be the destruction of the country. Pluton is the biggest deterrent. If the world government obtains this kind of thing, they will have no room to resist. The whole world will become slaves of world government and celestial dragons. Thinking of this, people are grateful to Tom, Ace Bagoo, and Frankie who are desperately protecting the Pluton design. They really save the world. In the video, Ace Bagoo heard Lucci's moral kidnapping and directly retorted, "It's ridiculous. If the weapon is resurrected, people all over the world will want to seize the power of the weapon, and the damage will only continue to expand." "You don't seem to believe the government, Mr. Ace Bagoo," Lucci said. "This is because I understand human nature, boy." Ace Ba was kicked by Lucci as soon as the old words fell. This scene made the water capital suddenly angry. This guy dared to do something to Mr. Ace Bagoo. Damn CP9 undercover. Realizing that Ace Bagoo was unwilling to cooperate, Lucci and the others could only find out the blueprint in their own way. Lucci asked Kaku to listen to Ace Bagoo's pulse, and then ask questions about the whereabouts of the blueprint. Whether Ace Bagoo answered or not, once he had an abnormal pulse on the subject, it was enough to verify their assumptions. Soon, they tried this method and Frankie was Fram, and the blueprints were in Frankie's hands. When people heard the title, they thought that Ace Bagoo couldn't bear it and finally explained the whereabouts of the design drawings. But they didn't expect to be tested like this. As expected, Mr. Ace Bagoo would rather die than hand over the design drawings. And as Lucci and the others got the whereabouts of the blueprints, Ace Bagoo was of no value to them. Just when they were about to attack Ace Bagoo, Luffy and Barry released their restraints and rushed over together with Zoro. After realizing that Lucci and the others were the culprits of this incident, and they were going to take Nico Robin, Luffy and the others fought with CP9. However, CP9 showed an amazing performance at this time. Straw Hat Crew was easily defeated, and this crushing situation exceeded everyone's expectations. They originally thought that Luffy and the others could at least hit 5-5 and open. Otherwise, how could they be completely defeated later? Unexpectedly, here is simply solved by being killed in seconds. If it weren't for Robin's deal with CP9, they would have all been killed here. CP9 kept the deal with Robin and did not continue to kill them, but tied Ace Bagoo with Barry, who knew the truth, and then set fire to Ace Bagoo's mansion. Outside the flames, Luo Ke looked at the burning house coldly. What the pirates said cannot be proven, and the truth of this matter will never be revealed. Mr. Ace Bagoo, even if you're an excellent boatman, even if you're the mayor of a big city. However, a commoner should not have rebelled against a huge government. After speaking, Luo Ke and the others rushed towards Frankie's shipbreaking yard. Hearing Luo Ke's icy speech and the words that did not take commoners seriously, all the commoners in his mouth were aroused by anger. Lima Zhao. Can a civilian be killed at will by your world government? Your world government can do whatever they want, and a commoner, can only accept it blindly? Why on earth can your world government decide all this? Why shouldn't they resist? Why? Are they supposed to live under such a government all the time? No. They've had enough. They've had enough of this world government that doesn't take them seriously. For a time, more and more people began to make up their minds. If they don't resist now, they will be completely unable to break free from this cold world government in the future. At the same time, CP9's Luo Ke and others were confused at this time. They had been looking forward to the battle with the Straw Hat Pirates from a while ago. They want to see what kind of strength these guys have to defeat them. Then they saw it, and the Straw Hats got kicked out. If this is an anime, you must be able to see Luo Ke and the others with question marks on their heads. What exactly is this situation? Did they really get knocked down by these guys? Section 210 does not go on the Five Elders. Isn't it? CP9 crowd shocked. They were the second group of guys, is how to overthrow them? This is outrageous. It is certain that they will not like the Marine CP9. See, those guys have mercy on this guy Luffy Garp's face. As long as the government orders them who are not to face. You too, Garp's not. But the question now is, Luffy, they came out in the battle to show the strength, obviously not their opponents. Water Straw Hat were a group of them to be second, and cannot go to Eni's lobby, they cannot win it. Eni's lobby, but they send home, but cannot win a home? This is a bit too far. CP9 of people cannot figure out what happened in the end. They even lost in Eni's lobby. It seems only see Eni's lobby in order to understand what happened. The CP9 manifested in the image of rolling strength, but also scouring the weak impression they lost Straw, Hat Crew, and Stay. It seems that things are more complicated than they think. But more so, the more they are amused. Since world government, because Spandam, this guy lost these powerful fighting force. And if these guys turn into world government is the enemy, then I am afraid it is difficult to pack things up. Kaido, who have themselves, CP9 seems even more severe than they imagined. This is a waste of undercover CP9 5 years, and if some good training, maybe to become a useful fighting force. And even more exciting is Kaido. Luigi showed his devil fruit, Zoan, leopard cat's fruit shape, and this is his favorite Zoan, those who can If Rob is 547 odd way, then the strongest CP9 800 years, perhaps allowing 3 disasters become 4 disaster. This guy is on the appetite him. If this guy really wanted effect, then he was going to take. The next thing they know, and as development, CP9 found Frankie and forced him away. Anyway, Nico Robin in Frankie hand design requires only slowly interrogation can get. Throughout the process, CP9 are showing absolute power, Frankie naked. So Nico, Robin, and Frankie are both CP9 bring maritime trains to Eni's lobby. This scene 8 years ago, and as Tom was taken to Eni's lobby. On the other side, Ace Paku, about to be burned, is also Straw Hat Crew to help people down. Ace Paku, their dialogue with Nico Robin, told the Straw Hat Crew, let them know that Nico Robin is sacrificed themselves to change them live. So Straw Hat Crew decided to go to Eni's lobby rob people. The Ace Paku and Barry survived. CP9 here doing failed to cover up. Then Carrera's foreman, who also participate in this rescue. in order to repay the Straw Hat Crew's saving grace, but also in order to those few traitors' revenge. Frankie, the same time, also to save a boss, joined the queue. So rescue teams riding the train fire at sea. Number of people go to France, Arrow Island. This chase at sea too long, but also not much relationship with the subject, so Luo Ke only interception of a few fragments leapt over. Picture of a turn came to Luffy, a pedestrian, has come out of Eni's lobby, as well as transvestites and Sanji become a sniper King Usopp confluence, then rushed. On the other side, Luigi them is with Nico Robin and Frankie returned to the base of Eni's lobby. CP9. Here's the full CP9 also appeared in front of everyone. In addition to the water before all the four, the remaining four, Spandam, Jabra, Sound Without Fukuru, and Take Line Farmers are in front of people. Luigi and they will be carried out, and Spandam took out 2 devil fruit to them. As is the reward of the mission, Khalifa and Kaku got them. Then Spandam also available with Nico Robin and Frankie to talk. He already knew what they Luffy's invasion of Eni's lobby, but did not care. But here there are tens of thousands of soldiers in the handle. A mere few pirates want to break virtually impossible, not to mention CP9 at his side. To see an old acquaintance, Spandam proudly laughed. I did not think you can survive it, Katie Full-on Moo, and is considered dangerous in an accident 8 years ago to pick up in the world, and has been wanted woman, Nico Robin. People do not know what we do today. How honorable is great work. Spandam words make people's straight brow wrinkled. This guy again claiming credit, and again under the guise of protecting their name for their own profit up. He took interest, but also to put up their own reputation that does not exist, really brazen. Spandam continued. This should be in a few years, we'll know about it. I think that now the government's justice those old man who is too weak, Spandam voice down. Power Hall of 5 Elders' face suddenly fell. The old man? Powerless? This Spandam had the audacity to choreograph them like that in the back. Are you tired of living? When Spandam saw this scene, he stayed there as if he had been struck by lightning, and then he seemed to be greatly frightened. His eyes widened and his legs became weak. What did he just hear? He actually called the old man 5 Elders and criticized their justice for being weak and weak. Is his future self crazy? He just said what he said in his heart. Spandam was completely panicked, not even when he launched the Buster Call at the Eni's lobby before. In this world, he can't offend anyone, but he can offend the 5 Elders. Everything he does now depends on the gift of the 5 Elders. Without the world government, he is nothing, and he is actually scolding the 5 Elders. It's over, it's over. He remembered that the last one who scolded the 5 Elders almost ate his golden meal, and finally, ABCD. Even Marine couldn't make it, but he didn't expect it to be his turn now. Spandam slapped himself hard. This mouth, it's this mouth, and it's all because of this mouth that he's like this now. The disaster came out his mouth. He really realized it this time, but now what should he do? What should he do if he offended the 5 Elders? While Spandam was flustered, people around the world laughed when they heard Spandam mocking the 5 Elders behind his back. This was the second time they had heard bad things about the 5 Elders from someone under the government. It seemed that these old men were not so respected by their subordinates. And this guy Spandam, they originally thought this guy was a fool. But now it seems that he's not only stupid but also tough. Dare to say anything. If they weren't sure what would happen to Spandam after this time, they are now. If nothing else, let's go straight to the incense. Even the top boss dared to slander, and it was exposed. If Spandam escaped the disaster, then they really served Spandam's background. I'm afraid only celestial dragons can be so arrogant. Spandam's words continued. Tutors can't achieve their goals at all, but we are working hard for the peace of mankind. As long as any fool dares to interfere with us, kill them as if they sacrifice for peace. Murlocs who don't hand over what we want will be killed as those who rebel against justice. Frankie got angry when he heard this. Mr. Tom is trying so hard to protect the blueprints because there are bastards like you in the world. Saying that, he bit Spandam's head. Spandam shouted for help, but fortunately Kiss to save him. Spandam stomped on Frankie's head. If you had known that the blueprint was in your hands, it would have been too easy to get it. As long as you used the past charges, you could easily do it. In contrast, that guy Ace Bagoo is much more troublesome. He not only became the mayor of the Water City and is popular with the city and the people, but he also does business with the government. Even the government cannot do without him. We can't take him lightly. Just when I couldn't wait to get my hands on him, Admiral Akiji gave me good news. He told me Nico Robin was going to Water 7. Hearing Spandam's words, people think of the source of all evil, Qingxiong. If it wasn't for him leaking information to Spandam, there would not have been so many incidents and the water capital would have been implicated. People are glad that neither Akiji nor Akainu became Marshal Marine. The two key figures who revived the ancient weapon are now in my hands. Excited, Spandam said, "Do you understand? The whole situation is in my favor now. The power to rule any great country is already in my hands if I want to do that." Spandam's words revealed a question that worried all the kings of the alliance countries. When weapons like Pluton fell into the hands of the world government, what would happen to the kings of the alliance countries? Now Spandam's words prove this. They have this and can rule any big country. They will be completely dominated by the world government and can no longer resist. Thinking of this, even the kings of the allied countries began to worry about the designs in Frankie's hands. If these things fell into the hands of the world government, then everything Spandam said would come true. And now the five elders can't listen anymore. How do they get this idiot, Spandam, to carry out this mission and think it wasn't big enough? To actually say such words, what would the kings of the alliance countries think when they heard this? And the Pluton blueprint, did you find it? Is it yours? It's from the world government. And this idiot, Spandam, wants to occupy this kind of thing, and he makes a lot of nonsense. It's just hateful. This idiot. Do you want to let the world government's face be wiped clean before giving up? It can't be dragged on any longer. Let CP9 take this guy down immediately and let him stay in the government. I'm afraid the world government will be ruined by him. Take this opportunity to clear his relationship with the government. Otherwise, as things ferment, it will become more and more unfavorable for the government. That's all. After teaching Frankie and Nico Robin, Spandam asked Spandam to prepare a ship to transport the two to naval headquarters and impel down respectively, so that the matter was completely over. Spandam excitedly said to Luo Ke and them, "Because of this, the status that CP9 can get will become very, very high. Let's celebrate on the ship when that happens." Luo Ke retorted, "I don't want to be able to celebrate this kind of thing because I'm not interested in things like status, power, etc." "What?" Spandam asked in surprise. "Our justice exists in the world government. As long as you are the chief of CP9, we will execute your orders, but we don't need to agree with your thoughts." Luo Ke Dao, "You are right. What do you want?" Spandam asked. "Blood." Luo Ke suddenly changed into a human or animal form, with a cruel and bloodthirsty expression on his face. "As long as you stay here, even murder can be justified." This scene made people all over the world creepy, and Luo Ke's words just proved their previous conjectures. This group of guys are killing purely for the sake of killing. This is CP9. A group of killers who justified killing in the name of justice. Everyone is in awe at the thought that the minions of the government are such guys. They originally thought that the justice shown by Akainu and Marine was scary enough, and they saw that CP9 and CP was purely for killing, for just killing. Before Marine Admiral was a marshal, it was already worse. They thought it was the limit, but they didn't expect that there would be worse. This world government really refreshed their understanding time and time again. Even Marine of Naval Headquarters had trouble looking at Luo Ke's words. Their Marine belief is to uphold justice. However, the justice they worked so hard to uphold was rationally killed by these CP9s under the banner of justice. What is the difference between this and the Shichibukai who are legally plundered? How can their justice be abused? You treat justice like this. Justice is crying. Have you heard that? At this time, many Marines have to start a doubt. Can they really maintain justice by staying here? Is this kind of justice really still justice? Just when many Marines fell into self-doubt, the images on the screen continued. Soon after it was broadcast, Luffy arrived at the law, and opposite the platform behind the court was the Tower of Justice. On the top of the tower was the flag of world government. In the next second, a door in the air appeared in front of everyone, opened the door, and a man walked out. It was the Blueno, one of CP9. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were condensed. They thought of Luffy, and they seemed to be the first CP9 to defeat Blueno. So it should be this time. What happened in the end? Luo Ke and the others also gathered their eyes to look at the image. They were very curious about what made things change. In the video, Luffy and Blueno started fighting. Blueno's impression of Luffy still stayed at Carrera. Seeing Luffy rushing towards him without hiding, he seemed to want to show his ability to crush Luffy. He sighed and then said, "Iron body," and the next second Luffy's fist hit Blueno's stomach. Luo Ke in front of the screen, they thought that this time, just like Carrera, Luffy's attack would not have any effect on the iron body, but an accident occurred. Blueno was hit by Luffy and vomited blood. What's the situation? Luo Ke and their faces changed. Why did they have such a big change in such a short time? At this moment, they suddenly remembered that Luffy seemed to have fought with the Frankie family before fighting them that day, and then he had a fight with his teammate Usopp. Fought through conflicts, and later fought with Frankie, playing 3 games in a row, but did not replenish his energy in time. And this time I come to Eni's lobby, but Luffy is here ready to be sent. Is this the difference? Luffy, who was hit by a single blow, continued to attack. After Blueno tasted that Luffy was all-powerful, he didn't dare to push it anymore and quickly dodged with a shave, but Luffy saw the movement clearly, and then he slapped him on the ground. The battle situation was completely different from that of Water City. At this time, Blueno finally realized that Luffy was not an ordinary opponent, so he began to fight with all his strength. Sixth, various abilities, including Style System, Gongjiao, Moonwalk, Finger Pistol, and Min Min Fruit, are all used by him. However, it failed to effectively cause damage to Luffy, and a more serious situation appeared, and Luffy had already kept up with the speed of the system. Then a familiar scene appeared and saw Luffy press his hands on his knees, and then his legs were compressed like springs. In an instant, his skin turned pink, red, and his body was steaming. Second block. Luo Ke and the others have seen this trick in Summit War. This should be the ability after Luffy's fruit ability was developed. They didn't expect it to be used for the first time when playing Blueno. In the next second, Luo Ke and their pupil shrank because they saw that Luffy used their 6-type system. This guy actually learned their skills in the battle with them. They've been working hard for a long time to master the skills Luffy, this guy, actually learned in such a short time. This can only show one problem. This guy has a very strong physical fitness. This is the real strength of this guy. Soon Blueno was hit by Luffy with successive attacks. The skills that he was originally good at appeared in the hands of the enemy, but Blueno couldn't catch Luffy's movements, so he could only passively be beaten and had no choice but to activate the door fruit to hide, waiting for the opportunity. Only Luffy was left on the platform. The next second Blueno appeared from midair and tried to use Luffy's abilities, but was flashed by Luffy. Then Luffy stretched out his hands and aimed at Blueno. So, look for flowers. Upon seeing this, Blueno activated his strongest Iron Body Gang again, trying to block this move. With only a bang, Luffy's fist fell on Blueno's abdomen, and the guy still stood on the ground and didn't fall down. Just when Luffy praised the opponent's ability to play a trick, he realized that Blueno had lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Blueno, one of CP9, lost. Seeing that Blueno was knocked down, the faces of all CP9 members became serious. They originally thought they were knocked down by some accident or some trap, but Luffy defeated the Blueno with hard power, and they learned just by watching them use it. This guy is strong. If this is the case, then it seems that it is not impossible for others to be knocked down next. This thought makes their faces gloomy and terrible as soon as they appear. If they were defeated head-on by this group of guys, it would mean that they had completely lost without any other reason. Their proud strength was so defeated by a few pirates who had just gone out to sea for a few months, making them feel shocked. Among them, Luo Ke's blow was the biggest. He is a genius known as the strongest CP9 for 800 years. He has shown amazing strength since he was a child. The year-old boy was knocked down. How could this allow him, who has been proud of his strength since he was a child, to accept it? Doesn't this mean that this kid Luffy is more genius than him? He is nothing more than that. I think that Luffy's current strength is not ranked in this sea at all. Those guys in New World Luffy will have to practice for 2 years before they can deal with it. So what is he who lost to Luffy 2 years ago? At this time, Luo Ke only felt that he, in the image, was like a clown. He has been invincible in the world since the capital of water, despising everything and putting no one in his eyes. But in fact, he is proud of this level of strength. The thought of his pretending and biblical appearance was broadcast live to the whole world, and it was enough to fall into the eyes of the common people, but it was undoubtedly a laughingstock to fall into the eyes of the strong. I'm afraid those guys were thinking in their hearts when they saw what was wrong at the time. Who gave this guy so much confidence? Can anyone tell me what is good about this kind of strength? New World is better than this guy if he catches anyone. Why on earth can he pretend like this? It is estimated that a lot of people are laughing at his at the bottom of the well. Thinking of this, Luo Ke's face became more ugly, and he felt like a clown. Then Luo Ke remembered one more thing. That is, Luffy and the others have already drank the potion of Constitution, and their physique is more terrifying than before. Before they drank it, they were no longer opponents. It will be them in seconds. This gave Luo Ke a deep blow again, and even the tasks were left behind by him. Now there's only one thought in his mind. Why is he so weak? Why is he a genius since he was a child? Why is he so weak now? Strength is the source of his pride, and when this is broken, he can't keep his cool. Kaku and the others saw Luo Ke's face, and it was the first time they saw Luo Ke so gaff. It seems that this hit him hard, and equally, they suffered no small blow. Their CP9 was really defeated like this, and their mood was particularly bad for a while. And their bad mood makes others feel quite happy. CP9 has been defiant before, and they have long wanted to let this group of guys taste the pain of failure. This time, the wish was fulfilled, and people were even more happy when they thought of the fact that these guys were abandoned and hunted down by the world government. What is good about these CP9s? They're just government tools and government dogs. When they are useless, they're not being slaughtered and killed. They think they're superiors and take off that layer of skin. In fact, there is no difference between them. After all, they're all slaves of celestial dragons. CP9s are just a bunch of good slaves. As Blueno was knocked down, Spandam also found out about this situation, and he was shocked and hurriedly summoned other CP9s to erase the Straw Hat crew. On the other side, Straw Hat crew also arrived later, and the two sides faced off across the air. CP9 on one side, Straw Hat crew on the other, where Nico, Robin, and Frankie were taken hostage. Straw Hat crew calls Nico Robin back. As long as she is willing to come back, no matter what the danger is, they're willing to go to save her. But because of the shadow of Buster Call in childhood, she is very afraid of Spandam, who holds Buster Call authority, and is afraid of Straw Hat crew. He died here in order to save himself. So he was reluctant to agree and wanted them to escape. At this time, Nico Robin in front of the screen was very emotional when he saw this scene. To be honest, if he had not experienced the live broadcast of answering questions, I am afraid that he would really be as afraid of Buster Call as she is in the video. But now she is not afraid anymore, after knowing that they made a big fuss about Eni's lobby and came back alive for Buster Call. She is not afraid anymore, and she still has enough power now. After the master uses haki, she is not afraid of these anymore. But she was still moved to see the efforts of Straw Hat crew in Eni's lobby to save her. Saul, I have found a partner who can rely on my life. In the video, Robin finally revealed the reason why she didn't want to go back. She was worried that she would be a burden to the Straw Hats. She was worried that the Straw Hats, who had been pursued by the world government, would one day be unbearable and abandoned by them. In order to keep these beautiful, I chose to leave. Knowing this, Luffy immediately made Usopp attack the flag of the world government, and the flames directly burned the flag of the world government. This is the symbol of the world government, and this is also the Eni's lobby. If you do this kind of thing here, there is no doubt that you are declaring war on the world government. People all over the world were shocked to see this scene. Straw Hat Crew is so brave to do this kind of thing in order to save his partner. This is a blatant declaration of war against the world government. With such a move, whether Nico Robin is present or not, the Straw Hats will definitely become the world government's must-see list, otherwise the world government's prestige will be lost. Rao is a person who doesn't like pirates, and when he sees this scene, he can't help but sigh that Luffy is really loyal. It's ridiculous the guy in the previous video used Doflamingo to oppress Luffy. This guy doesn't even give face to the world government, let alone a Doflamingo. Seeing this scene, people feel that their fear of the world government has dissipated a lot. Previously, they thought that the world government was an existence that could not be provoked, a behemoth that could not be dealt with anyway. But Luffy, a 17-year-old boy, did something they could never have imagined, publicly declaring war on the world government at the Enies lobby. Not only that, he also successfully rescued his partner and escaped. Even after that, nothing happened at all, and after 2 years, he still continued his voyage on the sea. It has done such a big thing, and there is no bullshit, and the world government seems to be nothing more than that. As long as you have enough strength, even the world government will call you. Luffy proves this firsthand in the video. This scene has greatly inspired many people who want to resist the world government to take the first step of resistance. Everyone is running wild on the world government. They can't be inferior to this 17-year-old boy. For a time, the pirate Luffy became a role model for many who wanted to rebel against the world government. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Hall of Power dropped to freezing point. This is simply a shame. The world government's CP9 was knocked down by Straw Hat Luffy, which has already damaged the world government's image. Now Straw Hat Crew has openly burned the world government's banner to declare war on the world government. If the world government does not do anything like this, the prestige of the world government will be lost. The Straw Hat Crew must be made to pay for their actions. Under such circumstances, finally Nico Robin no longer deceived herself. She told the truth to her partner, and the real rescue officially began. At this moment, Frankie was also moved by the friendship of the Straw Hats, and he finally determined that Nico Robin was not the dangerous existence that Mr. Tom feared. So Frankie did a bold thing. He took out the design of Pluton in front of Spandam. As long as you use Nico Robin, you can really wake up the weapon. She is a dangerous woman, but she has a partner who is willing to protect her. So I'm willing to bet zero. In this case, there's only one way to respect the designer's mind. Spandam realizes it's wrong and yells for Frankie to hand him the blueprints. Frankie, however, took a deep breath and spewed flames that burned the blueprints to ashes. The CP9's 5-year-old design drawings were in ash. Seeing that the legendary Pluton design was in tatters, everyone in front of the screen felt heartbroken. This is a precious treasure that can affect the direction of the world, and it was burned like this. But fortunately, this is only in the image. The Pluton blueprint of their world is still in Frankie's hands. This also reminds many people who want to grab the design drawings. You must be careful. If you disturb this guy, and this guy really burns the design, it will not be worth the loss. The final battle in the video finally begins. Nico Robin is wearing Seastone handcuffs. If you want to save her, you must get the key, and the key is held by CP9. It is not known who holds the key. For this reason, Straw Hat Crew can only act separately, destroy CP9 one by one, capture the key, and recapture Robin, release her with the key. So Zoro and Usopp went up against Kaku and Jabra. Frankie went up against Fukaru Otanashi. Chopper went up against Notori. Nami and Sanji went up against Califa, and Luffy went up against Rob Lucci. Spandam took Robin to escape the Door of Justice, ready to evacuate. Having seen Blueno go head-to-head with Luffy, the fact that Straw Hat Crew is going to beat CP9 has become easier to accept. The first to be knocked down was Otanashi Fukaru, who was quickly taken down by Frankie's offensive. And the second one is the male 2.3 Lion Snuggle. This battle is beyond everyone's expectations. The reindeer they thought was a pet turned into a huge monster in this battle. and such an elite was instantly killed by the monsterized deer. People who saw the scene recalled the reindeer's 50 Bailey bounty on Marine's bounty list. This TM is something that the pirates of 50 Baileys can do. How on earth did you Marine set the bounty? Such a big boss is only worth 50 Bailey. What about a white ticket? People are madly complaining in their hearts. It's really terrible. This guy is usually so harmless to humans and animals. How can he be so scary when he turns into a monster? What kind of guys are the Straw Hats? Even a pet is so scary. At this moment, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates turned their attention to Chopper. Chopper was also shocked by himself in the image at this moment. He could still be so strong. Luffy and Usopp leaned over to Chopper and said with glowing eyes, "Chopper, can you do that?" Then came Califa. Because she was a woman, Sanji couldn't shoot her and was hit by the opponent's bubble fruit ability to exit, leaving only Nami and Califa fighting for their wits. In the end, Califa fell under Nami's lightning strike. Otanashi Fukaru and Califa saw that they had lost to Frankie and Nami, and their mood was even worse. These two guys hadn't paid much attention to them before, and they didn't even win these two. On the other hand, the battle between Zoro, Usopp, Kaku, and Jabra became funny, because Zoro and Usopp were handcuffed by Seastone handcuffs, so the two played a swordman in front of the world. Seeing the scene where Zoro is fighting with Kaku and Jabra, holding the famous sword nose, people have mouths in their hearts and can't spit them out. Are you sure you are fighting instead of being funny? Zoro saw this funny scene covering his face. Why are they so handsome in the fight? It was his turn to be so funny, and his face was lost. Zoro blamed Usopp for his embarrassment. If it hadn't been for this guy to run to his Battlefield 07 and stay with him, such a thing would never happen. He now feels that he is the swordsman who has used the most outrageous sword in the world. When he thinks of this scene being seen by the whole world, even his master and his brothers can see it, he suddenly feels that his life is gloomy and embarrassing. And Usopp is even more angry. Zoro is ashamed if he is embarrassed. No matter how much Zoro is still a person, he has become a sword lawn. But fortunately, Zoro finally got the key to release the nose and Kaku to fight. On the other side, Sanji rescued Usopp, who was almost killed by Jabra after the effect of the bubble fruit was lifted. He faced Jabra and won without surprise. This is another positive victory, and Jabra is still ranked 3rd in CP9 power. If Blueno is considered insufficient, then the defeat of Jabra has completely proved that the strength of the Straw Hats is already higher than CP9. Seeing that Jabra was knocked down, Lucci and the others had to begin to admit that it was as powerful as a pirate. Maybe he will really be knocked down. Blueno, Snuggle, Otanashi Fukaru, Califa, and Jabra were defeated, leaving Rob Lucci and Kaku. The two of them are the strongest two of CP9. It was Luffy and Zoro of the Straw Hat Regiment who fought with them separately. The screen cuts to the battle between Zoro and Kaku, Santoli versus Giraffe. When they saw the battle between the two, everyone laughed and saw that the giraffe shrank itself into a square, but its limbs were short, and then its 4 legs began to shake, which looked very funny. People can't help but complain. Does this green, algae-headed swordsman have a funny aura? Why is every battle so funny? Zoro's hand just put down his forehead again. Why are his teammates and opponents so abnormal? However, in the next second, something shocking happened. Just now, the giraffe was shaking and slashing. At this moment, there were many slashes in the sky, and it fell towards Zoro. Zoro was hit all over his body instantly. This makes people instantly recall that this funny giraffe is second to CP9 in strength, second only to Rob Lucci. And Zoro's slash can't break the opponent's iron body at all. Failure to break the defense means failure to win. The battle was in a state of anxiety, and compared to the scarred Zoro, Kaku was not injured at all. Just when people thought that Zoro could not beat the opponent, maybe his teammates came to help and helped defeat Kaku. Zoro successfully broke Kaku's iron body with a 3-sword attack. Then a shocking scene appeared. I saw that Zoro seemed to be welcome. A phantom appeared behind Zoro, and then Zoro in the image became 3-headed and 6-armed. At this moment, Zoro looked like a ghost. With a ghost, 9 swords flow, a Shura, a silver mist. Zoro rushed to Kaku suddenly, and then the figure flashed and appeared behind Kaku. Kaku burst into blood and fell to the ground. Zoro, with his back to Kaku, said, "The foreman of Carrera wants me to tell you something. He said that you were fired. Does it say it in the bag? Is it brainstorming?" Kaku, lying on the ground, said with some emotion, "No one who works as a killer has any talent." Zoro said lightly, "You can still go to the zoo to work." Hearing Zoro's words, Kaku laughed, then took out the key and lost consciousness. Seeing that Kaku was knocked down and fired, everyone in Carrera did not show a happy smile, but was emotionally complicated. It can be seen from Kaku's last expression that, in fact, in the past 5 years of getting along, Kaku has already had feelings for Carrera and Barry. Otherwise, he would not show that expression after hearing that he was fired. However, he is not an ordinary person nor just a boatman. He is CP9, a killer. This is a task which is destined to not have a good ending. After Kaku was knocked down, his cold face showed the smile 547 of ordinary people in Carrera's company since his identity was revealed. Perhaps being knocked down was a relief for him. In the bag, they looked at Kaku and wanted him to give up being CP9 and return to Carrera, but they all knew it was impossible. CP9 world government, who knew too many secrets of the world government, couldn't let them go. There's only one ending for betraying the world government: death. Only death can be liberated, which may be the reason why Kaku finally let go. Kaku felt a little complicated when he saw this scene. After he noticed Barry and the others, he didn't look at them and didn't react at all. And Luo Ke and the others saw that Kaku was also knocked down, and their faces became even worse. Now CP9 has knocked down 6 of the 7 players in addition to Spandam, leaving only Luo Ke. According to Rog's answer, Luo Ke will also be defeated, which means that their CP9 is destined to be annihilated here. Before, they were still wondering if Straw Hat Crew had any tricks in the battle, but after a few battles, I saw it. They were basically knocked down head-on. It's a real loss. Luo Ke stared at the screen. He knew that it was his battle with Luffy right away. "Monkey D, Luffy, let me see your true strength." Soon the screen turned to the battle between Luo Ke and Luffy. Luffy held Luo Ke and asked Frankie to save Robin. Immediately afterwards, Luo Ke and Luffy started a fierce battle. After the combination of the 6-style body skills and the Zoan ability, the powerful body skills are fully displayed in Luo Ke's hands, and both speed and strength are beyond the limit that humans can achieve. Each of the 6 styles has been perfectly used in his hands, and he has also evolved and developed the extension technique, which can be said to have developed the 6 styles to the ultimate. Even the Marines from Naval Headquarters couldn't help but sigh when they saw Luo Ke's development of the 6-style body skills. If he could develop the 6 style to such a degree, Luo Ke was indeed the strongest of CP9's 800 years. In the video, although Luffy developed the 2nd gear and even hit Luo Ke with the 3rd gear, Luo Ke, who was hit, still stood up and still looked like he had no power left. There is a world of difference from the Blueno who was knocked down by Luffy before. And as the battle continued, Luffy's side was even more outrageous, and he successively hit 3 sets of Luo Ke's strongest skill, 6 styles, the 6 King Spear, and he was still full, and finally stood up. Everyone who saw this scene of CP9 was shocked. There is really someone who can completely eat Luo Ke's trick, and still stand up and continue to fight. I'm afraid this guy didn't eat the anti-scratch fruit, immune to death. But after thinking about it, they remembered Luffy's fruit ability, Rubber Fruit. With a strong resistance to blunt weapon injuries, it is no wonder that he can fight Luo Ke's offensive for so long. However, Luo Ke couldn't attack for a long time, and Luffy was like the monster from Immune to Death. He was defeated, got up, and fought again. Even Luo Ke might not be able to last long. Luo Ke stared at Luffy closely. He could be sure that he had used all his strength in this battle. But the boy on the opposite side just couldn't fall. Looking at himself in the image, he realized that he seemed to have reached his limit. Sure enough, after the last move, 6 styles, 6 King Spear, and the biggest round hit Luffy, Luffy stood up once and used his final attack on Luo Ke. A random punch hit Luo Ke, and the punch hit. This time Luo Ke's iron body couldn't hold back those fists for him. The smoke cleared, and Luo Ke fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Luo Ke was defeated. Seeing himself lying on the ground, Luo Ke took a deep breath. He actually lost just like that, and it was in a one-on-one duel with all his strength. This Luffy is really scary, almost immortal. This may be due to the resistance of the opponent's rubber fruit, but he also used the cat fruit to enhance his physique, and there is no excuse for losing. 5 elders saw Ching Xiong ran out after the fight and said, "We were defeated badly, and they would all be vomited and blooded by this guy." Ching Xiong, are you worthy to say this too? Are you sure you're talking about us, not you? Are you really on our side? What is this guy thinking in his head? What do you mean by running out to say such cool words at this time? Ridicule? If it wasn't for Qing, Li, Zhao, to push the hand, they all want to fire this guy. Marine has such a strange thing mixed in the 3 admirals. Is it their own people even they're beginning to wonder up? This guy was ashamed to say that he was going to be Marine Marshal, and he was fighting with a Kainu. Why didn't a Kainu kill this guy who only knew about watching dramas? 5 elders was furious, but they couldn't do anything to Aokiji for a while. Now that the external troubles are serious, they can't do anything to Admiral at this time. This will only mess up their positions. If on the first day of the year, when Rog did not show up, if they found out that Aokiji was such a guy, they would just let him go. Throwing Aokiji, this annoying guy, behind, 5 elders continues to look at the video. The end of the Eni's lobby incident also means that the video is about to end. The end of the answering live broadcast is the official start. Frankie in the live broadcast will become the target that all forces want to find, and their government must catch him as soon as possible. In any case, you can't let the Pluton design drawings fall into the hands of others. At the same time, the Straw Hat Pirates were very happy to see that the Mary had really come to rescue them, but their mood soon dropped, because they remembered that the Mary broke apart at sea just after they had been rescued. At this moment, in the video, Luffy and the others met the ship of the Carrera Company that came to meet them, just as they were happy for their reunion. The bow of the Mary suddenly broke, and Luffy was a little flustered by the sudden situation and hurriedly came to the boatmen of the Carrera Company to help them. However, Ace Bagoo said, "In that case, let him sleep in peace. I have tried my best." At this time, the image turned and switched to another screen. On the night of the Gods of Water, Ace Bagoo suddenly heard a voice. Then, along the source of the sound, they found the Mary, which was pushed into the sea by CP9 and disappeared. Ace Bagoo recognized that this was the damaged ship of the Straw Hat crew, and at this moment, he heard a sound from the ship. "I still want to sail." Ace Bagoo thought it was an illusion with his wounded head, but the voices followed. "Just once, I still want to sail." Feeling the wish of the Mary, Ace Bagoo repaired the Mary alone in the rainy night, but he knew in his heart that there was no hope for the ship. After the final repairs, the waves came over, and Ace Bagoo returned to the shore to avoid the wind and waves. But the Mary set sail again with this wave and began its last voyage. Ace Bagoo and the others followed the Mary out of the sea, and he wanted to witness this miracle with his own eyes. I'm looking at a miracle right now. A miracle caused by a ship that has long exceeded the limits of 547. I've been a boatman for so long, and I've never seen such a great pirate ship. It's really great. After listening to Ace Bagoo's words, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates closed their mouths. Luffy sighed, finally accepting the reality. Okay. This time, even Usopp didn't stop him. The Mary, who had been with them for so long, came to an end. At least, they wanted to send him the last ride. Luffy took the torch. "Mary, the bottom of the sea is very dark, and you'll feel very lonely, so we will watch you leave. Maybe it's a good thing that Liebu is not here. He can't bear this scene." Zoro said to the Sniper King next to him, "What do you think?" "No such thing." Sniper King Usopp stared at the burning Mary. The moment of farewell will definitely come. This is the moment when a man says goodbye, and there must be no tears. He's also made up his mind. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates watched the Mary. "Mary, thank you for taking us around for a long time." It snowed in the sky, and the memories of the Mary in the video kept flashing from the completion to the sea to entering the Grand Line and then to the Sky Island. In the end, the Mary was reduced to ashes in the flames. In the end, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. Sorry, I also want to send you to farther places. Sorry, but I really want to have adventures with you all the time, but I feel very happy. Thank you for cherishing me so much. I'm really happy. When I heard the last words of Mary, I just said that I would say goodbye like a oct man without tears. Straw Hat Crew couldn't hold back the tears any longer, so he covered his face and cried. With their weeping, the Mary disappeared into the sea. People all over the world in front of the video never imagined that one day they would burst into tears because of the death of a pirate ship. The Straw Hat Crew came to the Enies lobby to save the companion, and the Mary also came to the Enies lobby to save the companion. From people to ships, this pirate group is full of strong friendship. Now many people around the world are somewhat confused about who is the bad guy and who is the good guy. Why are the pirates who are clearly villains so tearful, while Marine and the government, who should be partners of justice, are so chilling? The world is so magical. But they saw the shocking scene that happened on the warship that came to Buster Call in the previous video. At that time, Luffy hit Luo Ke on the warship with the third block. The two fought on the warship. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, who participated in the Buster Call, directly ordered his men to shoot at the warship, try to kill Luffy on the warship. However, there were thousands of Marines on that warship. Some sailors questioned the order of the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral and were directly shot by the Ghost Spider, and then another warship was bombarded by artillery shells. The pirates are deeply affectionate and trusting with their lives, while Marine is crazy and even kills his teammates, which is outrageous. Admiral watching the play, Vice Admiral killing his teammates, and soldiers who died in vain. Who is the good guy and who is the villain? They will all be confused. But thinking of launching a Buster Call at the Enies lobby, Marine did it without any hesitation, which in itself was an act of beating himself. This makes people deeply feel Marine's cold, ruthless. At this moment, the Straw Hats also became a mess, and Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper hugged the bow, mast, and deck of the Mary and cried. The words in his mouth will definitely not let the things in the video actually happen. They will definitely protect the Mary. Thank you, Mary, and we are so blessed to be sailing with you. Words like that. Even Zoro, Sanji, and the others were moved by the farewell to the Mary in the video, and moved to look at this partner who was going to save them at the last moment. After this incident, Straw Hat Crew is more determined to find Frankie, the boatman, as a partner as soon as possible. Such a sad separation in the video, they don't want to go through it again. At the same time, the image came to the water capital, which was 2 days later. At this time, the people of the Water City were sorting out the town that was destroyed by the water gods. At Carrera, Ace Bagoo was drawing something at the desk, and Frankie sat on the sofa carelessly. "What blueprint are you on?" Frankie asked. The scale of the water gods is so large this time. The residents should feel uneasy. They're all saying that this island may be swallowed by the sea in the future. Ace Bagoo said without looking up. "So what are you going to do?" Frankie asked. "I'm going to keep this island afloat." Ace Bagoo wrote. Ace Bagoo's words caused a burst of exclamations all over the world. Should it be said that he is indeed Tom's disciple? After Tom invented the sea train to save the city, Ace Bagoo will continue to work hard to save the city. The appearance of the design drawing is exactly the same as the appearance of Tom's drawing late at night in the video. The people in the Water City were moved beyond words when they saw this scene, and Mr. Ace Bagoo put his mind into saving the Water City after experiencing such a thing. He is their well-deserved hero. This is the man they admire. No one should want to hurt him. On the other hand, Luffy and the others recovered, most of them after 2 days of recuperation. At this time, Frankie came to the door and expressed his willingness to use the money they robbed of them to build another boat for them. The scene turned and came to the port. A Marine wearing a Sharp pay hat appeared at the port, and people shouted the Marine's name, Garp Vice Admiral. Garp's group walked directly to Luffy's resting place and staged a scene where grandfather and grandson met. As the people in front of the video expected, Garp didn't come to catch his grandson. Not only that, when they heard Garp's words, they were covered with black lines. Because you're my grandson, I am not here to arrest you. I'll use this excuse to plug Marine Pond, and you can stay here in peace. Garp said openly, ignoring the fact that there was a large group of Marines watching. Seeing Garp's open-minded use of power for personal gain, people all over the world who saw this scene were stuck in their throats and couldn't spit it out. This guy is so open about this kind of thing. He really deserves to be the grandfather of Luffy, the iron-headed boy, and your grandson just blew up the Enies lobby. Will you do it? People are feeling the Marine pill. When Marine Admiral was watching a play, Marine Vice Admiral worried about the safety of his grandson and came to escort him. This works absolutely. People can't help but sigh. Luffy, who has no preference, is really fearless. I am afraid that only Luffy in this world can recuperate in the water capital with peace of mind after leaving Enies lobby idle. This scene gave the 5 elders enough food. Garp is too much. Can he still be considered a Marine? One of Aokiji and one of Garp turned a blind eye to the pirates. You are really good Admiral of Marine. Good hero. 5 elders were as black as the bottom of a pot. Everyone at Naval Headquarters also looked at Garp, who was sitting with Sengoku for a snack. However, Garp, who has retired, didn't feel like he was sitting in his seat gorging on snacks, and Sengoku next to him was drinking tea without changing his face. As for the current marshal, Kizaru called Al, but he didn't say anything about Garp, and he didn't have much opinion on Garp's favoritism. On the other hand, Akainu next to him looked furious. So much fanfare and selfishness ripped off Marine's face. He glared at Garp, but Garp couldn't get him. Akainu could only look at Kizaru again, to the effect that you, the marshal, don't care. But Kizaru didn't even see it, so that's enough for Akainu. It just feels like Marine is going to be ruined at the hands of this irresponsible B******************. Sooner or later, this damn Kizaru will pull this B************ down, and only he can save this fallen Marine. However, when Akainu looked at the image again, he was P*********** again, because a man appeared in the image. It was Marine Admiral Aokiji. It turned out that after Garp left, Luffy and the others held a celebration banquet. At this moment, Aokiji appeared behind a Nico Robin wall and talked with the wall. Facing the Enies lobby's culprit, the Straw Hat Pirates, he didn't show any signs of doing anything. Nico Robin, stand there and listen to me. Hearing Aokiji's voice, the cold sweat on Robin's face was frightened. Why don't you run away as usual? If it's just you, you should be able to do it. Aokiji asked, didn't I already say it? I can't help them die. 20 years ago, Saul, the giant who fought for O'Hara, was my good friend. On that day, according to his wishes, I who let you escape from the island had an obligation to watch your future life. However, you haven't found a place to stay for 20 years. As long as you see people chasing, you will run away from time to time bombs. I can no longer let you go, and I also found that you Ishin wanted to die. I originally planned to use this opportunity to complete O'Hara's affairs. Of course, I did not expect CP9 to be defeated at all. Have you finally found a place to stay? Aokiji asked. Yes. Robin said. Saul chose to let you live. Was it a mistake? Will you let me see the answer in the future? Aokiji asked. Of course. Then you can live well. O'Hara hasn't died yet. Aokiji's voice disappeared. When Robin looked over the wall, there was no one here. Aokiji, this guy appeared in front of the Straw Hat Pirates again, and then left without doing anything. People wondered if Aokiji took care of Robin as a niece after accepting Saul's deathbed commission. After they experienced the Enies lobby battle, they also ran over to confirm whether the opponent was safe. Before this, Garp worried that his grandson would run into the capital of water, and Qingxiong later worried that his niece would run into the capital of water. These Marine specials are all here to visit relatives, not to catch pirates. People all over the world have complained about it, but fortunately, the pirates who released Garp and Aokiji are not very evil guys. The Straw Hat Pirates have done a lot of good things, and they can barely accept it. In addition, They are also on the side of the Straw Hat Pirates in this wave. The things that the world government has done in the Water City are really unpleasant and disgusting. The image continues. Soon, with the passage of time, the pirate ship of the Straw Hat Group was also declared complete, and Marine's offer for Straw Hat crew after the Enies lobby was also issued. 7 members of the Straw Hat Group were offered rewards. Among them, Luffy's reward became 300 million, Zoro won 20 million, Nico Robin 80 million Baileys, and Enies lobby gave her a symbolic increase of 1 million Baileys. Nami 16 million Baileys, Usopp 30 million Baileys, and Chopper is 50 Baileys. Seeing these 50 Baileys, people were silent. Because of Alabastus images, Chopper was exposed to Marine's field of vision early in reality, but Chopper's previous performance in the images was not excellent, so it was just because it was the partner of the Straw Hat Group was offered a symbolic reward of 50 Baileys. Unexpectedly, after the Enies lobby incident, Chopper was offered a reward of 50 Baileys. Is this Marine blind? The monster that slapped Komodori in seconds is a cute little guy who looks like a civet cat and is actually a deer on this reward list. After that battle, you only offered him 50 Baileys as a reward? But after thinking about it, it seems that the one who fought with Chopper at the time had defected after the Enies lobby incident. Maybe Marine didn't know the situation after Chopper was transformed, and also only offered a symbolic reward of 50 Baileys. Thinking of this, people can't help but sigh. Appearance can really affect people's judgment. I am afraid that if it weren't for the performance of Chopper in the video, no one would believe that this little thing would be so terrible. Chopper saw this reward squatting in a circle on the spot. This is discrimination. Why is it still 50 Baileys for his outstanding performance in Enies lobby? It is exactly the same as his current reward. The Straw Hats Chapter 7 reward list is Sanji. The other 6 are photos. Only Sanji is hand-painted. People who saw this bounty couldn't help laughing. Who is this? Is this bounty serious? Can you really find someone with this bounty? At this moment, on the melee, Sanji's expression froze, and the cigarette in his mouth fell. After being stunned for a few seconds, he said, "Who is this?" Sanji can only be thankful that the photo he is now being rewarded for is not like this. If this is the case, he will really cry. However, this photo is still being seen by people all over the world, and it is more exposed than his real bounty list. Thinking of this, the whole person seems to have lost his soul and fell into decadence. The last bounty was Frankie's, and he was offered a bounty of 44 million Bailey, which also meant that he was now a wanted criminal, and there was no place for him to stand in the water capital. So Frankie's younger brothers came to ask Frankie to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Immediately afterwards, the new ship of the Straw Hats appeared in front of everyone. This means that Frankie will be the new companion of the Straw Hats, and the appearance of the Straw Hats' new pirate ship means they can continue their voyage. So look for flowers. The screen cuts to another scene, and here is a rubble. Immediately afterwards, a circle of light appeared in the air, and then Blueno walked out from inside, carrying the unconscious Luo Ke, and then the other CP9s walked out one after another. Seeing this scene, people immediately realized that this should be the situation of CP9 after Enies lobby was called by Buster. And the main owners of CP9 watched the video intently, and they were very curious about what happened and what would happen after they left the government. The whole world is paying attention to their ending, especially those big men who have ideas about these people. And look at these people in the image with enthusiasm. It can be seen that Blueno used his ability to put the defeated CP9 into the door world, so he escaped the Buster Call and survived. It seemed that, aside from Rob Lucci's injury, which eventually left him in a coma, everyone else was fine. Soon, however, there was a voice not far away. Blueno and Jabra overheard and learned that people from the government are now searching for the traces of CP9 here, and they want to arrest them and return them to the world government for accountability. Since CP9's body could not be found, it was assumed that they must be alive. Jabra and the others didn't have to think to know that it was Spandam who put the blame on them. However, because the ship was destroyed, it was impossible to escape by boat. Fortunately, there was the sea track of the sea train built by Tom and his apprentice, So CP9 used this track to escape the Eni's lobby. It's amazing to see this scene. CP9 Ishin wanted to kill Tom's master and apprentice and seize the blueprints, but in the end, he survived only by relying on the sea train built by others. Then the group of CP9 came to the city of the Queen of Spring along the track and wanted to find a doctor for the comatose Luo Ke. Yet they were penniless. Seeing this, just when people thought that after CP9 defected from a government, there was no need to abide by the rules, it should be easy to get money, and it would be over, and it was a big deal to force doctors to save people. However, to everyone's surprise, they did not do anything illegal. Instead, they are looking for ways to raise medical bills. Kumadori performed opera on the street to get rewards. Jabra and Blueno are performing wolf jumping through the ring of fire. Kaku turned into a giraffe and built a slide with his long neck, while Fukaru Otanashi worked as a conductor and a ladder. Califa, on the other hand, uses bubble fruit for cleaning. With the work of the CP9 people, they finally collected enough medical expenses for Luo Ke, and Luo Ke finally got treatment. Everyone was shocked when they saw this video. Are these people really those CP9s from before? The performance of CP9 in front of him is completely the same as that of CP9, who is arrogant, with bloodthirsty and ruthless eyes in his eyes. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, how could they believe that CP9 was making money by performing on the street? Occasional performances in dramas are fine. But what is this Jabra and Blueno show jumping through the hoops? A zoo show. There are also slides by Kaku and Otanashi Fukaru, and many people went into cardiac arrest watching the children crawling over them. They were afraid that these two guys would suddenly get angry and kill these children who were disrespectful to them. But it didn't happen. On the contrary, there were still children's laughter and laughter. These two CP9s are very popular with children. After you CP9 came out of the world government, did you really listen to Zoro's words and change your career to the zoo business? And Califa's bubble fruit ability cleans up the town. Seeing this video, people who were very disgusted and feared of CP9 even began to think that if these CP9 May 47 were not in the world government, they must be a group of good people. They are fully capable of robbing, and they're fully capable of getting as much money as they want, but they rely on their own abilities to make money. This wave has won the favor of many people. People can only sigh. CP9 is not in CP9. They're all good people. Just like when Kaku and Luo Ke were in Carrera before, everyone thought they were capable and respectable boatmen. However, when they recovered their identity as CP9s, they became cold and ruthless killers. And now that they lost their CP9 status, they regained their normal human nature. The only difference is that they are in the world government or not. Thinking of this, people can't help but begin to wonder if there is something wrong with the world government. Otherwise, why did people wipe out humanity after they went to the world government? Is this the distortion of the world government or the loss of human and sexuality? And celestial dragons is also the same. Obviously, the essence of celestial dragons is also ordinary human beings. Why did they become cold-blooded animals who are superior to others, despise life, and play with human life when they reach the world government? The Doflamingo family, who lost their celestial dragon's identity, were obviously no different from ordinary people. If it is the world government that dehumanizes people, the only way to reverse all this is to overthrow the world government. Let all return to their true colors. The commoners are no longer slaves, and the celestial dragons are no longer celestial dragons. Everything goes back to what he was. All this is the fault of the world government. When Luo Ke and the others saw their performance in the video, their expressions were embarrassed and complicated. But I don't think it's more shameful to do this. After all, they are not pirates. Even if they defect from the world government, they still have their justice. They will not do bad things that go against the principles. They are embarrassed, mainly because they feel a bit socially dead when the world sees them like this. Especially Jabra. Seeing the way he jumped in the ring of fire was seen by the whole world, he felt embarrassed. And when Luo Ke saw that they did all these things in order to collect the treatment fee for himself, he felt a touch of emotion in his heart for a while. For a while, people discovered that there was also a partnership between the cold CP9s. Then, this is very embarrassing, because in this Eni's lobby incident, the Straw Hats showed that they valued their partners, the Carrera Company also showed that they valued their partners, and the Frankie family also showed that they valued their partners. Even CP9 has shown that he values his partner. Only Marine, Admiral is hanging up, Vice Admiral is killing minions. Minions are being killed by teammates. So the question is, what kind of organization is Marine? Even pirates, CP9, ordinary citizens, bounty hunters, and gangsters value their partners. Why does a Marine even kill teammates when they get crazy? Is this the justice of Marine? For a while, Marine was particularly embarrassed. In the video, the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, who shot the Navy and shelled his teammates, received eager attention from the entire headquarters. Vaguely became the Akainu second generation. In the video, after Rob Lucci received treatment, the others in CP9 finally had time to rehabilitate, and they began to enjoy the rare tranquility in the city, shopping and drinking afternoon tea. With the passage of time, Lucci finally recovered and was discharged from the hospital. However, the good times did not last long. The city was attacked by pirates, and he also supported the hostages. At this moment, CP9, who had already defected from the world government, stood up and defeated the pirates. It can't be said to be defeated, it should be said to be killed. Instead of taking down the pirates and handing them over to Marine to deal with, they kill them, and the port begins to flow with blood. The townspeople and citizens who were originally happy to see someone defeat the pirates became frightened when they saw Luo Ke and the others slaughter them, and fled in all directions. Looking at the empty streets, they don't care much about it, they just do what they want, and that's their justice. But the city couldn't stay any longer. So, just as Luo Ke and the others were about to leave, the little girl who had just been taken hostage offered Khalifa a flower to express her gratitude. However, this action made Jabra, Otanashi Fukaru, and Nongtori sweat all over, and it seemed that they were very uncomfortable with being thanked for this situation. Khalifa took the flower, and then CP9 left the city on the pirate ship of the pirate group. Watching this video only makes people feel very awkward. Yes, it is awkward. When facing the pirates, CP9 became the group of cold-blooded and ruthless killers. But when facing the thanks of the little girl, he behaved like a socially fearful person. I didn't feel happy, just panicked. They are bloodthirsty, but they have their own righteous beliefs, only do what they want to do, and do not seek gratitude from others. And when others thank them, they don't know what to do. What a bunch of contradictory guys. At this time, people couldn't help but think of the source of CP. They were originally orphans. Most of them were bought by the world government from human traffickers, and then they were trained in a brainwashing manner from a young age to cultivate them into tools loyal to the world government. That's why they are the most trusted subordinates of the world government, and their status is higher than Marine. Perhaps it was the education of the world government that allowed them to form such a distorted personality. Thinking of this, people's hatred towards CP9 has been alleviated a lot. They say that they are evil people. They don't do illegal things, but they do good things. They say that they are good people, but their methods are too cruel. After all, they are just tool people who have been brainwashed since childhood, and they don't even have their own independent thoughts. They had no other choice from the start. The real sin is the world government that abducted these children and cultivated them into tools. The evil of CP9 is actually the evil of the world government. They have trained their children to become these executioners and assigned corresponding tasks. They're the culprits of all this. And with the playback of the video, it finally came to an end. Having left the city, CP9 has nowhere to go, and they think about where it all started, which is their hometown. They were nurtured and grown up here, and later entered the world government to become CPs. CP9 came to his hometown, and what appeared in front of people was a group of children who were following the master to practice physique. Seeing this group of children, people only feel a burst of sadness because they are the CP9 of the past, and their future will become murder tools like Luo Ke and the others. Although in the eyes of Luo Ke and the others, Seeing their hometown is nostalgic and beautiful, but in the eyes of others, they only feel sad. Then, with the arrival of Luo Ke and the others, warships appeared on the sea with 2.3, and Marine, who was chasing them, also arrived. In order not to involve the war in their hometown, they took the initiative to attack and defeated Marine. The scene turns to a ward where Spandam is being tied up with straps, apparently bruised by Robin's previous attack on him. The phone in his room rang, and after picking it up, Luo Ke's voice came from there. "I'm Luo Ke, your former subordinate." Spandam turned pale when he heard this. He didn't expect Marine to deal with these guys. And the phone bug continued to hear Luo Ke's voice. "Spandam, we'll be back sooner or later." Spandam, who was threatened by Luo Ke, sat up from the bed in fright and quickly discussed countermeasures with his father, Spandam, and soon Spandam showed a sly smile on his face. On the other hand, Luo Ke and others changed the ship to a warship and left their hometown. The received flower was left on the land of his hometown, and the image stopped here. Looking at the ending of CP9, everyone's emotions became a little complicated. They had liked to hear and heard, hoping that these guys would fight against the world government and Marine to die or die. But their performance after leaving world government has really refreshed their understanding of CP9. This is a group of extremely complex complexes, a product of the world government and government system. We can't say that they are bad guys, but we can't say that they are good people. If they must be divided, they can be divided into lawful evil. Compared to the pirates, they are on the order side, but compared to Marine, their methods are colder. I just hope that these guys can be themselves and be good people after they leave the world government. But Luo Ke's words make people a little uneasy, because he said, "Spandam, we'll be back sooner or later." Instead of Spandam, "We will seek revenge from you sooner or later." Does this mean that CP9 did not completely break away from the world government, but wanted to clean up his charges of being covered by Spandam before returning back to the world government that distorted human nature? If this is the case, then these CP9s still can't escape the fate of their children. After all, they're still a group of brainwashed killers. Thinking of this, people don't have any hope for this group of self-willing and depraved guys. They could have escaped from that distorted world government, but they gave up. Compared to CP9, they are more sympathetic to the group of children they saw in CP9's hometown, and these poor children will also take the path of Luo Ke. However, the big pirates who were originally interested in CP9 became difficult to look after seeing CP9's behavior in leaving the world government. If this is the case, then it would be difficult to subdue them. They thought that CP9, who was hunted down by the world government, would hate the world government, but they didn't expect that they would settle this account on Spandam and want to go back again. That would be very difficult. These loyal dogs, who have been tuned and taught by the world government, can hardly be used for their own purposes if they are not completely disappointed in the world government, and they dare not use it. Who knows if they will take advantage of the trend and become undercover agents who break into them. In this case, you can only temporarily put down CP9 and focus on the design drawing. Where's the design drawing and that Frankie? Will it be in the City of Water? They can't grab things before the world government. Considering that CP9 is now in the water capital and they are still elsewhere, it will take a while to reach the water capital. I can only hope that Frankie is a little shrewd and don't catch CP9 so early. They don't care about Frankie's life or death, but the design drawings can't fall into the hands of the government. If they fall into the hands of the world government, they will feel a little trouble sleeping. Even the Four Emperors group will not survive Pluton's attack, especially Kaido's Zoan ability core, even if Kaido has worked hard to build it. But if Pluton is blown away by a single shot, then Kaido's mentality will collapse. Except for a few Eudemon species and thick-skinned ancient species, Zoan-capable people may be able to survive. Most Zoan is not as capable of avoiding such horrible attacks like Logia and some Paramecia. Then, this army of capable people is tantamount to a cannon fodder army. It took so much effort to build it, and he can only be used as cannon fodder, which no one can accept. The same is true for other forces except Kaido. They don't want this thing to fall into the hands of the world government, and if it falls into the hands of the government, they will definitely be able to build them, and they can build many ships, then they will be even more difficult to mix. The pirates think so, and the royal family and aristocratic civilians of the franchising countries and non-participating countries also think so. The Answering live broadcast is coming to an end. In the next time, Frankie and the design in his hands will determine the fate of the entire world. What will happen to the world just after the Answering live broadcast is over? Everyone couldn't help feeling a little nervous. With the end of the video, everyone in CP9 fell silent. After seeing that they basically understood what they would do next, they should try their best to return to the world government. Their value can only be realized in the world government. As Kaku said, killers have no talent elsewhere. And only in the world government can they reasonably and legally satisfy their desire to kill. So it's not surprising that they would make such a choice in the end. Normal people would also think about washing their hands with inexplicable crimes on their backs. After all, it's all about Spandam, and Spandam, his father, Spandane. Seeing Spandan's cunning smile at the end in the video, this guy will definitely try to deal with them again. Since you dare to shoot at them, you must prepare for revenge. Spandam. Chi's eyes flashed a trace of killing intent. Although Spandane has no solution for the time being, Spandam is basically dead. Luo Ke and the others have just received an order from the government to arrest Spandam and deal with him in public in the water capital after the live broadcast of the Answering Questions, in order to save the face of the world government and distance himself from the relationship between Spandam and the government. Now that Spandam has been arrested by Otanashi Fukaru, he will be publicly executed later. The most important thing now is Frankie. Where's this guy? The information from the people who went to the Frankie family is that Frankie escaped from the water capital a long time ago and is now missing. If they can't catch Frankie and get the blueprints, if the blueprints are obtained by the Revolutionary Army, pirates, or Inyo Marine, then even if Spandam doesn't get in the way, the world government can't spare them. And I'm afraid I can't go back if I want to. In the past, there were CP9S who lost things because they didn't complete the orders of the world government, and now people are still in Impel Down. The government will not be merciful to the subordinates who cannot complete the task, especially those who have caused serious consequences. Small mistakes can be tolerated. Big mistakes are hard to forgive. At this moment, Spandam has been tied to the ground by Fukaru Otanashi. Fukaru Otanashi got a call just now and tied up Spandam directly. Spandam, a guy with only 9 Dao strength, was subdued even if he couldn't even resist, and now he can only ask for help with a face of despair. I want to see the 5 elders. I have shed blood and been wounded for the government. The wounds I'm taking right now are all for completing the 5 elders' quest. Spandam's face was smashed by Tom, and now he has to wear a mask over his cheeks. I can explain to the 5 elders that you can't do this to me, Spandam exclaimed. 547. This is the order of the 5 elders. Spandam, you are finished. Fukaru Otanashi opened the zipper on his mouth and said, "The 5 elders have decided to take your head to quell the wrath of the water capital and the world. It's settled. The 5 elders won't see you. You just die." Otanashi Fukaru said with a smile. He finally got out of his anger, was framed by this guy, and forced to flee, all because of this guy Spandam. Just to solve this scourge, they don't have to suffer from this kind of thing again. They put up with this idiot for a long time. Hearing that the 5 elders wanted to use him to quell public grievances, Spandam panicked, and he could feel that the 5 elders were serious this time. He's dead now. No. How could he just die here? He is still so young. He still has a lot of things to do, and he still has to climb to the top of the government. How could it be so dead? Spandam immediately thought of his father Spandane, who was the only one who could save him at this time. So he shouted to talk to his father. But Otanashi Fukaru lost Spandam. He thought that Spandam could not die. How could he ask Spandam to ask for help? Wait till you die. Otanashi Fukaru ignored Spandam's shouting and turned his attention to the screen. They still have tasks to do in CP9. As for Spandam, who was yelling and disturbing, he directly blocked his mouth with something, and it was quiet now, so as not to interfere with his access to information. At this time, the video was also turned off, and the screen cut to the live broadcast of Luo Ke's answering questions. During the live broadcast, Frankie was already full of tears, and he was overwhelmed by the fact that he saw the boys ask Straw Hat Crew to take him to sea for their own safety. What a bunch of fools. In order to save himself, even Eni's lobby dared to break through. The boss has been relying on his little brother. He should have provided them with asylum. Frankie's tears couldn't stop streaming. After the scene was cut to the post-live room, Frankie hurriedly wiped his tears. Rog said, "Now that the video has been played, it's time to settle the reward." Hearing this, everyone opened their eyes and stared at the screen. What reward will this time be? Last time Roger took out a bunch of good things: Devil Fruit Awakening Potion, Artificial Devil Fruit Formula, Water Life Potion. These things are beyond the reach of the 4 Emperors. I don't know what Rog will give out as a reward this time. People looked at Frankie enviously. This guy was so lucky. Why didn't this reward take their turn? Kaido and Big Mom, who failed to get the rewards they wanted last time, glared scorchingly at the moment. I hope they can have that opportunity this time. But 5 Elders and CP9 have a little dignified face. What they worry about most is this link. The rewards given by Rog will provide great help to the respondent. Before Zephyr and Luo, huge changes have taken place after being rewarded. It is not the original situation at all. If Frankie gets something soaring from here, then they want to get the blueprint from Frankie, which is even more difficult. That's not easy. At this moment, Frankie and Roger have become the focus of the world. Rog asked the system to settle this answer in his mind. The answer is over and the calculation starts. There are 10 answers this time, and the correct answer is 100%. There are 5 reward options to choose from. Reward 1. Get a teleportation opportunity once. Reward 2. Get a bottle of Healing Potion, Enhanced Version. Reward 3. Obtain a bottle of Physique Potion. Reward 4. Gain the knowledge of Frankie after 2 years of training on the Agency Island. Reward 5. Obtain an Edmund Alloy Injection and a Propellant. One Piece World Adaptation Edition. Above, get rewards for answerers, and then reap for the Master. Owner obtains the knowledge of the legendary Boatmaker Tom. Owner obtains Ship Spirit Seed. Owner obtains obtain the space ability of Blueno Door Fruit. Unblocking progress, plus 4%. As soon as the reward came out, Luo Ke's eyes were bright. Blueno's space ability. There are no ordinary existences related to time and space. Blueno's Door Fruit is a very powerful ability, able to obtain a space of its own outside the real space. This space no one can enter except themselves, which is why they can survive for Buster Call. And in this space, you can see every move in reality, and you can also move freely in this space and choose where to appear. This trick is simply impossible to prevent assassinations and invasions. It can be said to be extremely terrifying ability. An analogy is that Blueno brought sugar to Big Mom's dorm room to touch the sleeping Big Mom, and directly 4 Emperors became the 3 Emperors. As long as the small hand that appeared out of nowhere could not be reflected in the first time, it was a spike, and there was no room for resistance. And even if the assassination failed, it could be read into the space immediately. In addition, don't be too cool about stealing things. No one knows if you just emptied the treasure house of Big Mom. It can be said to be the magical skill of killing people and escaping. However, this guy Blueno is too iron and Luffy just as Iron Body. The ability to assassinate was used to hit the front, directly throwing his own advantage aside. Seeing this skill, Rog was very satisfied. As for Tom's boat crafting knowledge, although Rog didn't have the idea of being a boat crafter, it is better than nothing. As for the Ship Spirit Seed, as the name suggests, the ship can give birth to the ship spirit and automatically bind Roger to recognize the Master. Luo Jiang has only one ship, and that is Pluton, which seems to be a good choice for Pluton to give birth to the ship spirit. And if Pluton has the ship spirit, he can move by himself, and he doesn't need him to control it. You're already a mature Pluton. Go to fight by yourself. It's nice to want to come. The progress of unblocking has increased by 4%, plus the subsequent impact during this period. The current progress of unblocking has reached 48.1%. After reading his own harvest, Luo Jiang focused on Frankie's fifth optional reward: one Edmund alloy injection and injection agent. He remembered that Wolverine seemed to be the Wolverine that had been shot and shot Edmund alloy. It was originally an upgraded werewolf. Edmund alloy turned his bone claws into alloy claws. This is a good thing. Although it doesn't work for him now, it seems to be a good choice for Frankie. Rog imagined Frankie as Wolverine and thought it seemed like a good development. Although Edmund alloy gave Wolverine a very powerful resistance to attack, it cannot die under the attack of combined weapons, but is not invincible in this world. There are a lot of soul fruits, childlike fruits, and magnetic fruits that can kill him or make him lose combat power. In this world full of many fantasy abilities, it is not particularly outrageous. However, this is a good ability for Frankie. Needless to say, physical damage can basically be said to be bloodlock. Even Akainu's magma, Akiji's freezing, Kizaru's laser, and Fujitora's meteorite can't kill you. And the most important thing is that this thing is not the ability of devil fruit. It is not afraid of the weakness of sea water or sea stone. This alone can arouse the desire of many people. Out of his thoughts, Roger looked at Frankie and said, "You are lucky. This time you have 5 rewards to choose from. You can choose 2 of them." Long. Frankie nodded. He was a little excited. He was looking forward to this reward since he entered this live broadcast room. And deep in his heart, he has an expectation. The same expectation as Luo is resurrected. It would be great if there was an option to resurrect Mr. Tom in the options. He still cherishes the death of Mr. Tom because he created those battleships that he disobedient back then to take advantage of Spandam. Because of this, not only Ace Bagoo couldn't forgive him, even he himself couldn't forgive himself. This is also the reason why he has not built a ship with his own hands and instead opened a shipbreaking plant. If Mr. Tom can be resurrected, he doesn't need other rewards. Others heard that Luo Ke was lucky and suddenly realized that Frankie's reward might be unusual. Reward 1, get a chance to teleport once, and it can be teleported to any place in the world instantly. I am afraid that many people all over the world are looking for you. People from the world government, from the 4 emperors, from the Revolutionary Army. If you choose this reward, you can instantly hide in a place no one knows, which can help you get rid of your current predicament. Rog said with a smile, and Luo Ke's words suddenly changed the complexion of many people in front of the screen. Especially for 5 elders, if Frankie chooses this option to hide in an unknown place, then their hope of finding him is very slim. Now, they can send CP to explore from the water capital as a starting point. Maybe they can find the clues of Frankie and find him, but if he disappears out of thin air, then it's completely fate to find him. If it's so easy to find, then they won't be able to find Roger for so long. At that time, who will be the first person to find Frankie and get the design drawings in his hands? No one knows. Frankie will become an unscheduled bombing, which may explode a hole in the world government at any time. What's more terrifying is that if they were acquired by the Revolutionary Army or in Neo Marine, they didn't know that one day the Revolutionary Army suddenly appeared in front of them with several plutons. It's too late to say anything. What they worry about most is this situation. They didn't expect Luo Ke to have such a big problem for them from the beginning. Compared to the ugly face of 5 elders, the others showed a look of joy, like Lima Zhao, Digmum, Kaido, Doflamingo, and even Dorak. They're all worried that Frankie is now in the water capital and CP9 is now in the water capital. When they got there, they might have been taken away by the world government long ago, and they might have arrived too late. If Frankie can choose this option to escape, then whoever can find Frankie in the future will have his own ability. World government no longer has an absolute advantage. This is good news for them. And Ace Bagoo was relieved when he heard this option. Frankie would be safe if he chose this option. It couldn't be better. He didn't want to see his loved ones die anymore. But Frankie thought about this option for a moment, which is indeed a good choice for him. CP9 was at his door just now. After the live broadcast of the answer is over, he will go and decide what trouble he will encounter. If he can escape, he will be able to escape the current predicament. can be used as an option. Reward 2. Get a bottle of healing potion. Enhanced version, your body was forced to transform into a semi-robot due to the injury caused by the previous collision with the sea train. Taking the healing potion can restore your broken body to health and become healthy again. Humans no longer need to rely on machines to sustain their lives. The reward of healing potion has appeared more than once. They are already familiar with this. They also knew that Frankie was transforming people. They also saw Frankie fall to the ground after being hit. Although Frankie is now a reformer, able to walk, move, and fight, it seems to be fine. But this does not mean that his body is healthy. Transformed people are still semi-human, and parts of his human body will not be unaffected by transforming people. And this transformation will definitely affect the lifespan. Remodeling the body is not a treatment, but a measure that must be taken in order to survive. Even if it is a loss of life, it is worthwhile to survive. But now there is a way to restore health in front of Frankie, which is indeed a good choice. This is an opportunity for him to become a normal human again, and the lifespan he lost for transformation may also be regained as a result. The question now is whether Frankie wants to be a human. 5 elders and CP9 stared at Frankie closely, wanted to see if he was interested in this. If this can take up a bonus option, then Frankie can be avoided as far as possible from choosing the first option. As to whether Frankie returns to health, it makes no difference to them. All they want is the blueprint in Frankie's hands, nothing more. When Frankie heard this option, he was slightly taken aback to get the chance to become a normal human being. This makes him a little different, although it is said that he had no choice but to reform himself at the beginning, and he did it to save his life. In this process, I also suffered a lot of pain and torture. After all, it is not a comfortable thing to rebuild my body. It can be said that crawling out of hell is not an exaggeration. But he has adapted to such a body now, and let him become a normal person, which makes him hesitate. His body is now considered his masterpiece, but it took him a lot of effort to transform his body into what it is now. If he were to give up these things, it would be tantamount to overthrowing his past life. It's like turning him into a child who can't walk, learning to walk again, and everything starts again. Although this healing potion is definitely very good for his body, it is indeed a difficult choice for him to give up these. He is very satisfied with his body. This is his masterpiece. Frankie, who doesn't know whether he should choose or not, put this item aside, and let's take a look at the rewards later. At this time, Rog said the third reward option. Reward 3, Physique Potion. I won't repeat the effect. The Constitution Potion can allow the current Frankie to obtain a CP9 level physique. Originally, Frankie could only kill the sound without Fukaru by relying on the modified body. After drinking the Constitution Potion, his strength will inevitably be stronger. However, there's a problem. That is, the adaptation of the transformed Frankie to the Constitution Potion. The Constitution Potion is not effective on the machine. If the enhancement of the unmodified part does not have much effect on the strength, it is useless. Obviously, this is to be used with a healing potion. After the body returns to a normal human being, take the Constitution Potion again. Then you can get a CP9 level physique. Maybe Frankie can fight back in the pursuit of CP9. At this time, people suddenly thought that the first option was to escape, and the second and third options were to become normal people and resist. So what will be the next 2 options? And 5 elders are bright. The second option is obviously compatible with the third option. If Frankie wants to be a normal person, then there is a high probability that he will choose the second and third. This is equivalent to giving them a chance to catch Frankie, which is quite beneficial to them. Even if Frankie gained the CP9 level of physique, the people they sent to arrest were not only CP9 level, but CPO and Marine Vice Admiral. This is not something Frankie can handle. When the time comes, as long as you find clues about Frankie's trace, then the design drawings in Frankie's hands will be theirs. Frankie nodded slightly after listening. This was indeed a good choice. After he became a normal human being, he could obtain a physique potion. This solved the problem of his weakness after losing the help of the machine body. With this strength, he will not be powerless in the face of the enemy. Reward for, you can get the knowledge you have 2 years from now. Luo's words made Frankie a little puzzled. After gaining the knowledge he had 2 years later, where did he study? Rog continued. After that, the Straw Hats met a little unexpectedly and dispersed. And you came to an island where there was the former laboratory of Vegapunk, a genius scientist who claims to have technological capabilities that surpassed modern times for 500 years. You spent 2 years here learning the knowledge and technology left over from Master Vegapunk. These 2 years of study have brought you a qualitative change. It can be said that your 2 years in the Vegapunk laboratory are equivalent to the 2 years that Luffy trained in Rayleigh. Vegapunk's lab. Hearing this name, in an instant, the heartstrings of many people around the world, ABCD, were tickled. This is a big boss. Now the chief scientist of the Marine Science Unit, Vegapunk's involved in the navigation of warships through the Calm Belt, pacifist programs, and even the artificial devil fruit. The man who is 500 years ahead of the world's technology is no joke. Frankie went to Vegapunk's former laboratory for 2 years of further study. My dear, you have also found a teacher no less than Rayleigh. If Rayleigh is the top teacher in combat, then Vegapunk is the strongest in technology. Although Frankie did not personally guide Vegapunk, he studied the experimental data of Vegapunk for 2 years, and the harvest was not small. No wonder it is a qualitative change. And Frankie is also a genius. Could a boy who can create something like that at the age of 12 be a genius? The members of the Straw Hats are really not simple. But then people suddenly remembered one thing. They were wondering why only Luffy went to the Summit War. And his teammates? After learning that Luffy's brother Ace was publicly executed, the Straw Hats will never let Luffy save his brother alone. Now they understood that because of an accident they were scattered, so they didn't go. I'm afraid that during the 2 years that Luffy was practicing at Rayleigh, the others probably went to other places to practice like Frankie and Luffy, and they were fully prepared to challenge Doflamingo in the New World, and even won, and even went to the next. Hit Big Mom. Now people are a little curious about Frankie's choice. 2 years in Vegapunk's lab must be very attractive to Frankie, which can save him 2 years. And after the government learned about this, it would definitely not let this kind of thing happen again. It is almost impossible for him to go to Vegapunk's former laboratory again. If Frankie doesn't choose this time, he is doomed to miss out on this knowledge. The 5 elders are acceptable. Compared with the Pluton design, the experimental data of Vegapunk's former laboratory are nothing, as long as Frankie does not choose the first one. Frankie's eyes lit up when he heard this option. With this knowledge, he would definitely be able to develop something more powerful. Desperately, Frankie was calm when he heard the previous options, but when he heard this, he got excited. If he chooses this, then with the first one plus this, he will be able to find a safe place and have enough time to digest this knowledge. He thought about it. Compared to being a normal person, he should still be a transformed person more comfortable. And with this knowledge, he can definitely turn himself into a super. His hands were a little itchy. However, seeing the excited look on Frankie's face, the 5 elders suddenly felt that something was wrong. If they chose the fourth option, then another reward Frankie would probably choose the first option. After all, the second and third items are matched, and it is useless to choose the fourth item for Frankie to gain knowledge. He has to live to fully practice this knowledge, which requires the first item. That's the last thing they want to see. Oops. The 5 elders looked a little ugly. Meanwhile, Rog named the 5th reward. Reward 5. 1 Edmund alloy injection and 1 injection. Edmund alloy? This unfamiliar term stunned the people who heard it. Don't understand what this is. However, it sounds like a metal from the name. But why is it an injection? Injection. An injection of alloy into the body? What the hell is this? It's that 5 elders was also regretted by this thing. The scientific unit under them has researched many things, and they will have seen the more special things, so they also know a little about the technology. But never heard said such a thing. However, since this thing was brought out by Luo Jiang, it must not be ordinary. And Luo Jiang put this thing at the end before taking it out, maybe even more powerful than the previous reward. At this moment, people all over the world are waiting for Roger's next words. Frankie also looked at Roger curiously. Rog continued, After injecting and shooting Edmund alloy, it will replace your original bones. It is extremely hard, making your bones unable to be destroyed, and you can't even change the shape. Even if it is ancient weapon Pluton, couldn't hurt at all. After injecting and shooting, you will gain powerful self-healing ability. No matter any tissue or organ is damaged, it will be repaired. At the same time, you will gain resistance to poison. You can also withstand high temperatures, even in magma. In addition, it can also slow down aging and prolong life, enhance your sense of danger, and gain a superhuman physique. In other words, unless someone can destroy your Edmund alloy bones, it will be difficult to kill you physically, and any damage you have suffered will automatically recover. And this is not Devil Fruit's ability. It is not afraid of sea water and will not be drowned even in the sea. Such terrifying ability was spoken by Rog, which really shocked people all over the world. The bones can block the attacks of ancient weapon Pluton, have superhuman self-healing ability, and resistance to poisons. Even magma can't kill him. It can also delay aging, gain the perception ability similar to seeing and hearing, and have a superhuman physique. The most terrifying thing is that if you want to kill him, you must destroy his bones, otherwise he can heal himself. What the hell is this? So pervert. Who can destroy the bones that can block ancient weapon Pluton's attacks? I'm afraid Hawkeye is powerless. And this is not Devil Fruit's ability. Not afraid of sea water. Does this thing really exist? Now, not only Big Mom and Kaido can't calm down, even 5 elders can't sit still. They were already mentally prepared that Luo Ke would prepare a powerful reward for Frankie, but they never expected that they would pervert like this. This is simply immortal. How can I fight this? It's resistant, self-healing, not afraid of poison, danger perception, high-temperature resistance, let alone Luo Ke. Even if it kinda goes to immune to death, I am afraid the only way is to control him. Killing is definitely unkillable. It can only be subdued. They didn't expect Luo Ke to have such a terrible thing in his hands. They thought that Luo Jiang had already shocked them enough, but they didn't expect that Luo Ke would refresh their knowledge again. How many holes does this guy have in his hand? This kind of thing can easily create more powerful combat power than Luo Ke. And if Luo will be able to mass-produce it, it means that the world government is also difficult to deal with. It would be great if this thing belonged to the world government. With such a warrior who would not die, what would the world government fear? Frankie was also taken aback by the 5th reward. There is such a horrible thing. He was originally very interested in transforming his body into a powerful weapon, and then heard that Edmund alloy could replace his bones and transform him to be as powerful as a monster. Frankie was moved. If this is the case, then he doesn't need to worry about CP9 anymore. He won't die at all. And he is very interested in the substance of Edmund alloy. If he has this thing, he can study it. If he can study what it is, then he can apply it to weapon manufacturing. This is the powerful weapon he pursues. But Rog hadn't finished speaking. He continued. But physically indestructible does not mean invincibility. Its weakness is still very obvious. After all, it is still an alloy, such as the ability of magnetic fruit can restrain it. At this moment, a red-haired man in the first half of the Grand Line smiled contemptuously. He said so badly that he hadn't been defeated by him. In addition, soul fruit and other fruit abilities that directly harm the soul and spirit can easily kill him. Hearing that Big Mom sat down, the soul fruit could easily kill him, then it would be fine. It's hard to kill him, but it's easy to defeat him as long as you are stronger than him, and the result will be the same as long as you trap him. This time the 5 elders also sat down. This is just an immune to death monster at best. Are there still few immune to death guys in this world? They were shocked by the fact that this thing was so powerful that it didn't die, and it didn't have the ability of devil fruit to be afraid of seawater. As long as you know how to deal with it, then everything will be fine. Killing can be hard, but trapping isn't particularly hard for them. When the time comes, people will be caught, and they will go to the impelled down level, and there will be no shit. Are there still few monsters in the impelled down level? There is no shortage of Frankie. After heaving a sigh of relief, the 5 elders became interested in Edmund alloys. They don't know how Rog made such things. If the world government can be a master, then this kind of injection will be a problem. The warriors of the Adelman alloy will be an unmatched force in Marine. Not afraid of death is the strongest advantage. If Frankie chooses this reward, then you can capture Frankie and send it to the science troop to Vegapunk for research, see if it can't be researched. With that in mind, the 5 elders are even more eager to catch Frankie. In the video, Frankie frowned after hearing the weakness of the Edmund alloy, but quickly relaxed. Although these are also weaknesses, they are still better than the current him. And even if he doesn't choose this thing, Luo's weakness is also effective for him. It makes no difference. And choosing him will be stronger. Thinking of this, Frankie made a decision. Oh, look for flowers. I choose the 4th and 5th rewards. Frankie said with some excitement. The 4th reward is the knowledge he most desires, which he must not let go. Originally, he also wanted to choose the first one to leave the dangerous place of the water capital, but after thinking about the 5th reward, he wanted to study the Edmund alloy, and maybe he could develop a stronger weapon from it. Also make yourself stronger. With it, he also doesn't have to worry about the threat of CP9. Considering these, Frankie gave up escape and chose Edmund alloy injection. Frankie's choice made the 5 elders relieved, as long as Frankie didn't choose the first one to hide. It doesn't matter if Frankie is 4th or 5th, even if Frankie gets the Edmund alloy and becomes stronger, that's limited. At most, it's just immortality. There are some ways to catch him. The most important thing now is to catch him, and he is the first to catch him than other forces. The blueprint is the most crucial existence, followed by the Edmund alloy. Other forces, such as Big Mom and Kaido, are very angry. This guy didn't choose the first item. Is he rushing to send the design to the world government? This idiot can't stand the slightest temptation. However, Kaido couldn't stand it himself. After seeing the effect of Edmund alloy, he was moved. Although he said that he was immortal now, but in fact he was immortal. He was almost killed back then. If he can get the Edmund alloy, then coupled with his current physique and strength, is simply invincible. This thing is such a waste for Frankie. It should belong to him. Kaido looked at Frankie on the screen angrily and jealously, and was very dissatisfied with Roger. Why every time there's a good thing has nothing to do with him, and every time it is something he dreams of, whether it is the formula of artificial devil fruit or Edmund alloy. This is what he wants. However, Rog gave the opportunity to others. Kaido looked at Luo Ke with green eyes. This guy's a treasure trove. It would be great if he could rob him. Then all these things are his. It's a pity that the information about Luo Ke is really bad too few, and there's nowhere to do it all. There are still many people all over the world looking at Frankie with envy and hatred. To a certain extent, this Edmund alloy is more precious than life potion. How could it be bumped into by this kid? In the middle of the screen, Luo Ke waved his hand, and a ball of light rushed to Frankie's head and melted into it. Frankie didn't even react. At the same time, an injection appeared on the table. This can only be used by one person. Even if there are residuals, the second person's use is invalid. Rog said. Frankie nodded, and he found that a lot of knowledge that he hadn't had before suddenly appeared in his mind. He immediately realized that the light ball just now might be the 4th reward. And Rog's hand has also surprised many people. And even the knowledge can be given to others. There is nothing Rog can't do. This is really something that people can do. At the same time, Frankie immediately picked up the injection, and plunged it into his shoulder. People all over the world are staring at Frankie's status on the screen. I saw that Frankie finished the injection. Immediately afterwards, his body seemed to be suffering from enormous pain, which made him look ugly and cold sweat broke out, but he did not cry out. Compared to his previous body modification, the pain was nothing. He could feel the Edmund alloy transforming his body. Immediately after he felt an unbearable itching, Frankie took off all the modified devices on his face and arms, showing his true face. This scene shocked people, because Frankie's frontal part of the body has almost been remodeled. The things installed on it are very explicit after taking off. Really explicit. Even Frankie's skull and empty abdominal cavity were clear. But soon, The silver liquid and body spread from Frankie's bones, and then gradually solidified, turning his exposed bones into silver. Then the muscles, internal organs, and skin gradually grew out. Frankie's May 4-7 has become the same as before, but the inside has been completely transformed by Edmund King's residence, turning into a terrifying monster that even Pluton immune to death. Although he lost the body weapon that was carefully designed and modified before, he could feel that his body was full of power at this moment. He even felt like his fist could shatter anything. Just when Frankie was looking for something to try his fist, Luo Ke spoke. "If you want to try, wait until you go back and try again. If you want to try to destroy the things here, I won't sit idly by." Rog said. This instantly dispelled the urge in Frankie's heart, and he waved his hand embarrassingly to indicate that he would not do anything. Rog looked at the audience in front of the screen and said, "Since the rewards have been distributed, the answer is coming to an end. Mr. Luo Ke, I have something I would like to take this opportunity to say. Can you give me some time?" Frankie asked. "Okay, the answer is over anyway." Luo Ke nodded. "I can give you a minute." "Thank you." Frankie thanked Luo Ke. Frankie imitated Roger and said to the audience in front of the screen, "I'm Frankie, and I have a Pluton blueprint in my hands. There must be a lot of people looking for me now, want to get this blueprint from me." The 5 elders froze when they heard this. They realized something. At the same time, Kaido and the others also felt that Frankie's talk about the design at this time was definitely not accidental. It should have been planned after he came to answer the live broadcast. If so, I'm afraid. For a time, people all over the world looked different or angry or annoyed or happy or regretful or relieved. Anyway, they mostly guessed Frankie's current intentions. Thinking about it, this is normal. It is now well known to the public that the blueprints are in Frankie's hands. As the so-called common man is innocent, he is guilty. Even if Frankie now has the ability to be immortal, it is not invincible, and it is basically impossible to keep the blueprint in the hands of the guys all over the world. In order not to let the design drawings fall into the hands of people with ulterior motives, and to prevent the world from being destroyed, this is indeed the best choice. Let those guys die of this heart. Seeing this scene, ordinary people all over the world breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Frankie gratefully, which was also the best choice for them. No matter who gets Pluton, it's them ordinary people who end up suffering. They're the innocent victims of cannons and bullets. No one can get this kind of terrifying weapon. It is the best for them. Frankie went on to say, "Spandam and the bastards of the world government, you give me a good look. The blueprints you want are now in my hands. But I won't give it to you, and I won't give it to anyone else in my eyes. You're all the same thing. When this kind of thing falls into your hands, it will not benefit the world at all, but will only serve as a tool for your ambitions." So, the whole world was staring at Frankie and the blueprint in his hand at his next move. So Frankie turned to look at Luo Ke. "I decided to hand over the design to Mr. Luo Ke." Frankie's words made 5 elders suddenly stand up from the sofa, their eyes full of horror. This guy actually handed the design to Roger. This lunatic, how dare he do this? Luo Jiang has a Pluton in his hand, and you still gave him the design. Do you really want to destroy the world? The 5 elders' faces couldn't be more ugly. Rog, who owned a Pluton, had already made them restless and restless. They couldn't feel at ease without arranging Marine to patrol the nearby waters one after another. Now that Rog has obtained the blueprints, the consequences are even more terrifying than those obtained by the Revolutionary Army. Because Rog is the #1 on their enemy list, both the Revolutionary Army and Inyo Marine could only stand aside. The 5 elders now regret very much that they didn't pay attention to the work of finding blueprints before. They knew that they would not let the waste of Spandam go, and let the more reliable CP0 do it. Things won't turn out as they are now. The 5 elders were angry and fearful, while the 4 emperors Kaido and Big Mom were regretful, which meant that they were no longer with such weapons. But this was acceptable, as long as it did not fall into the hands of the world government. Otherwise, they would have no more room to live. After all, after Frankie did not choose the first reward, world government has an absolute advantage in finding Frankie. It's hard for them to win, but it's okay if everyone doesn't get it now. And Luo Jiang already has a Pluton in his hand, no matter how much more there is. 0. On the other hand, the people who join the countries and the non-joining countries are happy. Compared with the government and pirates, they trust Rog more. Rog didn't do anything to destroy the world after he got Pluton, and it was also thanks to Rog's live broadcast of his answers that they could realize the darkness of the world government. Only then can they wake up from the deceit of the world government. If such a thing exists, I am afraid that it can only be safe if it falls into the hands of a powerful and mysterious person like Rog, and they can rest assured. While Frankie, Ace Bagoo, and Tom are very courageous and responsible, their strength is not enough to allow them to protect the design from being taken away by the bad guys. This is a bomb from time to time. If Frankie doesn't destroy the blueprints, then giving the blueprints to Roger is the best choice. Are you sure you want to give this thing to me? In the face of this design that made the whole world crazy, Rog was very calm. What I have determined will not change. Since I handed over the design to you, I won't care about what you do with it. And I got so much from you, it's my return. If Mr. Luo Ke is unwilling to accept it, then in order not to fall into the hands of the government or others, I can only destroy it. Frankie said. Roger glanced at Frankie, seemed to have thought of something, and then nodded. Well, although I'm not interested in this thing, but in this case, this house still lacks some decoration. Immediately, Rog moved his finger, and a photo frame appeared on the wall, and then the blueprint in Frankie's hand disappeared. The next second appears in the frame. The design drawing that shocked and paid attention to the whole world has thus become a hanging decoration on the wall of the live broadcast room. This made the corners of the mouths of the people who saw it twitched, which was too extravagant. 2.3 That Pluton's design was framed in a photo frame and hung on the wall so casually. I'm afraid the 5 elders can't do this kind of thing. I'm afraid they have to find a treasure house to keep it well. This is something that CP9 has been undercover for 5 years and has not been able to obtain. But thinking of the countless treasures in Roger's hands, even the Pluton already has one. This blueprint really means nothing to Rog. This made many people even more curious about where Rog's home was. If he could go in and steal a wave, he would become rich overnight. I am afraid that even death will attract many people to die. Frankie's expression was a little weird when he saw this scene, thinking that the 3 of them, master and apprentice, ran away to death for this design and suffered countless hardships, but in Rog's eyes, it was just a painting that could be hung up. That's it. This could not help but make him a little emotional. However, after handing over the blueprint, he was relieved and finally no longer had to be weighed down by the blueprint and the responsibilities it carried, and he could finally start his own life. As for the design drawing in Luo Jiang's hands, he has also considered this matter. Anyway, he will not be able to keep the design drawing after returning this time. At that time, it will not be known who will fall into the hands. But anyway, the person who gets it will definitely design the drawing to achieve his own purpose. This is certain. Therefore, the design drawings must not remain in his hands. As a bow maker, he felt a little pity to destroy a masterpiece like Pluton like this. This design drawing has been passed down for 800 years, and it is a pity that it was destroyed in his hands. It is better to hand it over to Rog, and Pluton has been resurrected in Rog's hands, and he has not used it to threaten the world. And he felt that if Roger wanted to do anything to the world, he could do it without Pluton, because he was the man who could knock the 5 elders down in front of the 5 elders and get out. Whether it was out of repayment or entrustment, the only person he could think of was Luo Ke, and it was the most appropriate to entrust it to him. Seeing Rog accept it, the 5 elders' faces turned ashen, and the situation had completely exceeded their expectations. Now that the blueprint has fallen into Luo Jiang's hands, it's too late to say anything, and Frankie, who has no blueprint, now the only value left on his body is the Edmund alloy on his bones. But does this thing compare to the Pluton blueprints? And this is something Luo Jiang took out. Whether it can be imitated is a problem in itself. The previous life potion, constitution potion, and spirit potion 07. These things are all outrageous, and even more outrageous is that they can only be used by one person, and devil-like fruit. Only the first person to drink it is effective. If this is not devil fruit, they will all wonder if it is devil fruit. What the heck is it? The same potion has no effect when used by a second person. Could it be that the devil in devil fruit is also hosted here? The meaning of Frankie's existence now is only research value, and it is not as strategist as before. Compared to Frankie, the five elders now need to face the threat from Luo Ke and quell the events of the Water City. Now, CP9's mission can be said to be a complete failure, and there is no need for them to continue to stay in the water capital, and what this guy Spandam has done must be solved. Although it is said that CP9's mission has failed, they can't control this matter. Even if the ending of CP0 is the same, that Luo Ke is doing the trick and no one could do anything. If CP9 is forced to reverse because of this, it will not be worth the loss. Having them deal with Water City and Spandam would have made up for it. Agree. Also, Frankie will also put up a bounty to try to catch someone alive. This is a good research material. Let's see if Vegapunk can learn something from it. Agree, let's do it. As a result, when the CP9 people in the water capital were a little uneasy because King Wu was taken by Luo Jiang, they received an order from the five elders. After hearing the content of the task, they were relieved. It seems the five elders didn't give up on them, and this time it was Spandam who took the blame. This made Lu Chi and the others show a sneer on their faces. Spandam, this guy Ishin, wants them to blame, and now he's finally reaped the consequences. This guy is waiting to apologize to the water capital and the world. At the same time, at Otanashi Fukuru's feet, Spandam's face changed greatly when he heard how he was going to be treated, and the voice in his mouth became more intense. A light circle appeared in front of them, and Blueno stepped out of it. "I'm here to take Spandam to Luigi's place," Blueno said. Then, holding Spandam on his shoulders, he turned to look at Otanashi Fukuru and asked, "Are you going with me?" Lucci asked me to continue looking for possible clues about Frankie here. "You go back first, I will come back later." Otanashi Fukuru scratched his head and said, "That's good." Blueno nodded, then opened the door and left with a whimpering Spandam. At the same time, Rog also began to announce the end of the live broadcast on the screen. As soon as Luo Ke's voice fell, the screens all over the world turned black at the same time, and then the screens disappeared in mid-air, as if they had never appeared. This also means that this live answering question is finally over. However, to the disappointment of CP9, they did not get any clues about Frankie from it. Not only that, but the blueprints were also lost and their mission failed. Fortunately, the five elders didn't count this on their head, and this time Spandam took the blame. And Frankie, although he has lost the blueprint, his value to the world government is not as good as before, but if he can catch Frankie, he can make up for it. So Otanashi Fukuru decided to go to the shipbreaking yard to find clues about where Frankie went. However, just as he came to the door, a man who only wore a tunic appeared in front of him, and this person was Frankie. Frankie returned to the shipbreaking yard after the quiz broadcast, thinking that the guys from CP9 would be waiting for him here, and he was going to face a big fight. But to his surprise, the house does have to be turned overlook, but CP9 had disappeared without a trace. It makes Frankie sigh of relief. He did not know how serious he was, playing with several people at the same time. He also CP9's not sure. And in case they lost, and that he faces jail, is probably not only more likely to become the guinea pigs. Because even if he himself is very interested in his current body, which is not to say that the world government, Frankie decided to act decisively so bugger. However, just when he slipped in front of, but a large body fat and hit one behind. This man is what he had seen in the image by his defeat of CP9 Sound without Fukuru. They almost hit together. The two sides gave startled. Both stepped back, staring at each other. Frankie Sound without Fukuru, seeing no one behind. That now, their only Sound without Fukuru a person, allowing him to relief. Singled well, he was not afraid of gang fights. The Sound without Fukuru also some overjoyed. I did not expect the water that escaped from the capital of Frankie actually still here, but he also ran into. If he can win, it will be able to redeem oneself. But now he is the only one in here. Taking into account the future, he is defeated at the hands of Frankie, which makes him lightly. Frankie immediately raised his left hand, aiming sound without Fuku, left-handed weapon. Fukaru sound without notice to launch an immediate action Frankie paper arts ready to dodge. However, not bullets were playing out. The two sides so stare for a while, the atmosphere into a stalemate. After a while, Frankie was scratching his head and said, "I'm sorry, forgot. I do not have these moves of the." He looked to the sound without Fukaru, shook his fist. "I'm the only double fist." Immediately rushed to the sound without Fukaru. Sound without Fukaru. No, Frankie changed now. His fist now can be regarded as the hardest of the existence of this world. He did not dare income, so quickly dodge with paper arts. Like a huge body swaying to the use of paper in the paper arts. Frankie punches down all but escaped, so he was a bit angry. "Darn, you will only hide this guy, do? You coward escaped this wisdom. If you did not want to fight, then I left. I cannot work with you this fall by the wayside, a waste of time. It seems that you know after knock pale ba, coward." Frankie, this is not a joke. If the time delay sound without Fukaru really do not play, then he jumped into the sea directly in the slide. Anyway, and now he will not be drowned, leaving the fish directly from the sea in addition to people who also do not want to catch up with him. No sound heard. Fukaru sank his face. "What did you say? Damn it, your words offend me." Sound without Fukaru put 547 boxing pose. "I'll show you my fist to kill it." Having sound without Fukaru, instantaneous flash in front of Frankie body, and then a punch to the cheek of Frankie middle of his face. Frankie fight directly to his face bleeding. Effective, but before he pleased, Frankie fist ensued to fight back the same sound without Fukaru. Iron body, sound without Fukaru time to dodge, with a life insurance tricks quickly. However, the iron body did not keep him sound without Fukaru blow directly hit cheek deformed, his head buzzing. And Frankie attack, but did not end. After another fist as rain showers spending, Frankie obviously feel the speed. Power has changed agile and sound without Fukaru action in his eyes, and more clear. Frankie face riding a meal output directly to the sound, without Fukaru to beat lying on the ground. They do not know life and death. And then came to a stop. Frankie was surprised to find his fist has broken skin explicit, however is not exposed bones, but silver alloy fist under such sound without Fukaru of iron body, defenseless. And not long before, Frankie's silver fist, hand bone, slowly attach a layer of skin, blink of an eye, it is a hands intact. And he has just been sound without Fukaru wounded cheeks intact without incident, but broke the point of skin, bones simply did not move, but he is still being wage hurt face had been good. Frankie feel the power of his own newfound satisfaction fist. Now he will have a hard body than before him, although too few weapons and tactics, but harmless. Frankie glanced down to the ground unconscious of sound without Fukaru, and turned it into the sea, jumped into it, should not stay here. And before long, a man appeared in the ship-breaking yards, saw lying on the ground sound without Fukaru thoughtfully. Because even if he himself is very interested in his current body, which is not to say that the world government, Frankie decided to act decisively, so bugger. However, just when he slipped in front of but a large body fat and hit one behind. This man is what he had seen in the image by his defeat of CP9 sound without Fukaru. They almost hit together. The two sides gave startled, both stepped back, staring at each other. Frankie's sound without Fukaru, see no one behind. That now, their only sound without Fukaru a person, allowing him to relief. Singled well, he was not afraid of gang fights. The sound without Fukaru, also some overjoyed. I did not expect the water that escaped from the capital of Frankie actually still here, but he also ran into. If he can win, it will be able to redeem oneself. But now he is the only one in here. Taking into account the future, he is defeated at the hands of Frankie, which makes him lightly. Frankie immediately raised his left hand, aiming sound without Fukaru, left-handed weapon. Fukaru sound without notice to launch an immediate action Frankie paper arts ready to dodge. However, not bullets were playing out. The two sides so stare for a while, the atmosphere into a stalemate. After a while, Frankie was scratching his head and said, "I'm sorry, forgot. I do not have these moves of the." He looked at the sound without Fukaru, shook his fist. "I'm the only double fist." Immediately rushed to the sound without Fukaru. Sound without Fukaru, no, Frankie changed now. His fist now can be regarded as the hardest of the existence of this world. He did not dare Kong so quickly dodge with paper arts. Like a huge body swaying to the use of paper in the paper arts. Frankie punches down all but escaped, so he was a bit angry. "Darn, you'll only hide this guy, do? You coward escaped this wisdom. If you do not want to fight, then I left. I cannot work with you this fall by the wayside, a waste of time. It seems that you know after I knock pale ba, coward." Frankie, this is not a joke. If the time delay sound without Fukaru really do not play, then he jumped into the sea directly in the slide. Anyway, and now he will not be drowned, leaving the fish directly from the sea in addition to people who also do not want to catch up with him. No sound heard. Fukaru sank his face. "What did you say? Damn it, your words offend me." Sound without Fukaru put 547 boxing pose. "I'll show you my fist to kill it." Having sound without Fukaru, instantaneous flash in front of Frankie body, and then a punch to the cheek of Frankie middle of his face. Frankie fight directly to his face bleeding. Effective, but before he pleased, Frankie fist ensued to fight back the same sound without Fukaru. Iron body. Sound without Fukaru time to dodge, with a life insurance tricks quickly. However, the iron body did not keep him. Sound without Fukaru blow directly hit cheek deformed, his head buzzing. And Frankie attack, but did not end. After another fist as rain shower spending, Frankie obviously feel the speed. Power has changed agile and sound without Fukaru action in his eyes, and more clear. Frankie face riding a meal output directly to the sound without Fukaru to beat lying on the ground. They do not know life and death. And then came to a stop. Frankie was surprised to find his fist has broken skin explicit, however is not exposed bones, but silver alloy fist. Fist under such sound without Fukaru of iron body, defenseless. And not long before, Frankie silver fist hand bone, slowly attach a layer of skin, blink of an eye, is a hands intact. And he has just been sound without Fukaru wounded cheeks intact without incident. But broke the point of skin, bones simply did not move, but he is still being waged hurt face have been good. Frankie feel the power of his own newfound satisfaction fist. Now he will have a hard body than before him, although too few weapons and tactics, but harmless. Frankie glanced down to the ground unconscious of sound without Fukaru, and turned it into the sea, jumped into it, should not stay here. And before long, a man appeared in the ship-breaking yards, saw lying on the ground sound without Fukaru thoughtfully. At the same time, on the Carrera Company's side, they were already surrounded by crowds. People in the water capital are worried about the safety of Ace Bagoo, and they are worried that CP9 will shoot Ace Bagoo. Especially after the live broadcast, almost half of the people in the water capital gathered towards the Carrera Company. Not only the city and citizens of the water capital, but also the reporters from the newspapers came in droves to get first-hand news. This will definitely be a big news. Presumably the whole world is anxiously waiting for the fate of the city and the mayor of the water capital. Maybe it will spark a rebellion all over the world. The more this time, the more exciting. The reporters crowded around like sharks smelling blood. At this moment, the staff of Carrera Company kept Ace Bagoo behind and confronted Luo Ke, Kaku, Khalifa, and others on the opposite side in order to prevent them from Ace Bagoo attacking Mr. Goo. But at this time, Luo Ke and the others no longer need to be enemies with Ace Bagoo because the design diagram has disappeared and Ace Bagoo is already irrelevant to them. If there is no other task, they must stay here, otherwise they have left. In the face of countless hatred, angry, and dissatisfied eyes, Luo Ke and the others did not change their expressions, but there was a trace of impatience in their eyebrows, wanting to finish the matter of the water capital as soon as possible and then leave. And the original plan to chat with Ace Bagoo after the event didn't need to go ahead. At this moment, Ace Bagoo was also a little curious. If Luo Ke wanted to talk to him, he would naturally not refuse. In this case, he felt that if the government was not crazy, It should not do anything to him again. The blueprint had already fallen into Luo Zhang's hands, and he and Frankie had become irrelevant. However, Lu Qi did not leave at this time. It seemed that they were waiting for someone. Just as Ace Bagu and the others were confronting CP9, a light circle around Lu Qi suddenly lit up, and then a familiar person pushed out the door. He is the Blueno with the horns on his head in CP9. What people are more concerned about is that the person on Blueno's shoulder is the one who killed Mr. Tom and planned to attack Mr. Ace Bagu. However, what Spandam looked like at the moment really surprised them. Because Spandam was tied up and stuffed in his mouth, he could only make a whimpering sound. Spandam looked horrified, clearly panicking at the situation. People don't understand what CP9 is for. How did you tie up Spandam? Aren't they teammates of CP9? Or did CP9 want revenge after learning that Spandam framed them? Or did they defect from world government? Just when people were surprised, Rob Lucci spoke up. I will now announce the government's decision. Hearing Lucci's words, the reporter's eyes lit up and immediately picked up the camera to capture Lucci while recording what Lucci was about to say. The people in the water capital looked at Lucci curiously, wanting to hear what the government decided. Five Elders is very shocked by the fact that Spandam used a warship to attack the division and French ships, framed the charges against Tom the Boatman, and caused his death. The world government has no knowledge of this, and it is entirely the work of Spandam's meritorious deeds. The world government will never tolerate officials who know the law and violate the law, trample on, and ignore the law and the law. Therefore, the world government will hold Spandam accountable in accordance with the law and dismiss him as CP9. He will no longer be a member of the government from now on. After the ruling, Spandam was suspected of attacking the judicial ship and murdering ordinary cities and citizens. As a government and personnel, he was sentenced to death for knowing the law and crime, and he was executed in public in the capital of water, as an example. The world government will not cover up any criminal. Anyone who dares to trample the law, Spandam will end. Those who committed these things with Spandam will also be dealt with. Above. After listening to Lu Qi's words, Spandam almost fainted. He was just abandoned by the Five Elders. No, absolutely not. How could he just die like this? And to pay for Tom's Murloc's life. How can this be? He is Spandam. He has a bright future. How could he die here? Five Elders. I came under your orders. You can't do this to me. Spandam had countless things to say, but only whimpered. People saw Spandam's desperate expression and finally relieved with a breath of malice. Unexpectedly, the world government would deal with Spandam so decisively. They thought that the world government would still ignore their ideas as before and do whatever they want. It seems that because of the emergence of Roger, the world government has to begin to compromise. Although they saw the world government eating cancer, they were upset. But after hearing the announcement of the world government was picked up and cleaned. What is Spandam's dedicated personal behavior? What does it mean that world government has no knowledge? Don't ask others when you say this. Do you believe it yourself? They are regarded as disgusting by the world government. But they also understand that this is already the limit that the world government can do. If they didn't stop them before, they can only say that the times have changed, and even Five Elders have to start caring about public opinion. But it also made them realize that Spandam is just an abandoned son, a tool used to quell public grievances. This can't help but make people think that Five Elders is still a good way. With a casual sentence, Spandam has been fighting for more than 10 years for the design. In the end, Spandam failed to do anything and was immediately thrown out by Five Elders. The government was picked up and clean. It can be said that it is an upgraded version of Spandam that you have trouble memorizing. This is the virtue from top to bottom. Seeing Spandam, people can't help but think of the Freven's royal family, who was publicly executed some time ago. The Frey's royal family also colluded with the world government to make money. As a result, after the incident was exposed, the Frey's royal family launched a top package, and the world government had nothing to do with it. Sure enough, working for the world government is really terrible. There is nothing wrong in what Lu Qi said just now, Spandam. It is the end. Ace Bagoo saw the strapped Spandam with a desperate face and was full of emotion for a while. Once upon a time, that arrogant Spandam would have fallen into this situation. This guy finally got retribution. Luo Ke looked at Ace Bagoo and said, "The government has said that Spandam and you have a vengeance of killing masters. If you want to avenge yourself, the government is willing to give you a chance as compensation for this incident. If you don't want to do it yourself, we can do it for you. How to choose is up to you." Hearing Luo Ke's words, Spandam's eyes were full of trepidation and despair. He looked at Ace Bagoo pleadingly, hoping that he could spare his life. Hearing this, Ace Bagoo really had an impulse for revenge in his heart. But this impulse soon disappeared. He didn't want the blood of a crappy person like Spandam to contaminate his hands. His hands were born to save the city of water and build ships, and should not be soiled because of Spandam. Limajao. Moreover, he is the city of the Water City, and the mayor represents the image of the Water City. Even if the word murder is added to him, it is always bad. Now that the reporters are all there, something will immediately go back to the world the next day and fly in the sky. I can't decide. The world government used this to pour dirty water on him in order to restore his image. After all, the better his image, the worse the image of the world government who wants to murder him. Ace Bagoo shook his head. Seeing Ace Bagoo's refusal, Spandam's eyes flashed with joy. However, before he was happy, Luo Ke said, "In this case, let me do it." Luo Ke suddenly turned into a beast, his physique suddenly raised, and he became a huge leopard man directly. In an instant, the bloodthirsty and cruelty of the beast appeared on his face. Seeing the people around him was horrified and couldn't help backing away. This also left Lucky with ample room for execution. Luo Ke's tail entangled Spandam and stood in front of him. He said lightly, "I've been patient since just now, wanting to kill your sight by myself." As he spoke, the murderous aura rushed towards Spandam. "But this is a task. I can only give it to Ace Bagoo first, but he didn't accept it. Then your life is mine. Before, I had a doubt in my heart why that guy didn't die. He obviously took my 6-king spear 3 times, but he still stood up." Hearing what Luo Ke said, people immediately remembered who Luo Ke was talking about. Luffy. This guy caught Luo Ke in the video 3 times with 6-king spears, especially for the 3rd time almost defenselessly took the largest round of 6-king spears. However, he even stood up like this and gave Luo Ke a fatal blow. Seeing Luffy get up again and again, Luo Ke was totally unconfident. Luo Ke began to wonder if his 6-king spear was a non-killing spear and was cursed by Zephyr. So he always wanted to try, but he couldn't kill people casually, and then, after getting the Order of 5 Elders, he found the target to try. "So, I want to see if you're the same, Spandam." A cruel smile came up from Luo Ke's mouth. This smile made Spandam tremble with fright. However, Luo Ke was unmoved. His hand slowly made a move of 6-king spears. Spandam struggled desperately, screaming frantically. Suddenly, because the mouth was too open, the gag fell off. Spandam quickly begged Luo Ke for mercy and let him go. 547. However, Luo Ke was still unmoved, and the attack posture was set. Seeing this situation, Spandam was furious in despair. He knew how many caddies he was. He would definitely not get rid of the fire after eating Luo Ke's trick. He was dead. There was madness in Spandam's eyes. "Rob Luo Ke, I curse you. I will look at you in hell. Sooner or later, you will be abandoned by those old men like me. You will definitely die worse than me. Worse than me, ha." Spandam laughed frantically, and Luo Ke's cold voice came in his ears. 6 styles, 6 kings, spear biggest wheel. In the next second, a cloud of blood burst out from behind Spandam. Spandam, who was laughing wildly just now, stopped abruptly. His eyes were fixed on Rob Luo Ke in front of him, and his head drooped. As soon as Luo Ke's tail loosened, Spandam fell to the ground. He did not look at Spandam anymore, feeling the bloody smell in the air, and a flash of delight flashed in his eyes. So it could be killed. The emotion accumulated from the live broadcast of the answer to the present was finally released at this time, but quickly disappeared in Luo Ke's eyes and turned into gloomy. Spandam's dying words kept echoing in his ears like a spell. Abandoned? ABCD. Inexplicable colors flashed in Luo Ke's eyes. But soon he calmed down and turned into a human form. He looked at Ace Bagu. Since the execution has ended, then our mission has also ended. Goodbye. Luo Ke turned and walked towards the gate of the shipyard. Khalifa, Kaku, and Blueno followed closely behind. But at this moment Barry said, loudly from behind, "Look, Kaku and Khalifa, listen. You are fired." Hearing Barry shouting, Luo Ke and the others paused, and then left without looking back. Along the way, the crowd moved away one after another, and when they saw the scene just now, everyone was very frightened, and soon Luo Ke and the others disappeared from people's sight. And soon there were cheers from the shipyard, and they were cheering. Mr. Ace Bagu was finally out of danger, and the hero of their water capital was safe and sound. People kept chanting Ace Bagu's name. The reporter next to him recorded the scene. On the other side, after Luo Ke and the others left Carrera, they continued to look for Frankie's clues. But to their surprise, Otanashi Fukuru couldn't get in touch. Feeling that something was wrong, Luo Ke and the others ran to the shipbreaking yard and saw Fukuru Otanashi, who was knocked down. Otanashi Fukuru was seriously injured, and if they came a little later, I'm afraid they would be hiccups. Luo Ke and the others hurriedly brought Otanashi Fukuru to receive treatment, but the doctors in the water capital did not welcome them. But they were forced to treat Fukuru Otanashi because of their murderous aura. It had been more than half a day after Otanashi Fukuru regained consciousness, and then they learned from his mouth that Frankie was still in the water capital, and it was Frankie who defeated Otanashi Fukuru. CP9, who got the news, immediately arranged for Marine and CP to investigate in the water capital, but found nothing. While the world government and Marine were searching the water capital, the Frankie they were looking for was traveling through the sea. However, there's a person in front of him, or a fishman. If everyone in CP9 saw this scene, they would definitely recognize the identity of this Murloc. He is the 7 warlords of the sea, the Seaman Jinbei. Jinbei originally watched the quiz live on the Fishman Island, but when he heard that Frankie was the future partner of Straw Hat Crew and was being rounded up by CP9, he gave up watching the video and used the seabed to quickly reach Uzumaki, the city of water. Go to the water capital. This kind of Uzumaki is a disaster for human ships, but for Murlocs, it is a highway under the sea. Shortly after the video ends, he arrives at the water capital and finds out the location of the Frankie shipbreaking yard. But when he arrives, he only finds Fukuru Otanashi, who has been knocked down. Jinbei suspected that Frankie had knocked it down. Frankie's shipbreaking yard was by the sea, so he asked the nearby fish if they had seen any movement. However, knowing that a human jumped into the sea, Jinbei found Frankie according to the fish's guidance. When Jinbei found Frankie, Frankie was taken aback, but he didn't even dare to go out of the sea to avoid the pursuers. But fortunately, his body is special now. He can dive into the sea without even breathing, and he doesn't have to worry about breathing. So I just sneaked in the sea, planning to wait a little farther to find a small island to rest, build a boat, and go to sea by the way, and see if I can't find the Straw Hat Crew to join in. He is more dangerous if he is alone now, and the Straw Hat Group should also need it now. And when Jinbei found him, Frankie was taken aback. After all, he knew the man opposite him, but he was 7 warlords of the sea, so after Jinbei explained his intention to him, Frankie reluctantly believed him. Jinbei learned that because of his actions in the past, he released the dragon to East Blue, causing great damage to Nami's hometown of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami's adoptive mother also died at the hands of the dragon. Although the dragon is now subdued, he is still very guilty, and it is because of this that he resigned from Shichibukai's post. It was in order to save the dragon that he accepted this position, which can be said to be the source of everything. He always wanted to find a chance to apologize to Nami and the others, but there was no chance. So after seeing Straw Hat Crew's future partner in crisis, he thought maybe this would be his time to make amends. So they set off to find Frankie. After finding Frankie, Jinbei took the initiative to help Frankie find Straw Hat Crew. He has been following the whereabouts of Straw Hat Crew. Now Straw Hat Crew should be near Alabasta. So he pulled Frankie to swim towards Alabasta because Frankie was not a Murloc, although he could not breathe, but it was still unfavorable to navigate in the water. Jinbei also conquered a fast sea beast to take them for a ride. One day after the live broadcast of the answer, what broke out in the answering room quickly became a hot topic around the world. But the headlines on the next day's newspapers were not this incident, but the public execution of Spandam, the real murderer of all this. The report used images of Luigi's execution of Spandam as a photo. However, because it was too bloody, Spandam was directly punched by Luo Ke at that time, so he was marked with a horse and a CYK. As soon as the news of Spandam Fufa came out, the whole world cheered. To put it bluntly, this scourge has finally died, and if he were to be allowed to live, there would be so many tragedies. However, there are some people who have some regrets. This guy Spandam is really talented. If he is allowed to stay in the world government and let him climb higher, maybe the world government will be destroyed by him. But the higher this guy climbs, the more harmful it is to the world, so almost everyone is satisfied with this result. And the announcement of the world government that Luo Ke relayed also caused a lot of repercussions all over the world. People speak bluntly about the world. The government is shameless. It is you who let Spandam do the work. You are the one who doesn't know it, and you are the one who makes Spandam take the blame. In the end, your world government will make steady profits without losing money. How can there be such a good thing in the world? This kind of words can only deceive 3-year-old children. If you don't know it, you could deceive ghosts. Obviously, people cannot buy this statement, but this is the limit of what the world government can do. It is impossible for them to openly admit that this is their problem, at least not to lose face in the end. In addition, the bounty for Frankie has also been released. People are not surprised by this result. The reason for Frankie's arrest is that the officials who attacked the world government made him seriously injured and escaped, and he had the possibility of becoming a pirate, so he was wanted. A bounty of 220 million Baileys. Compared with the 44 million Baileys in the image, it has been directly increased by 5 times. And asked to be caught. The people who read this reward are speechless. Even if you want to die, they can't do it. It seems that the world government is not only targeting Frankie because of what he did, but also because of the Edmund alloy in his body. Otherwise, Frankie's bounty wouldn't have directly multiplied 5-fold. In addition to Frankie's bounty, there's Chopper's bounty. Realizing that it had made a big mistake in underestimating the pet of the civet cat or reindeer, the world government immediately revised the joke-like reward. Correct it to 50 million Baileys. Chopper's bounty has also been directly increased from 50 Bailey to 1 million times the original. As for the bounties of the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, they also turned into bounties for judicial and post-island incidents, and Luffy's bounty exceeded 300 million Baileys. The Straw Hats were very different when they heard the news. They didn't do anything, and the bounty went up so much. But Chopper was so excited that he cried. He was finally not the pet that offered a bounty of 50 Baileys and was not as valuable as a newspaper that had gone up in price. Seeing the 50 million Baileys bounty, he can now say that he is a pirate with a bounty. In addition to the bounty, the newspaper also reported some follow-up situations about the water capital. For example, Carrera employees and Ace Bagoo were not held accountable or wanted by the world government for what was revealed in the video. With the help of Ace Bagoo, the Frankie family was not implicated by Frankie. In fact, the world government had beaten the Frankie family's idea. But now Frankie's fame in the water capital is not what it used to be. He, Tom, and Ace Bagoo protected the Pluton blueprints with their lives at the same time. Although it is said that Frankie has a reason for being wanted and is unavoidably wanted, the Frankie family did not do anything, and the world government is now very taboo to convict ordinary citizens and citizens at will. Suitable for use here. So the Frankie family was released. The affairs of the water capital have basically returned to calm. After Ace Bagoo got rid of the crisis brought by the blueprint and the world government, he also began to put all his thoughts into the idea of floating the water capital. And because of Ace Bagoo's vision exposed in the video, Ace Bagoo's fame in the water capital has now reached its peak. On the other hand, since Frankie handed the blueprints to Rog, the four emperors and others who had ideas about the blueprints gave up their plans to go to the water capital to capture the blueprints. Since there are no blueprints, there is nothing to be desired. And CP9 obviously didn't work with the world government. Spandam, who framed CP9, was also killed by Luo Ke. Therefore, the talent recruitment plan of the water capital also ended in failure before it even started. After giving up the action, they began to look forward to the next live broadcast, not knowing what will be revealed next time. And Luo Ke, who is being watched by people, is on the moon at the moment. In this live broadcast, he mainly won 2 rewards. One is the space ability of the door fruit, which is generally speaking to open the door, but this thing is useless to him on the moon. So Luo will be more interested in another ship's spirit seed. After the live broadcast of the answering questions, he planted the seeds of the ship spirit on the ancient weapon Pluton. Immediately, he felt a wonderful connection between himself and the Pluton, but the ship spirit was still in the state of being born, as if the seed had just sprouted a new life, and his consciousness was still hazy. Look for flowers. It took a few days for him to regain consciousness. Luo Ke looked at the incorporeal black-haired girl who appeared in front of him and named her Prado. While Rog was teaching himself some basic common sense, the pirate world was quietly changing, so Rog's unsealing progress also increased a lot. Jinbei and Frankie started a journey similar to that of a tadpole looking for her mother in the sea, and finally found the pirate ship of Straw Hat Crew a week later. When Jinbei and Frankie jumped out of the sea on a boat, they scared the crowd at Straw Hat Crew enough, especially when he saw the Murloc appear in front of him. Nami's face became even bluer. However, they quickly recognized the identity of the person who came. It was Jinbei, the 7 warlords of the sea, and next to Jinbei was Frankie, who is now wanted by the world government with a bounty of 220 million Baileys. Straw Hat Crew was very vigilant at the moment of recognizing Jinbei. After all, the other party was the 7 warlords of the sea, and they had never dealt with it before. Although it is seen in the video that Jinbei desperately saved Luffy in Summit War. The video is a matter of the future after all, and the relationship in the future does not represent the relationship in the present. Whether his friend or foe remains to be seen. But the wary look on their faces turned into surprise when they saw Frankie. They're looking for Frankie. Originally, they were still worried that Frankie was caught by Marine. After all, Frankie had a bounty of 220 million Baileys. While Marine was searching, they were also looking for this future partner. Unexpectedly, Frankie came to the door by himself. This is great. Ever since they knew that the Mary could not support the capital of water, they have been worried about the life of this partner. But the entire Straw Hat Pirates don't have a boatman, and Usopp is the only one to maintain it. But Usopp doesn't know how to repair ships at all. His repairs are no different from repairing houses. Another year of tinkering. Realizing that if it goes on like this, sooner or later their Mary will go to the fate of splitting its sea in the image and finally turning into ashes and sinking to the bottom of the sea. So Luffy and the others were even more eager to join this boatman partner. Now, seeing Frankie, Luffy, Usopp, they ran over and hugged Frankie as if the patient had tears and snot like seeing the doctor. Frankie was taken aback by Luffy's enthusiasm. He was worried that he would be unsolicited and unpopular, but seeing them like this, Frankie's heart was finally relieved. Luffy and Usopp immediately asked Frankie to help them see if there was something wrong with the melee. It's impolite for others to stop saying that Frankie finally got here and just rush to get people to work. And Luffy, you haven't officially invited anyone to join. Hearing this, Luffy immediately patted his forehead and then invited Frankie to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Frankie also directly agreed to join. When Frankie's affairs were over, everyone looked at Jinbei again, wondering how he would come with Frankie. Frankie just wanted to explain that Jinbei directly knelt down to Nami and apologized. Arlong, the disaster in your hometown, and the establishment of the Murloc pirate group. This is my little brother. I really can't shirk the blame for this. Jinbei's sudden kneeling made everyone a little unexpected. Nami was surprised to see Jinbei's face a little ugly at the moment. I originally planned that if Arlong gets into trouble, I will deal with him no matter where he is. Unexpectedly, Arlong bought out the nearby May 47 army. Makes everything he does, even the naval headquarters, is kept in the dark. Jinbei lowered his head and said, I apologize for this. Although Arlong has paid the price, I can't blame myself for freeing Arlong. So I came here to plead guilty. Want to kill, just listen and respect. Jinbei's bowed head apologized to everyone's expectations. They didn't expect Jinbei from Shichibukai to be able to do this. Is it really a man called a seaman? But this was Nami's hatred, and the others did not stand up and help Nami to forgive. They all looked at Nami and waited for Nami to speak. Nami waved his hand and said, Stop talking. I hate the dragon. In short, I am glad that you are not behind the evil dragon gang. My hometown and family were indeed hurt by the evil dragon gang, but that has passed, and I have completed my revenge on the evil dragon. This is enough. You don't need to apologize for this. I will not hate all Murlocs blindly because of the evil dragon. There are good people and bad people in Murlocs, just as there are good people and bad people in humans. The matter is over. We all need to look forward, don't we? Hearing Nami's words, Jinbei, who was ready to be yelled and killed, was stunned, and then tearfully said, I really don't appreciate it. After Jinbei, who had always felt guilty about the evil dragon, was forgiven, the pain in his heart caused by the guilt was finally understood and let go. Then Straw Hat Crew learned from Frankie that Jinbei went to the Water City to help Frankie escape and found them. Straw Hat Crew is very grateful for this and sincerely invites Jinbei to have lunch. In the process, Luffy also invited Jinbei to join the Straw Hat Pirates. This shocked other people. Jinbei is a dignified Shichibukai. How could he join them, a pirate group that has just gone out to sea? Jinbei was slightly taken aback by Luffy's invitation, but he refused his invitation. The Straw Hat Pirates was not surprised by this. However, Jinbei explained the reason. He still had to protect the Fishmen Island and the Pirates of the Sun, and could not leave them to join the Pirates of the Straw Hat. Luffy understood this. He saw Jinbei fighting Marine Admiral Akainu in the Summit War in order to save him. He felt that he was a trustworthy partner. I don't want to force it. After the meal, Jinbei said goodbye, and Frankie was dragged by Luffy and Usopp to treat the melee. The fact that Frankie joined the Straw Hat Pirates was quickly exposed, and it also appeared in the newspaper. The whole world knew about it all at once. Frankie really joined the Straw Hat Pirates. This incident attracted the attention of many people. The hearts that Ace Bagoo and the Frankie family were hanging on after seeing the news finally let go. Frankie joined the Straw Hat Pirates, which meant he was safe. After watching the video, they also felt that the Straw Hat Pirates were pirates that they could rely on, and their Frankie was entrusted to them. And when the five elders got the news, they were very angry. The Straw Hat Pirates are getting more and more troublesome now. Nico Robin joined first, Frankie later, and Luffy. More and more dangerous elements have joined the pirates. Maybe they will become very troublesome beings. But more than a group of pirates still in the paradise, what the five elders care about more is rock. After Pluton fell into Roger's hands, now even the design drawings fell into Roger's hands. It is uncertain how many Plutons will appear in the future. As time passed, instead of being able to feel at ease, they became more and more worried. Because in places they can't see, Rog is very likely to be swaying and developing. This made the world government, which was already full of enemies, even worse. And I don't know if it's the influence of the live broadcast of the answering questions, but now those guys all over the world who have other thoughts about the world government are starting to act positively. Both the allied and non-joined countries are exploding, and it seems that they no longer allow domestic talent to drain to Marine. Correspondingly, the quality of conscription on Marine's side is also worse. In addition, under the situation that the world government and Marine's image are going from bad to worse, it is not Inyo Marine who will benefit the most, but the Revolutionary Army. Because Inyo Marine size is too small, they go to one place and recruit troops in one place, similar to Luffy recruiting a partner in one place, and the efficiency is too inefficient. In contrast, The Revolutionary Army has distributed its forces to the four seas and the Grand Line. Therefore, it can be operated on multiple lines, and more people who are dissatisfied with the world government have begun to join the Revolutionary Army. After the operation of Spandam, no one now believes that the world government will be better for them after gaining a strong power, which will only make the world government, CP, and celestial dragons more unscrupulous. Therefore, many people regard now as the last opportunity. Before the world government has absolutely invincible power, they must fight for their own freedom. For various reasons, the five elders had to strengthen their defenses against the Revolutionary Army and, at the same time, strengthen the patrol blockade near Marineford, worried that one day they would be taken over by Luo Ke with Pluton. After Frankie joined the Straw Hat Pirates, CP9 was also assigned to other missions by the five elders. As the defeated general of the Straw Hat Pirates, the five elders did not think they could win from the Straw Hat Pirates, and now the Straw Hat Pirates have also drank an enhanced version of the Constitution Potion. It's just a gift to go. And CP9, who escaped accountability, started desperate training in order to make up for the 5 years wasted by the undercover mission. The last words of Spandam are also engraved in their minds like a spell. In order not to become Spandam, they must make themselves stronger and stronger so that they will not become the abandoned child. They must be the indispensable one. On the other hand, Inyo Marine continued to work on fighting pirates after giving up the plan to go to the water capital to find blueprints. Learning the lessons of the last time Punk Hazard, they arranged to infiltrate Dressrosa, trying to understand the darkness of the city. However, because of the impact of the last quiz live broadcast, Doflamingo's defense against Dressrosa was stricter. Knowing that he would be defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates, and then saw that this guy Luo 2.3 obtained the Fruit Awakening and Constitution Potion from the Answer Live broadcast. Luo's strength will inevitably soar because of this. With that in mind, Doflamingo is very skeptical that Trafalgar Law will wait less than 2 years before he may now begin his revenge against him. If it was before, he would definitely not have been so vigilant about Luo. But after seeing Luo slash Virgo with a knife, and then the Fruit Awakened, now Luo may even be able to second him. Whoever wins or loses with Hockey and Fruit ability is stronger. Doflamingo is not sure that his armed Fruit and ability can block Luo's Awakened Scalpel. And just worried about Luo, with the exposure of the man-made Devil Fruit Plantation and his underground business with Kaido, Dressrosa has more and more wicked guys. After that incident, the number of toys in the underground factory skyrocketed, with new toys being added every day. However, the fighting power that came to the door not only did not make Doflamingo let out a bad breath, but he felt even more uneasy in his heart. He had a faint feeling that the storm was about to come. It has been nearly 2 weeks since the last live broadcast of The Answer. The impact of live answering the questions seems to have gradually begun to recede. However, a few people fell from the sky on the coast of Dressrosa. If Doflamingo were here, he would definitely recognize these people, and his face would change drastically. Because they are Inyo Marine, Fujitora, Green Bull, and Inyo Marine's Admiral Dorek. As they appeared, several people who had been waiting here also appeared on the shore. They were Luffy's brother, Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, and Koala, and Haku, who came to Dressrosa with him to inquire about intelligence. Since the last time Inyo Marine went to Punk Hazard and fell into the trap of the world government, Zephyr and the others have learned a lot and acted more secretly, lest the world government seize the opportunity again. Because they failed to capture Giza last time, Giza fell into the hands of the world government. If so, they could barely accept it. However, what angered them was that the world government even took Guy to make a deal with Doflamingo and return Guy to Doflamingo. This made Inyo Marine, who was already dissatisfied with Doflamingo, and the Revolutionary Army, who was hiding something dark about Dressrosa, staring at him. So after this, the Revolutionary Army arranged for personnel to sneak into Dressrosa to find out information. However, what made them a little confused was that they did not send someone there for some time, and they dragged it back to arrange for Sabo and the others. And after Sabo and the others inquired during this period, they also found out some things about Dressrosa. They thought that Doflamingo's reputation in Dressrosa would be bad. After all, this guy is a pirate, and the previous images also revealed that Doflamingo's becoming the king of Dressrosa is not a coincidence. He usurped it. People who know the truth should be very dissatisfied with Doflamingo. But after inquiring, the result was beyond their expectations. They almost kept silent about what happened 8 years ago, and they didn't seem to want to worry about it anymore, and they were quite satisfied with the fact that Doflamingo usurped power and became king. It's just that the matter of usurping power is a bit bad, and I don't want to mention it again. It's just that the past things are over. They just want to continue such a peaceful life. The performance of the people made Sabo, a revolutionary army, start to wonder if they would set off a revolution here and overthrow Doflamingo's rule. Because although this guy is a pirate, although he is in an improper position and has done a lot of evil things, the people here seem to be living very happily. But Sabo and the others felt that the matter was not that simple, so they continued to investigate. They couldn't find a factory where Doflamingo made smile fruits anywhere in Dressrosa, and even the place where he and Kaido traded weapons. It stands to reason that the weapons shipped from Kaido should be of a fairly large scale, requiring a lot of manpower to complete, and a place to put the goods. However, no such existence was found on the ground, and no such existence of workers was seen. So they suspected it was underground. There is a space underground in Dressrosa, and inside it should be the place where Doflamingo's underground business is conducted. However, because the defense has been too strict these days, they did not find a chance to go in. In order not to stun them, they could only temporarily give up this risky approach. In addition, they also discovered a rather peculiar phenomenon, that is, Dressrosa's toys. They thought these toys were some special crafts, but after inquiring about them, they knew that these toys appeared after Doflamingo became the king of Dressrosa. Now these toys have been integrated into people's lives, and Dressrosa has become a country of love, passion, and toys. One night, they observed that these toys all entered the so-called toy house at night, as if to go to rest, and did not come out until the morning. However, it is strange that toys need to rest, and through their observations, these toys seem to be self-conscious, and they can also see human-like sad emotions from the faces of the toys. But when I asked them, they didn't say anything. Reminiscing that the factory is underground and the toys disappear at night and come out in the morning, they began to wonder if these toys are helping Doflamingo complete the underground business at night. After all, they still couldn't figure out what the toys were, but they were sure that Dressrosa's darkness should be inseparable from these toys. After determining the general location of the underground factory, Sabo and the others were unable to obtain more information, so Zephyr and the others decided to close the net. Although the people of Dressrosa are living happily, Doflamingo's arms trade has seriously harmed the peace of the world. And Doflamingo still has Guy, a dangerous person, in his hands. If he is left alone, his crazy ideas will become disaster if they are realized. Coupled with Doflamingo, the arms dealer, the two are embarrassed to sell the poison gas that Guy has researched to all over the world, and the casualties caused by that time will be very terrible. Therefore, for whatever purpose, Gaiza and Doflamingo must be defeated. Inyo Marine cannot sit back and watch Doflamingo do these detrimental things like World Government 547. By the time Doflamingo is knocked down, the truth will come to light. So under the control of Fujitori's ability, Fujitora, Green Bull, and Dorag came quietly to Dressrosa, ready to take Doflamingo's lair before the world government reacted and arrest Doflamingo and Guy Sadu. As for Zephyr, in order to avoid the emergence of high-end combat power, the home is empty, and when CP, who is looking for a chance to eliminate Inyo Marine, seizes the opportunity to steal the home, the Marshal Zephyr chooses to guard the rear. The work of solving Doflamingo was handed over to Inyo's 3 admirals. Dorag took the initiative to help. Inyo Marine wanted to solve the pirate Doflamingo and Guy Sa, a mad scientist, and Dorag wanted to understand and eliminate the darkness of this country, and they all performed their duties. As soon as Dorag and the others appeared, Sabo and the others, who had been waiting here, came to meet them. They made a little disguise and walked towards Dressrosa's capital. Doflamingo lives there, and the toy house is under the capital. However, what Dorag did not expect was that they were discovered by one person as soon as they arrived in Dressrosa. This person is Violet, the daughter of the former King Luo Ke of Dressrosa. She is paramecia staring at the fruit ability. One of the fruit ability is clairvoyance. Can extend the field of vision to a range of 4,000 kilometers. What is this concept? The radius of the Earth is more than 6,300 kilometers. It is enough to see how far it can see. But seeing far does not mean that you know everything. No matter how far you see, the capable people are only human beings, and human beings have their limits. Such a large area can only see one place at a time, and a wide range means there are more places to see, but too much is also a burden. I don't know where to look at a glance, and wanting to find someone in such a large range is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. So it's a bit difficult to see everything that happened in a 4,000-kilometer radius, but it's still possible to put the field of vision near Dressrosa. Violet usually assumes Dressrosa's surveillance mission, which is why Doflamingo stayed with her. And one of her strongest abilities is that she can read the mind. After she activates her abilities, she can read the thoughts of the people she looks at the time. As early as when Sabo and the others came to Dressrosa, she discovered Sabo and the others. After all, in her clairvoyant eyes, Sabo and the suspicious elements have been looking around Dressrosa all day. How could it be inconspicuous? But she soon recognized Sabo's identity, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, and it was because of this that Violet did not report the discovery of Sabo to Doflamingo. And from her observation, she also learned that Sabo's purpose here is to inquire about the secrets of this country, as if to deal with Doflamingo. Seeing this, Violet's heart suddenly gave birth to hope. Maybe this country is saved. She also knows about the live broadcast of the question and watched it every time. She also knew that Dressrosa would be redeemed in 2 years from the information leaked from the live broadcast. At that time, there will be 2 pirates named Trafalgar Law and Monkey D. Luffy against Doflamingo. Doflamingo will be defeated by them. Violet was very happy when he heard the news. This means that Dressrosa is finally saved. It can finally be released from Doflamingo's hands. She believed so, but she was worried about whether there would be any accidents after the incident was exposed in this way. Then something that worries her really appeared. Originally thought that Doflamingo's usurpation of Dressrosa's throne was exposed, which would cause a disturbance in Dressrosa. But nothing happened, and Violet, who was able to read the mind, was very disappointed after reading people's inner thoughts. It turns out that even if they knew that the things that were back then might be controlled by Doflamingo, they didn't want to change their current and peaceful and beautiful life. Now Dressrosa is in the hands of Doflamingo than in the hands of King Luo Ke, and their lives are many times better. So at this point, they don't want to continue struggling with what happened in the first 8 years. After reading the people's thoughts, Violet fell into disappointment. There is no doubt that the people have made their choice. The Dressrosa under the rule of the Luo Ke clan was too disappointing. So even if they knew the truth, they remained silent and acquiesced in this matter. However, this is not what made Violet the most desperate. The most desperate was when she originally thought that the world government would do something to Doflamingo after the punk acid incident. She suddenly discovered that Doflamingo had nothing to do, and what was even more outrageous was that CPO had sent Guy back to Doflamingo. What Doflamingo did in Dressrosa was exposed. Doflamingo's collusion with Guy Saw in Punk Hazard was exposed, and the transaction between Doflamingo and Kaido was exposed. So many things were exposed. Not only did Doflamingo have nothing, but even the guilty Guy Saw was sent back. Now I'm staying in Dressrosa, developing smile fruit materials for Doflamingo in Doflamingo's Smile Factory. And from the dialogue between the two people, it can be known that Guy Saw also wants to return to Punk Acid and intends to wait for the limelight to pass, and then return to Punk Acid to continue his research. The most dangerous place is the safest place. No one would have thought that he would return to this punk has sad that has been exposed many times. Seeing this, Violet realized that it was impossible to overthrow Doflamingo by the world government. If possible, only Trafalgar Law and Monkey D. Luffy, who were predicted to overthrow Doflamingo, would be overthrown. This is too ironic. A pirate occupying her country. The world government and Marine are not able to uphold justice for this country, and they have to rely on the pirate to save the country. How could this world be like this? So Violet has been looking forward to the day 2 years later after the live answering of the question, but he is very worried about any bad changes caused by the live answering of the question, so that this future will not appear. However, just recently, an unexpected role appeared. Luffy's brother, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, appeared in Dressrosa. She realized that this might be another possibility for Dressrosa to be rescued. But she was not sure, so she had been observing Sabo and them all this time. Until just now, she saw Sabo and the others in Neo Marine 3, Admiral, Fujitora, Green Bull, and Dorag. She still knows the strength of these 3 people. Against the 3 Admiral of Marine, it is self-evident how strong the 3 Admiral of Marine are. If it were them, then Doflamingo might not be able to deal with it either. Dressrosa should be saved, unless the world government that is hostile to Inyo Marine comes to the rescue. Doflamingo cannot be the opponent of these 3. Just when Violet decided to leak the information he knew to them. At this time, a flower disappeared in front of her eyes. At the same time, people all over the world suddenly discovered a black crack in midair that suddenly opened. Then the crack unfolded into a non-physical screen, just floating in the air. The moment I saw this screen, people all over the world were excited. The Answer Live broadcast is on again. People who knew the news immediately called friends and acquaintances to publicize the events that appeared on the live answering questions. More and more people gathered in front of the screen, and countless people looked at the screen expectantly, not knowing who will participate in the answering live this time. What kind of things will be exposed? And what makes them most concerned about is the reward. I don't know what kind of reward Rog will give this time. This made countless people envy, jealous, and hate, but it was a pity that it was not their turn to answer the live broadcast. Because when the screen appears, the answers have already been selected. Those who didn't see Roger at this time generally had to be outside the audience. Thinking of this, people can only lament that they have missed another opportunity and can only look at the screen with envy and hatred, waiting for the lucky one to appear. At this moment, big people from all over the world also gathered in front of this screen. Naval Headquarters, Marine Marshal Kizaru led a group of Headquarters Vice Admiral to sit down in the viewing area of Lima Zhao Square. The retired former Marine Marshal Sengoku and another retired Marine hero Garp also sat down. In New World, for emperors such as Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard also gathered in front of the screen. Dressrosa and Doflamingo looked to the screen with some palpitations. Because of the live broadcast of Punk Hazard-related answers last time, he has been a little uneasy during this period. Not only was he worried about Luo's revenge, he was even more worried that the last live answering question was obviously not over, and he had just arrived at Dressrosa. Obviously, a lot of things would happen later, but the answering live broadcast stopped abruptly. So Doflamingo has been worried about whether he will continue the content of this answer next time. He was relieved that the Enies lobby had nothing to do with him last time, but it didn't completely let go, because this was not the last time a question was answered live. So when the new live broadcast started, the string in Doflamingo's heart jumped again, hoping that this time has nothing to do with him. Just as Doflamingo was thinking about it, the screen in midair changed. The screen appeared from pitch black. It was a familiar scene again, the familiar fan-shaped table and chairs, and the picture frame framed by Pluton's design still hung on the wall. It's the live Q&A room again. However, this time, there are 3 characters, 3 answers. Just when people were a little puzzled, they also saw clearly who was chosen. Actually, 2 people, 2 women, 1 toy soldier. What a strange combination, just when people were guessing who was answering the question this time. At the same time, Dressrosa's Doflamingo could not contain the shock in his eyes. Because he knew all the 3 answerers, and the older woman was the killer of the Don Quixote family, Violet. But Doflamingo's face did not show the slightest joy, but his face was sinking. Because Violet's real identity is the second daughter of King Luo Ke, the former Princess Viola of Dressrosa, and the younger looker should be Rebecca, the granddaughter of King Luo Ke who escaped the disaster. As for the toy soldier, Doflamingo's face grew gloomier. The appearance of these three guys in the answering room is definitely not good news for him. I am afraid that the biggest crisis in his life is about to appear. What to do? Doflamingo's scalp is tingling, and he has a hunch that his secret in Dressrosa will be completely exposed in this live broadcast. Once it came to light, it would definitely be the most shocking thing ever, far more serious than what Guy had done in Punk Hazard. Can this wave of world government keep him? Doflamingo's face is gloomy. Doflamingo suddenly looked at the live room, especially Rog. Stop me now. Yet no matter how eager Doflamingo was, he couldn't interfere with the continuation of the quiz. And he can't do anything yet. The cadres of the Don Quixote family ran towards Doflamingo the moment they saw Violet appear. Dover, something is wrong, Tory Pole asked in panic. What should we do now that 547 is here? Are we going to flee? Diamanti asked. If you want to give up this country, you'd better prepare early, otherwise it will be too late. Virgo said solemnly. Doflamingo interrupted them by raising his hand. Don't panic. Let's see how far things have gone. Don't give up on Dressrosa unless you have to. And the final decision still lies in the negotiation with the world government, which has not yet reached that point. In fact, the fact that he can't stand still in Dressrosa, the key is that he has the identity of world government, 7 warlords of the sea and former celestial dragons, which has nothing to do with what he did in Dressrosa and how he got Dressrosa. As long as the world government doesn't turn against him, then everything is fine. Dressrosa meant so much to him that he couldn't give it up easily, and he didn't want to continue the days when he was hunted by Marine. There is no guarantee of safety every day, let alone a bigger plan. Doflamingo stared at Rogue on the screen. Roger, why on earth do you have to be my enemy again and again? What kind of hatred is there between us? Is it because I am celestial dragons? However, Rogue couldn't hear Doflamingo's heart, and even if he heard it, he wouldn't care because he only did what he had to do, and it didn't matter whether it was Doflamingo or anyone else. At this moment in the live broadcast room, the respondents who were suddenly selected were a little surprised at first, but after seeing this familiar scene, they immediately realized where it was. Then Chi-Chi looked at a place. It was the Rog who had appeared in the live broadcast of answering questions many times. They came to the Q&A live. For a time, Violet's emotions were a little excited, and she knew exactly what it meant with her previous experience. And Rebecca is only 14 years old this year, and she is not the gladiator fighting in the arena 2 years later. She was carrying out daily combat training with toy soldiers. She was a little flustered when she was suddenly teleported to this place, but fortunately, the toy soldier who had been with her was also passed along. However, when he saw her Violet, he immediately closed his mouth. His eyes were full of disbelief and surprise. After seeing Violet, the toy soldier immediately realized something after thinking about the previous live broadcast of the answer. He glanced at Rebecca soothingly, and then looked at Rog, who was sitting in the main seat. Luo Ke said to the audience in front of the screen, "Welcome to the Answering Live broadcast room. I hope that the Answering Live broadcast will start again. This time, we selected 3 answers who answer the question live, and they were Violet, the cadre of the Don Quixote family." Roger looked at Violet and introduced to the audience in front of the screen. Hearing Rog's words, everyone also looked at Violet, but they were a little surprised. It seems to be saying how Rog chose the cadres of the Don Quixote family to answer the question, because Rog's previous question obviously ruined Doflamingo's good things and almost hurt Doflamingo badly. But why was someone from the Don Quixote family chosen to answer the question at this time? Shouldn't we continue to expose the scandals of Doflamingo? Everyone looked at Violet, and suddenly a bold idea emerged in their hearts. Could it be that this person is a traitor in the Don Quixote family? At this moment, Trafalgar Law, who was tying up on the Grand Line, originally had the mood of eating melons and watching the show for this live broadcast. He is not the answerer, and he does not know the person above, which makes him a bit regretful. Originally, he was looking forward to letting him go to the next live broadcast of the answer, because he felt that the last live broadcast of the answer was not the end. Doflamingo's questions should continue. He may still have a chance to answer the question. Originally, he thought so, but when he heard that one of the respondents was a member of the Don Quixote family, his eyes widened and he looked at Violet suddenly. The follow-up to the last live question answering he had been looking forward to turn out to be this time. Luo was a little regretful that he could not participate, but this is not the point. The point is that the secrets of Doflamingo's body are likely to be exposed in this question-answering live broadcast. As long as it can make Doflamingo unhappy, then he will be happy. Luo stared at the screen closely, wanting to see what other invisible things about Doflamingo would be revealed to the world. During the live broadcast, Rog continued. Violet is her alias in the Don Quixote family, but in fact her real identity is Viola, the second daughter of the former Dressrosa royal family Luo Ke. Next to her is the granddaughter of King Luo Ke, Rebecca, the daughter of King Luo Ke's eldest daughter. As for the toy soldier, his identity will not be mentioned for the time being, but he has brought up Rebecca over the years. Welcome to these answers. Let us look forward to the wonderful answers that these answers will bring us. Roger's words seemed to explode all over the world. Oct, the cadre of Don Quixote family, turned out to be the daughter of King Luo Ke. People were guessing whether this Violet was a traitor to the Don Quixote family before, but now that the news came out, it was the traitor who did not run away. After the previous live broadcast, the whole world basically determined that Dressrosa was conspired to take away Dressrosa by Doflamingo. The Luo Ke clan was taken from the throne by Doflamingo, and Violet became the subjugated princess. How could he be loyal to Doflamingo? It seems that Roger chose her to answer the questions and came prepared. This sense of sight makes people think of Alabasta, who is also stealing the country, and it is also the princess who joined the enemy and became a cadre. Could it be that Dressrosa is also a copy of Alabasta? It's just that Crocodile failed, and Doflamingo succeeded. But Doflamingo has successfully stolen the country. Why does Violet stay in the Don Quixote family? Will there be any secrets hidden in it? With curiosity about these things, people are even more looking forward to the content of this live answering question. The people of Dressrosa were surprised to see that the royal family of the Luo Ke clan survived, and Princess Violet became the cadre of the Don Quixote family. Since Dressrosa was stolen from the country 8 years ago, the Luo Ke clan has disappeared from people's sight. After all, they have been beaten by everyone in this country. But now the people of Dressrosa already know that King Luo Ke was framed by Doflamingo. After looking at these two subjugated princesses, their emotions are very complicated. 8 years ago, they failed to believe in King Luo Ke, which led to Dressrosa being stolen by Doflamingo, and the Luo Ke clan and their dependents were also purged. The situation of these two subjugated princesses should not be good. But now that the truth is clear, they still can't stand on their side and welcome them back. Because they have made a choice in their hearts, they prefer to live under Doflamingo's Dressrosa. When Doflamingo took over the country back then, Doflamingo said that it would bring wealth to the country, and in fact, he did it. The country became prosperous because of the arrival of Doflamingo. The people who think of Dressrosa feel very ashamed, because even if they know that Doflamingo is behind the tragedy, even if they see many people die in that tragedy, they remain silent and indifferent for their own benefit. Nor did he try to clean up the charge of King Luo Ke, who was carrying the scapegoat on his back. Nor did he seek justice for the man who died tragically that year. They looked at these two subjugated princesses very guilty and apologetically, especially thinking that King Luo Ke was so benevolent to them when he was reigning. Putting aside the poverty of the country, King Luo Ke was already very good in their eyes. The king is now. However, kindness cannot be eaten. They finally compromised with these. People looked at these two princesses with guilt. And somewhere in Dressrosa, King Luo Ke, who was framed 8 years ago, was looking at Violet and Rebecca on the screen with tears. If it were not for him, Violet would not stay in the hands of his enemies and work for him. And Rebecca, his granddaughter, has grown so much, and she looks more and more like her mother. King Luo Ke gratefully looked at the toy soldier on the screen. If it weren't for him, Rebecca wouldn't be able to live until now. Thinking of this, King Luo Ke hated his incompetence so much that he could not even protect his daughter and granddaughter. King Luo Ke looked at the toy soldier gratefully, but suddenly felt that he was a little familiar. He quickly recalled that he seemed to have seen this toy soldier with a broken leg 8 years ago. At that time, the toy seemed to tell him that he was Cyrus, but he didn't know who Cyrus was at the time. However, when he was living incognito in Dressrosa, he heard that Cyrus was a hero in the arena, but no one has seen him and no one knows who he is. It seems to be a legendary character and does not really exist. He thought the same before and didn't associate Cyrus with the toy soldier, but now he recalled the words of the toy soldier. He suddenly felt that what the toy soldier said may be true. He is Cyrus, but how could Cyrus be a toy? Didn't the toy appear after Doflamingo came to Dressrosa? What is happening? On the streets of Dressrosa, Dorag, Fujitora, and others, who had been disguised, also came to the crowd to watch the live answering questions. They happened to lack clues about Dressrosa's intelligence, and they don't know many secrets about Dressrosa. If this live answering question can give them some information, it will be very helpful for their next actions. At this moment, Luo Ke said the question of the first question. Question: what happened the night when Dressrosa was in chaos 8 years ago? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Hearing Rog ask this question, people all over the world were not in the slightest surprise. Since Roger chose the 2 subjugated princesses of Dressrosa to answer the question must be related to them. The coup d'etat that took place 8 years ago is a problem that cannot be avoided. Even though the whole world has almost guessed the situation at that time, they still want to confirm the answer to this question with their own ears. And the well-deserved candidate who can answer this question must be Violet, the subjugated princess who experienced that night 8 years ago. As for Rebecca, she is only 14 years old now, and she was only 6 years old in the first 8 years. You may not remember what happened when she was too young. And this toy soldier, to be honest, few people in the world can believe what a toy says. Although this toy looks very unusual, the toy is just a toy after all. So they all set their sights on Violet. At the same time, Doflamingo's face was already gloomy. The secrets about him will now be revealed one by one. What happened 8 years ago is nothing to him. Even if the incident is exposed, nothing can be changed. The world government will not deprive him of the positions of Shichibukai and King Dressrosa because of this trivial matter. What he worries about is something more serious. Doflamingo's blue veins bulged, enough to show that he was in a terrible mood at the moment. Violet looked at Rebecca and then said, "Answer, 8 years ago." As Violet spoke, the memory of King Luo Ke, who was watching the video about what happened that night 8 years ago, flashed in his mind like a slideshow. On the night of the first 8 days, a pirate suddenly came to my father's bedroom and then said his identity. He is Don Quixote Doflamingo, the royal family of Dressrosa 800 years ago. But 800 years ago, the Don Quixote family moved out of Dressrosa and went to Marineford to become celestial dragons. Dressrosa, who lost the royal family, was managed by the Luo Ke family. Under the rule of the Luo Ke clan, this country has not had a war in 800 years. At that time, Doflamingo found his father and said that this was a country belonging to the Don Quixote family. He proposed to use 10 billion Baileys to sell this country to his father. If the father doesn't agree or can't make up so much money, then he just grabs it. In order to prevent this country from becoming a country ruled by pirates, the father began to raise funds. But the country was extremely poor and did not have so much money. The father can only ask the people to lend him the money, and for this he will kneel down to the people all over the country. And because of the popularity of the father and the Luo Ke clan for many years, people are very active in taking out the money in their hands, and the money will soon be collected. Just as we were about to hand over the money to Doflamingo as agreed, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, The father appeared in the town riding a horse and massacred the people. Not only the father, but even the king's army began to attack the people uncontrollably. At this time, the pirates of the Don Quixote family appeared in Dressrosa. They defeated the king's army and protected the people of Dressrosa. Overnight, they gained a very high reputation among the people and successfully became the king of Dressrosa. However, the loss of control of the father and the king's army was controlled by Doflamingo. Doflamingo has an ability called parasite string. People parasitized by the line will be manipulated by Doflamingo like a puppet. In fact, it was Doflamingo who slaughtered the people that night. He controlled the father and the king's army. They turned the father and the king's army into demons, and then appeared in the image of the savior. This incident was a trap from the beginning. Everyone was deceived. People all over the world were not surprised by Violet's answer. Because of Doflamingo's parasite string, they had seen it in the video of Mignon Island. The pirates were desperately fighting each other, unable to control their bodies. But I didn't expect Doflamingo to use this trick to capture Dressrosa. I have to say that Doflamingo's trick is exactly the same as Crocodile's country stealing incident. They all turned the king into a demon first, and then came out to be the savior by themselves. People can't help but complain. Are these Shichibukai only this one routine? It doesn't even change. Considering that Doflamingo succeeded in stealing the country 8 years ago, maybe Crocodile learned the Doflamingo set and set on Alabasta. But now that the truth has been revealed, Doflamingo, Dressrosa, should not be able to sit down on the throne. When people all over the world think so, Dressrosa behaves strangely. After confirming that the news was true, although their faces were a bit ugly, they did not make any uproar, riots, or actions to resist. This scene caused Dorag in the crowd to change his face slightly after seeing it. They did not expect that Doflamingo's reputation in Dressrosa was so high, and even after hearing the truth, there was no large-scale resistance. If even the people acquiesced to Doflamingo's rule, do they want to overthrow Doflamingo and overthrow Doflamingo's rule? At this moment, they heard some turmoil in the crowd. Someone shouted angrily at the silent crowd around. Why are everyone so peaceful? After hearing the truth with your own ears, can you still live under the domination of the murderer behind the scenes without ever happening? This can't be helped. After all, Doflamingo is Shichibukai, celestial dragons, and the world government is on his side. We can't help it. Someone said. This remark greeted many people. These are all excuses. You can't let go of your current life. I'm worried that Doflamingo is gone. This country will become poor again, and your life will become worse. It is for this that you should not do anything. You don't say such cool words. Don't you think we are willing to do this? But are you really willing to live that life again? Can't eat enough. Don't dress warmly. Eat up and down every day. Even if you think we don't want it, because of Doflamingo, this country can become what it is now. What do you want us to do? 0. Ask for flowers. Give up your current life for one thing back then. The people in front of the screen began to quarrel, and Dorage and the others also learned from the voices of the people that the owner of those angry voices just now was the victim of the incident that year. They had relatives who died that night. They originally hoped that after this incident was exposed, people would work together to overthrow Doflamingo's rule. But more people did not want to give up such a life. In the end, those angry people left in anger. Although the people who quarreled with them won, but their faces were very ugly. Others are also very silent. Seeing this scene, Dorag, they were also a little helpless. If the people of Dressrosa hope that Doflamingo will continue to rule, then their action is destined to be opposed to the people of Dressrosa. Although they can forcibly defeat Doflamingo, what should be done with the lives of the Dressrosa people? 0. If you defeat Doflamingo but leave the people of Dressrosa in trouble, then they're not saving the country, but harming the people of this country. This is a question they have to think about. The situation here is a bit tricky even for Dorag, a revolutionary army that specializes in overthrowing the franchise. In the past, the kingdoms they overthrew were the excessive oppression and exploitation of the people by the royal family and nobles. which led to the people's resistance. The Revolutionary Army provided assistance to these people who resisted to help them gain freedom. However, this time the matter is really outrageous, because although the king of Dressrosa is a pirate, he has brought a prosperous life to the people of Dressrosa. The people knew what he did badly, but they still supported him to continue to rule. A pirate brought people a happy and stable life. Is this really what Doflamingo can do? If you overthrew such a guy, they would stand against the people of Dressrosa. This kind of game has never been played by Dorag, the old, revolutionary, and life army for more than 10 years. He felt that there must be a problem. Not only Dorag, Fujitora, they also feel that the problem is not small. Because pirates are not philanthropists, Celestial Dragons has no tradition of treating people well, and Doflamingo is not a good person. As Doflamingo, who is a pirate and Celestial Dragons, how could it be possible that Dressrosa will become a generation queen? There must be a problem behind this wealth, and they can be sure that this is inseparable from Doflamingo's underground business. But Doflamingo can't afford to feed the people of this country from his own pockets. It's good if he doesn't exploit them. Dorag and the others looked at the toys in the crowd. Perhaps the answer behind this lies in these toys. At the same time, Roger on the screen gave an answer. The answer is correct. Luo Ke said. Then the next question asked, what happened to the Luo Ke clan after the coup? The time limit is 1 minute to start timing. Heard this question. The mood of the people in Dressrosa became more silent, and the eyes looking at Violet and Rebecca became more guilty. After that tragedy that year, King Luo Ke was defeated and captured by Doflamingo. At that time, the people of Dressrosa cheered. They were extremely angry and spurned at King Luo Ke. All kinds of curses and words that wanted Luo Ke to die. After that, the Luo Ke clan was also driven to extinction by the Don Quixote family. The people of Dressrosa at the time were very happy to see this. However, when the truth was revealed and people suddenly discovered that it was a conspiracy, all the words and thoughts of the year turned into scars and were uncovered again. Those who know the truth and remain silent are even more ashamed, especially when they think of King Luo Ke who kneels to save the country in the face of Doflamingo's threat. This emotion is even more serious. At this moment, people all over the world realize that this answer may be very sad. Marines from Naval Headquarters frown upon hearing this question. Doflamingo's manipulation of King Luo Ke and the king's army to slaughter people has violated the law and the law. Even 7 warlords of the sea is not allowed to attack the people of the franchise countries, let alone frame the royal family and nobles. Such behavior is undoubtedly not allowed. However, Doflamingo is now Shichibukai. According to regulations, unless the government removes the title of Doflamingo Shichibukai, Marine is not allowed to act against him. Shichibukai's crimes are not uncommon. Now, there are no civilians, and no Marine has any good feelings for Shichibukai. These guys have used this identity as an umbrella to protect themselves from crime, and the Shichibukai system has become a passport to crime. Seeing such a crime right in front of them, Marine, who defended their justice, couldn't do anything, which made them feel very bad. And Sengoku, who had retired, turned blue again when he saw that his carefree and laid-back face here. There is no doubt that this is the content of the secret letter that Razanani wanted to hand him back then. That is, Doflamingo's plan to steal Dressrosa. Razanani failed, died, and Dressrosa was stolen by Doflamingo. All this forms a closed loop. If Razanani hadn't had that accident, perhaps none of this would have happened. The killing intent flashed in Doflamingo Sengoku's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Now that he has retired, these things are no longer his care, but Doflamingo has done a lot of evil and will be retributed sooner or later. And Sengoku has a hunch it should not be far away. This time the Answer Live broadcast is an opportunity. Marine is in a bad mood, while the franchise side is in a very bad mood. It is not the first time that Shichibukai steals the country. Although Doflamingo steals the country earlier than Crocodile, it was revealed by Doflamingo later than Crocodile. And Doflamingo also succeeded. This is equivalent to the second time that the kings of these franchise nations have seen what they least want to see, and the throne has been seized. King Luo Ke and them were the kings of the franchise countries and attended the World Summit together, and had several fate. Hearing that King Luo Ke was robbed of his country by a pirate, it was hard for them not to empathize with each other. If this incident is exposed in this way, Doflamingo will continue to sit firmly on the throne of Dressrosa if he does not pay for it. Then this is obviously not a good sign. This set a typical example for future Shichibukai. Crocodile is impelled down now only because he failed. As long as it succeeds in winning the throne, just like Doflamingo, then even if things are exposed in the future, there will still be no shit. As we all know, there are 7 people in Shichibukai. Doflamingo is just one of them, and it is not the only case of theft. If the other 6 people have learned the same way, then estimated by the world government's more than 170 participating countries, there's about a 1 in 30 probability of being a victim. Even if 1% of the loss of the throne is an amazing probability for the kings of these countries, let alone 1 in 30. For a while, these royal nobles began to worry about their throne and became more and more intolerable to the Shichibukai system. A group of pirates who can't bring them safety and still look at their throne. Why do you still keep such a Shichibukai system? Many kings of the franchise countries decided to seek justice for King Luo Ke immediately after the live broadcast of the answering questions, which is also to safeguard their own interests. Doflamingo must be severely punished. Otherwise, they will start to wonder whether their franchise countries are tools used by the world government to win over these pirates. By now, the kings of these franchise nations can no longer speculate about world conquest with goodwill, and they must treat the world government with the greatest malice. The example of the royal family of Fravans and Spandam is just ahead. The world government is best at taking others as the price and taking advantage of it. In their eyes, the image of the world government has gradually become equated with jackals and tigers. Cooperating with them is tantamount to looking for a tiger's skin, and it must be worrying. All the kings of the franchise countries looked at Violet, the daughter of King Luo Ke, on the screen. Although I don't know how King Luo Ke will end, but her blood in the Luo Ke royal family has not been cut off. They can support her to retake the country naturally. At this time, the kings of the country they joined must unite. If this time is not united, then it will be too late for this kind of thing to happen again in the future. No one knows who will be the next victim. Seeing that Violet was about to tell what happened to the Luo Ke clan that year, they also focused on watching the live broadcast, because this may also be the end of their royal family after losing their country. They must use this to alert themselves. During the live broadcast, Violet looked gloomy and said with hatred in his eyes, "Answer. After Doflamingo usurped Dressrosa, both the father and the king's army were arrested, and so was I. In order to completely control Dressrosa, he and we rushed to exterminate the family and our dependents. My sister, Rebecca's mother, died at the hands of Diamante, the head of the Don Quixote family. Hearing her mother's death, Rebecca cried softly, recalling what happened that year. Violet took Rebecca into his arms and stroked her hair. I would have been executed with my father. But brother Doflaming 2.3 took a fancy to my fruiting ability, so he reached a condition with me. If he doesn't kill his father, I will join the Don Quixote family to do things for him. So after the coup, I became Violet, the cadre of the Don Quixote family. My father lived incognito in Dressrosa, and Rebecca was raised with the help of the soldier." Violet gratefully looked at the toy soldier. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, Rebecca, not to live now, I can see all of this, and I thank you for my dead sister." Upon hearing Violet's words, the toy soldier said bitterly, "This is what I should do." However, few people can understand the bitterness of his words. Even Rebecca and Violet did not really understand. The only ones who can understand are Roger, who is opposite him, and the members of the Don Quixote family in front of the screen. Only they know, live in this toy soldier, his true identity is Rebecca's biological father. It is Dressrosa Arena legendary man, Cyrus. Now, however, even if Cyrus yourself first to say it, I am afraid no one would believe him, because people even on Cyrus' memories are gone. Even his daughter Rebecca, who do not know Cyrus is about his father simply did not register. Now all knowledge about Cyrus are derived from the statue of the arena. People regard Cyrus as a fictional character. Even if he says it, no one would take it seriously, but no one will believe Gladiator this toy is the legendary Cyrus. Watching her daughter in front of, but cannot recognize Cyrus, and my heart is full of bitterness. People in front of the screen only to Cyrus as if the words of the violet grieve it. But even more they care about is that the former king force the King Dressrosa library did not even dead. It has been exposed in Dressrosa. Suddenly the whole Dressrosa have caused screams. Since the force 8 years ago, the king of the library caught Doflamingo. They always thought that the king has been Doflamingo, force libraries, to execute it. It is with this idea also, so many people have chosen to lie down, 07 flat. Since people are dead, do not want to tangle a thing of the past. Compared to the dead man's clear, 100, living life more worthy of care. They do this to myself so that they can feel better. But when that force library's king is still alive and living somewhere in the country, the idea of this self-deception cannot continue. Should the station to force the library became king over there, they tangled choice. One side is justice and truth. The other side is condemned prosperous life and conscience. Many people struggle faces are exposed look. Because the king sided with force the library, and there it means to 7 warlords of Doflamingo, the sea of against. They can overcome such formidable opponents do. And before Doflamingo, dissatisfied and angry, when people learned that the king was still alive, force library news, they seem to find the same backbone into the eyes shine. The king not only them, Doflamingo had to surrender before the army, were also those who have been turned into toys Dressrosa of people's hearts also ignited the spark of hope. They looked forward to the day Force Library's king appeared to lead them out of the Don Quixote family Dressrosa, their hands of this gang of pirates freed. However, they read like a king at the moment, but some blog. After a matter of 8 years ago, he has been in Force Library's Wang Yunvolt and looked for opportunities to save Dressrosa the overthrow Doflamingo. But he simply cannot do alone, but the entire Dressrosa believe he's almost gone. Following the drop-dead, his army of king almost died. Although he's still alive, but became a loner existence in general. Although he's been holding hope, but revenge seems nowhere in sight. However, in some time ago, he seemed to see hope. In the Image Mignon Island, almost 8 years ago, the truth was exposed out, though did not specify what is to happen, then Dressrosa image of the situation. But to see this scene almost stone hammer is Doflamingo moving the hands and feet. I thought after the truth Dressrosa, people will begin to revolt Doflamingo. World government will recall Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the Sea of Identity, for his crusade. This is the opportunity he had been waiting eagerly. But what happened next disappointed him. Dressrosa was at peace after the live broadcast of the quiz, and the people should not say resistance, not even the people who were involved in the incident 8 years ago. At first he thought that people didn't discover the truth of the matter, but then he realized that people did, but because of his current life, he chose to ignore it. Only then did he deeply realize that people were peaceful, but not happy under his rule. Compared with his rule, Doflamingo's rule of the pirates has made them richer and happier. Moreover, the powerful strength of the Don Quixote family is not afraid of the attack of pirates at all, and Dressrosa has achieved unprecedented peace. No one wants to lose the rich and peaceful life now, and the identity of Doflamingo, 7 warlords of the sea, is the most direct deterrent to those younger generation. Dressrosa has never been better. This discovery dealt a huge blow to King Luo Ke. He thought he was a good king, but the reality told him that a pirate could do better than him. It has hit him on the head. Recalling the impoverished life of the people under his rule, and seeing Dressrosa, who has now become a land of love, passion, and toys, King Riku fell silent. Now that the people have accepted Doflamingo's rule, even if they know the truth, they choose to accept it, so what can he do? King Luo Ke was a little decadent, and the world government didn't do anything to Doflamingo because of this, and the thing he thought to lift Doflamingo, Shichibukai's title, didn't happen either. The people chose Doflamingo, and the world government also sided with Doflamingo. And he himself was powerless against Doflamingo. King Riku, who was helpless, could only hope to continue dormant with disappointment afterward. Now that he is still alive by the live broadcast of the answer, King Riku is very uneasy, wondering what will happen to the people after they know that he is still alive. Are you happy that he is alive? Or worry about his incompetent king bringing the country into poverty again? King Riku has no idea of taking back the throne now, because he feels that he is so incompetent that even if he becomes king, he will not be able to bring Dressrosa a happy life. It can neither protect the country of 560 nor bring people a prosperous life. What confidence does he have to be the king again? So his only goal now is to take revenge on Doflamingo for his daughter Scarlet, for the people who died at the hands of Doflamingo, and for the king's army killed by Doflamingo. But this kind of thing can't be achieved by himself. King Ku laughed at himself. He still had some hope, but after seeing the battles of the world's top combat powers in the video, he was left powerless. How can the gap between people be so big? Maybe he'll just have to wait for Straw Hat Crew and Luo to get revenge on Doflamingo with them. Without them, unless a miracle happens. However, King Riku is now very worried about one thing. That is, Violet exposed so many secrets of Doflamingo in the live broadcast of the quiz, and she and Rebecca will not be retaliated by Doflamingo after the live broadcast of the quiz. Thinking of this, King Riku was a little anxious. He had already lost Scarlet, and he didn't want to lose Viola and Rebecca again. Just when King Riku was a little anxious, Rog gave the answer. Correct answer. Roger glanced at Cyrus and said, "The above mentioned that Rebecca's mother died in the pursuit of the Don Quixote family. So the next question is, who is Rebecca's father? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Who is Rebecca's father? Isn't Rebecca's father the son-in-law of King Riku and the husband of Princess Scarlet? The husband of a princess of a country. This should be everyone in Dressrosa knows. What did Roger ask this question for? Could it be that there is something wrong with this man? People all over the world think so. However, the people of Dressrosa were stunned at the moment. Most Dressrosa people don't know about this. They didn't even know that Princess Scarlet had a daughter, because they remember that Princess Scarlet died at a very young age. She was not married at all, let alone a daughter. However, Rebecca just appeared in front of them, with a face so similar to Princess Scarlet, almost everyone can be sure that this is Princess Scarlet's daughter. But how is this possible? At this time, people suddenly remembered one thing. That is, Violet said that Princess Scarlet was killed by Diamante, the official of the Don Quixote family. But Princess Scarlet should have died long ago, unless the princess hadn't died at all. This confuses people. What is going on? Who is Rebecca's father? Not only the people of Dressrosa were in doubt, but even King Riku, Violet, and Rebecca themselves were confused, because they suddenly discovered that they had no impression of this man, Rebecca's father, Scarlet's husband. Do such people really exist? King Riku and Violet felt as if they had forgotten something. Scarlet left the palace because of suspended animation. They even forgot the reason. Rebecca looked at Violet in confusion. Aunt Viola, I only remember my mother. Do I still have father? Do you know who he is? Facing Rebecca's question, Violet was also full of doubts. She thought for a while, but she still had no impression of this man. Violet shook his head. I don't remember such popularity. The conversation between Rebecca and Violet shocked people all over the world. They originally thought this was a sub-question. In the end, neither Violet nor Rebecca knew what was going on. In an instant, people from all over the world made up a series of bloody plots. The princess encounters a grief, and the grief disappears after giving birth, and Scarlet raises her daughter by herself. The people of Dressrosa brainstormed more detailed plots. They also connected Princess Scarlet's suspended animation. In their imagination, it must be that Princess Scarlet was unfair to others. King Riku felt that the family was unfortunate and expelled Princess Scarlet from the house and declared that the princess was dead. This can also explain why Princess Scarlet, who is clearly dead, is still alive and has a daughter. For a while, the whole world was wondering who this ugly man who abandoned his wife and son was. If this incident is confirmed, then this unsuccessful man may have a name in the history of the world. Even King Luo Ke and Violet began to wonder if this was the case. They had never thought about Rebecca's father before, but now they didn't even have any impression of this man. Could it be that Scarlet is not good at others? Just when the whole world was guessing the identity of this sad man, and thought that this question should not be answered. In Dressrosa's palace, the atmosphere here is a bit terrifying. The cadres of the Don Quixote family gathered together. The cadres of the Don Quixote family know the truth about Rebecca's father better than anyone else. Now Luo Jiang has asked this question, it means that the biggest secret of their Don Quixote family will be revealed. Once this secret is revealed, what reaction will it have? They didn't dare to think about it, and they couldn't imagine it because it was even more shocking than Guy's experiment in Punk Had. Once exposed, the consequences will be disastrous. The faces of the cadres of the Don Quixote family are more gloomy. The worst consequence of this incident is probably that Dressrosa can no longer stay, and the world government can't sit back and watch them under pressure. I am afraid that Shichibukai's title will also be taken away. Don Quixote family crisis. The cadres looked at Doflamingo one after another. Dover, what should we do now? Toripole asked. Doflamingo's always rebellious and unruly face hasn't stretched since the live broadcast of the answer. Doflamingo turned his head to look at Virgo with a sullen face. Virgo, you go to prepare the ship. If we really get there, we have to retreat. Yes. Virgo nodded and then walked outside. Buffalo, go and call Guy over. If he wants to go, he must go with us. Okay, Lord. Buffalo responded. As for now, we can't give up Dressrosa without reaching the last step. Doflamingo said with a sullen face. Dressrosa is very important to him. It is not easy to find another place like this. Moreover, Dressrosa also lives with little humans, and smile fruits can only be cultivated with the help of the superb planting ability of these little humans. If you want to leave, you have to help the little humans move. It is not easy to let the little humans leave their hometown. In addition, you have to abandon the foundation and wealth here. This is the Don Quixote family that has only been in business for 8 years, so it was ruined and it was very uncomfortable. He won't make this decision unless he has to. The key to this decision is whether Li Wang's, he and 5 elders can continue to maintain the current relationship. As long as the world government does not crusade him, even if Dressrosa rebelled due to the exposure of the toy, he can easily suppress it. I'm afraid that the world government and Marine will attack him. There are many people who look at him upset at Marine, especially the spicy man, the former Marine Marshal Sengoku. Maybe he will be the first to rush over. Doflamingo stretched out his fingers and stared at the man in the live broadcast, Luo Ke. Damn it. The anger on Doflamingo's face rose straight. His forehead bulged sharply, his fingers clenched into fists. All this is caused by this man. At this moment, the whole world is waiting for this question to fail. Suddenly, the toy soldier next to him spoke June. Answer. It's me. I'm Rebecca's biological father. As soon as his words came out, the whole world was shocked. This is not a joke. A toy actually said that he was the father of a human girl, and he was also the biological father. If it was the adoptive father, they wouldn't say anything. After all, Luo Ke said that Rebecca was raised by this toy soldier. The status is no different from that of the father, but it would be too much to say that he was his biological father. When will humans be able to have children with toys? Is this still a toy? People were stunned for a moment, then laughed and just regarded it as something they said casually after they didn't know the answer. Didn't take it seriously at all. Although they admit that this toy is indeed a bit peculiar, it has its own sense of independence, and it can also raise children, which is too human-like. Makes them all want one. But it is said that this is something unique to Dressrosa, the land of love, passion, and toys. Can't buy it anywhere else. No one in the whole world believed what Cyrus said, and even the people of Dressrosa just laughed when they heard it. They can be regarded as a group of people who are most familiar with toys in the world. Although toys have been integrated into their lives, it is unheard of to say that toys can have children with humans. Is this toy head malfunctioning? Just when people took this as a joke, Dorag and the others in the crowd changed their expressions when they heard this. Others don't take toys seriously, but they thought there was something wrong with Dressrosa's toys from the start. Now this toy soldier says he is Rebecca's father. If this assumption is true, doesn't it mean that? Drago and the others suddenly looked at the toys around them and found that after hearing the words of the toy soldiers, they looked at the humans around them with sad expressions on their faces. A bold idea formed in their minds. Maybe these 560 games were all human before. If this is the case, then this country is a big problem. The faces of Dorag, Fujitora, Green Bull, and Sabo suddenly sank. Obviously, the darkness behind Dressrosa's toys is beyond their imagination. At this moment, King Riku stared at the toy soldier who claimed to be Cyrus. He actually said that he was Rebecca's father. How could Rebecca's father be a toy? King Riku remembered that the toy only appeared after Doflamingo came, while Cyrus was a legendary figure that existed in this country 20 years ago. If the toy soldier wasn't lying, then wouldn't it mean that the toys were all human? Although Violet knows the fact that the toy is a human being, she can read minds through her ability and has already discovered this matter, and also knows that after turning into a toy, other people will lose their memory of the person who turned into a toy. But she never thought that this toy soldier turned out to be Scarlet's sister's husband and Rebecca's biological father. It seems that her own memory is also missing, and she has lost the memory of Huang Baika's father. Violet looked at Cyrus in surprise, while Rebecca also looked at Cyrus in disbelief. Seeing the two people's reactions, the people in front of the screen who were watching with a funny attitude suddenly felt something was wrong. No matter what happened, Rebecca was shocked. She was still young after all. But what was Violet's expression about? What a sudden realization. Is it true that humans can really have children with toys? People all over the world were shocked. Doflamingo glanced at Cyrus angrily, knowing that he should have killed this scourge back then. At this moment, Luo Grid gave the answer. Correct answer. Rog's affirmation shocked people all over the world to the point of shattering their views. It's a miracle that human beings can have children with toys. For a while, they felt that their understanding of the world was still too young, and even such an incredible thing happened. On Dressrosa's side, the reaction was even more intense, because they have always regarded toys as just toys, even though these toys are smart, but toys are toys. But now they are suddenly told that these toys can have children with humans. Is this still a toy? If the person who affirmed the answer wasn't Roger, they certainly wouldn't believe it. But just because it was Luo Ke, they had to believe such a ridiculous answer, because the previous things had proved that what Luo Ke said was basically correct. For a time, the emotions of the people in Dressrosa were quite complicated, and the brain was in chaos. What the hell is going on? But Rog's affirmation made Drago and the others affirm their bold ideas just now. Sure enough, these toys are human beings. They are toys that Doflamingo turned into by special means. This ability is undoubtedly the ability of Devil Fruit, and only Devil Fruit can do this in this world. Damn Doflamingo, in the end to human life, as what even the living humans into toys. The thought of these people only become a toy to accompany his family around, obviously in close proximity, like a general far in the horizon, let Duo Lage they really furious. Sure enough, they decided to dress Rosa nothing wrong. Dress Rosa hidden darkness than they thought it would be great. Not just the arms trade, not just Sprinkle Guy experiments, Smile Fruit. The country itself is Doflamingo play into applause. Under this bustling, countless people cannot tell the tears and pain. These people are being turned into toys longing freedom. Be sure to catch this Doflamingo. Thoroughly dress Rosa this false prosperity rescue. Ordinary people do not understand how it is, but the Naval Headquarters Marine Senior had a turn to understand how the matter stood. This is probably the Devil Fruit ability that are at play. Dress Rosa afraid of those toys are all human beings. Realize this, a Marine public all gloomy face up. Doflamingo went so far as to engage in this kind of thing under the eyes of their child. I did not expect toys are actually human beings. Dress Rosa, so many toys, that the number of human persecution Doflamingo. At the same time, five elders, they're also aware of this inside face of wrong. It really is fire burn the Doflamingo body. Doflamingo, they're what's wrong. World government cannot get away. But after all Doflamingo's 7 warlords of the sea, it is Doflamingo to sit tight Dressrosa throne backed by the world government. If Doflamingo, the scandal Dressrosa, exposure out, world government will follow the face is hurt. Doflamingo, this guy, five elders face saddened thought. It appears that they have to rethink the relationship between the Order Doflamingo. World government cannot stand the face several times already lost. Then off several times, I'm afraid that really became a loner. And with this, the pirates of the nations and Big Mom groups see this scene immediately understand what this is. This they can too familiar. Entire nations everywhere, Mother Huomi Z, and toys, actually nothing different. But most of them are Huomi Z life of the residents of the nations of the manufactured. Life here is actually residents of the taxes. But they did not think their Doflamingo Gunghin directly to the people into the toy city's reputation Dressrosa, they have heard. Think of those toys full of people. Doflamingo, this guy can really play this game. A public Big Mom pirates of the members could not help laughing, but their now more curious thing is that after this kind of thing was exposed as a world government of the 7 warlords of the sea, following last cast a guy safe and sound after the event, this thing, Doflamingo, cannot pish you again. I'm afraid this is either Doflamingo finished, or is Doflamingo world government pulled together be cast aside, which is a matter for them. He loved, and Guy Hosanna Guy Doflamingo, now probably in the hands of the last Kata Library chestnut grab guy Caesar, did not catch. 8 Admiral strength is to try to restrain him. Doflamingo dare to Big Mom possession of Guy Caesar. Big Mom can be unpleasant to Doflamingo. Whether this is Doflamingo world government or luck, are happy to see her. Compared to Big Mom, Kaido, then there would have been drinking wine appreciation Doflamingo drama of grand larceny. But to hear it, he felt a little bad breath. If the toy is human, then to marine world government and hypocrisy that justice pies should not be tolerated Doflamingo. If the toy is Dressrosa civilians, then it is more serious. I am afraid of Shichibukai Doflamingo does not guarantee ya. Once it is gone, Shichibukai position, and Dressrosa from the red line and too close, but there is no moat. Doflamingo could not defensible. It is unfortunate that Doflamingo Sabusi does not matter. The key is not what he wanted did not. So Kaido thought Jack decided to arrange a trip to go Dressrosa. What happens if the policy is not to Doflamingo received Wanakuni? Kaido think this is actually a good opportunity. If we could take advantage of this opportunity to let Doflamingo join Beast Pirates. Doflamingo, that the ability of Beast Pirates that is quite good. Doflamingo just lost territory. They lost Shichibukai title. And now the new world has been carved up. Doflamingo addition to trust in him. Basically no other choice. Kaido thought not to worry, but some expect Doflamingo things exposed. To Doflamingo mind, surely he should know how to vote. Kaido already imagined the scene Doflamingo SMLI fruit as a gift to the asylum seekers. As Rog affirmed, Violet and Rebecca finally identified Mr. Toy Soldier is Rebecca's father about it. Rebecca did not think his father would have been by her side. She has to take care to protect her. But why? Why her father would be a toy? Then Rog uttered the 4th question. Question. Dressrosa Toys, what is? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Hearing this question, Doflamingo's murderous aura became more and more serious. And this question really hit him directly. What the hell is this Roger trying to do? At this moment, there are different opinions. People from all over the world who are very curious about toys that can have children with humans are immediately interested after hearing Luo Ke's question. What exactly are Dressrosa toys? This question they also want to know. They have never heard of a toy that can have children with humans when they grow up. What exactly is this made of? For a time, countless people were attracted by this question. At the same time, Dressrosa's toys could feel their heart beat faster than ever, even though their bodies were turned into toys. Their existence finally had a chance to be known to the world. Since turning into toys, they have lost themselves. Not only did they lose their freedom, but also those who knew them, their relatives, all forgot their existence. When turned into toys, They are as if they never existed. This feeling of being abandoned by the world, I am afraid that no one can understand except the toys. And they have to follow the contract to work for Doflamingo every day, both physically and psychologically. They have been looking forward to this day. The world can know what happened to them, and someone can come to rescue them. Now, they finally see hope. Countless toys looked at the fellow toy soldier in the live broadcast with excitement. Speak out loud and speak out about us. And in their hope, Cyrus began to answer. Answer. Dressrosa's toys are actually all human. As soon as these words came out, the whole world was shocked. People who were still guessing what the structure of these toys were just now were taken aback. Are these toys actually human? The news is creepy. They looked at the toy soldier on the screen, and they never imagined that the toy turned out to be a human being. If these toys are all human, doesn't that mean Dressrosa in the so-called land of love and passion and toys is actually the state of terror that turns humans into toys? The people of Dressrosa who heard the news were stunned when they looked at the toys around them. They really didn't expect that the toy that has been with them all the time and integrated into their lives turned out to be human beings. So many toys are human. Who are they? Why are so many people turned into toys? Who can tell them? In a live broadcast, Cyrus continued to say, there were no toys in this country until the arrival of the Don Quixote family. Don Quixote family has a cadre named Sugar. Her fruit ability is able to turn people into toys. The person who becomes a toy will be forced to sign a contract by her, and the contracted toy will become her slave from now on, unable to disobey her orders. More than that, her ability has a more terrifying aspect. Once someone becomes a toy, all the memories of him in the world will be wiped out. That is to say, this person is like never appearing before. No one will remember him. Even his closest family members, friends, and even enemies will not remember him. Completely forgotten by this world. The words of the toy soldier made the scalps go numb to everyone who heard all over the world. The world still has such terrifying abilities. This is completely beyond their imagination. The calamity-like abilities of Logia that the Marine Admirals had shown before were scary enough, and they had nothing but deep despair in the face of these abilities. However, the ability of the fruit that pops up now is even better. This fruit ability can actually turn a person into a toy and erase everyone's memory of the toy. Doesn't that mean that as long as he is turned into a toy by this capable person named Sugar, then this person has never lived? This ability is too terrifying. Now people are full of fear about this Don Quixote family, which is even scarier than killing someone. People are killed, although people are dead, but his traces are still there. There will still be people who remember him, appreciate him, grieve, and feel sad for his death, and maybe some people will come to justice for him. However, after being turned into a toy by this ability, all this does not exist anymore, which is more thorough and cleaner than killing. Rao is a big man from all over the world. The Marine generals of the naval headquarters and the pirates of the Four Emperors Regiment couldn't help being taken aback when they heard this ability. The horror of this ability is that when Roger became one piece, Sugar touched Roger, and Roger was in vain in his life. Doflamingo is really hiding a big killer. Drago and the others also looked solemn when they heard the words. Although they guessed that the toy was a human being, they did not expect the truth to be like this. No wonder. Really no wonder. With so many abilities in Dressrosa, many people must have turned into toys. However, such a large-scale disappearance of people did not cause panic in Dressrosa, which is an abnormal thing in itself. Though, look for flowers. It turns out that turning into a toy will make everyone lose their memory, so everything makes sense. What a terrifying ability. Thinking of this, Drago and the others were even more determined to end the Don Quixote family, and they must not be allowed to continue their scourge. If these abilities are abused, it can be said that wherever they go, they will harm one party. They must not be allowed to continue. The people in Dressrosa looked at the toys around them and just found out that the toy was a human being, and they were a little afraid of who was in the toy. After all, it has been integrated into his own life. What if it is some bad guy? But after hearing that the person who turned into a toy will make the people around him lose their memory of him, and Rebecca in the live broadcast has no idea that her father is the toy soldier. Seeing this scene, the people of Dressrosa suddenly had a fearful and worried thought in their hearts. 0. Could the toys around them be their relatives too? As soon as the idea appeared, they panicked. They have been treating their relatives as toys instead of treating them as human beings. For a time, the people of Dressrosa were all mentally blown up and blown up. In the video, Rog also spoke. Correct answer. Roger's affirmation equals to confirming what the toy soldier said. In other words, Dressrosa's toys are really all human. And before Rog's words were finished, he continued. They who have been turned into toys can only return to their families during the day and return to the so-called toy house to rest at night. But in fact, the toy house is just a lie. The toys are not going back to rest at all. Instead, go to work, and beneath the toy house is Doflamingo's underground trading port. All weapons from Kaido are loaded and unloaded here and shipped to buyers around the world. These toys are Doflamingo's best workers who don't feel tired and complain. It is with these free labor that Doflamingo has accumulated a lot of wealth. In other words, it wasn't Doflamingo's favor that Dressrosa became what she is now, but the toys that worked hard all night long. The sources of these toys include the king's army who resisted Doflamingo, the ordinary residents of Dressrosa, the pirates who came to Dressrosa, the losers who participated in the arena, and even CP and Marine from the world government. Anyway, as long as they're turned into toys, no one in the world will remember them. When the truth of the toy was completely revealed, the people of Dressrosa couldn't stretch it anymore. The truth turned out to be this way. It turned out to be like this. Countless Dressrosa people cried out with some disintegration. They have been kept in the dark. I have always believed that their wonderful life was brought about by Doflamingo when he became the king of Dressrosa. Because of this, even if they knew that Doflamingo was behind the massacre in the first 8 years, they all endured it. However, the truth is that Doflamingo turned their relatives into toys and then used them as labor to sell and work for him. Every 1 point of Dressrosa's current wealth is accumulated by the blood and sweat of the people of Dressrosa who turned into toys. Their current lives are based on the pain of these toys. They were wrong, ridiculously wrong. Those who knew the truth felt ashamed and regretted for their ignorance before. They didn't know this in the 560 before, and they hoped that Doflamingo will continue to rule like this, which means continuing to squeeze them into toy compatriots and compatriots. That's their relatives, but their relatives are suffering. They don't even have a memory of them. Unspeakable pain is in the hearts of all Dressrosa people. Seeing these suffering people, Dorag's anger in their hearts is also accumulating. They finally understand why there are so many violations in this country. Why Doflamingo, a pirate and a fierce pirate, would bring such a good life to this country. It turns out that such a tragic and infuriating reality is hidden in the beautiful appearance. Suddenly, even the air in this dreamy and romantic city was full of blood and smell. This is the blood of people who have become toys. Undoubtedly, Doflamingo's crimes are too difficult to write. Now they don't need to wonder anymore. To defeat Doflamingo and rescue this country is the goal they must achieve. At this time, Dressrosa also thought of the embracing and weeping of the people and relatives who had become toys. Cries for revenge against Doflamingo and the freedom of relatives are endless. Dressrosa finally shook and moved. King Liku also showed an uncontrollable anger on his face when he learned of all this. He originally thought that although Doflamingo was a scumbag, he at least brought prosperity to Dressrosa. But I didn't expect Doflamingo to bring prosperity to Dressrosa in this way. This is where prosperity is. This is clearly the people who are slaves and invading Dressrosa. It turns out that there are still so many people in Dressrosa who are suffering in places he can't see. This country can no longer be controlled by scum like Doflamingo. Listening to the shouts and shouts of the angry people who wanted to overthrow Doflamingo, King Liku felt that it was time for him to stand up, even if their power could not be against the pirates of the Don Quixote family. But he can't hide anymore. At least this time he will fight alongside them. When King Liku revealed his true face in the crowd, the surrounding people suddenly found that their king was by their side. For a while, the crowds were angry, and the people of Dressrosa shouted and rushed into the palace with King Liku to overthrow Doflamingo's brutal rule. More and more people gathered around King Liku. Dorag and the others saw this scene in their eyes, but it is not the time yet, because Rog's live broadcast of the answer is not over yet. It's enough for them to solve Doflamingo, but Luo Ke's live broadcast will reveal more information about Doflamingo, and maybe there are more things they don't know. This may enable them to have more intelligence, knowing themselves, knowing each other, and fighting against each other. Defeat Doflamingo in no hurry at 1 o'clock. Compared with Doflamingo, there are countless civilians here who need to be protected. They must kill Doflamingo while minimizing the harm to civilians. And King Liku didn't eagerly go to Doflamingo to settle the account. Doflamingo is so powerful that the people of Dressrosa 8 years ago have already seen it. So if you want to fight Doflamingo 1, the people of Dressrosa must unite. Enough forces must be assembled for them to have the possibility of fighting Doflamingo 1. And in order not to let people sacrifice in vain, and to win this war, King Liku is also waiting for reinforcements. He didn't believe that when such things were exposed, the world government and Marine would be indifferent. At the same time, Marine couldn't bear it after learning the news. Doflamingo turned the people of Dressrosa into toys to enslaves and enslaves people. This still happened in the franchise countries. You must know that although slavery and servitude are not uncommon in this world, celestial dragons are the biggest slave owners. Their biggest hobby in life is to buy slaves and administer slavery. The world government will also arrest slaves, serve as slaves, and work. However, these are criminals, pirates, and civilians from non-participating countries in name. At least on the surface, the civilians of the joining countries are still protected by the world government and Marine. Now, Doflamingo has turned the civilians of the franchise countries into slaves, subordinates, and toys, which are inhuman, human, and moral behaviors. This is beyond the bottom line of their patience. And what makes them even more intolerable is that there is Marine in the toy, which is already a provocation to all Marine Chi, Ka, and Ka. If you have to endure this, then Marine's justice is just a nonsense. Seeing the furious Marine generals around, Ching Xiong and Akainu have rarely unified their expressions. Kizaru also had to converge the expression of Ishiong's leisurely expression and put on a somewhat serious expression. However, this matter has to be decided after discussing with 5 elders. After all, Doflamingo is still 7 warlords of the sea, not under the control of Marine, and the world government has to decide how to deal with it. At this moment, 5 elders' face was also dark. Doflamingo turned all the CPs they sent to inquire into toys. They understand now. They always feel something is missing. Obviously, I always wanted to inquire about Dressrosa, but every time I forget to send someone to investigate. Feelings they sent the people in the past to become toys, and they all lost this memory. They just said, why Dressrosa's information is sealed and locked so tightly. It turns out that Doflamingo still has such a hand. The CP thing makes him a little angry, but CP is just a tool, man, and becomes a toy when it becomes a toy. The real headache for them is the current situation. Doflamingo does this kind of thing. They don't even think about what kind of sensation this kind of thing will cause in the world. They didn't expect Doflamingo to have this whole card in his hand. This ability is really scary. And this time, they seem to be unable to maintain their relationship with Doflamingo. This time, Doflamingo was really offensive and angry. If they don't care about Doflamingo anymore, let alone the civilian side, the Marine side may cause upheaval and change in 2.3. And since just now, the calls from the participating countries have been received one by one. The kings of these countries have never seen them have such a good relationship with King Liku. Now, one by one, he is fighting against King Liku. To remove the title of Doflamingo Shichibukai, Marine should immediately go to defeat Doflamingo and help King Liku restore Dressrosa's throne. It was the first time 5 elders saw the unity of the kings of these franchised nations. Obviously, Doflamingo has committed public outrage. Although they can exclude the public and agree to protect Doflamingo, the price is too high, and one Doflamingo is not worth it. Since they want to do something against Doflamingo, then Doflamingo must fall into their hands. Doflamingo knows many secrets of celestial dragons and cannot let him reveal them. Only by falling into their hands can these secrets continue to be secrets. 5 elders immediately asked Marine to arrange someone to go to Dressrosa Zhao. With the order of 5 elders from Marine, he can finally attack Doflamingo. So Kazura looked at the Admiral around him and decided to arrange for Akiji to go, which made it kind of furious. This obvious opportunity for meritorious service was given to Akiji. This B************* D is targeting him. However, Kazura turned a blind eye to Akainu's anger. Anyway, this guy has been antagonistic to him recently and got used to it. Ji Xiong immediately took the order. Sengoku, on the other hand, stood up and decided to go together. Last time he advocated crusade against Doflamingo, but 5 elders ruled out public opinion and forcibly saved Doflamingo. He also resigned from the position of marshal. Now that 5 elders is finally about to take action against Doflamingo, how could Sengoku stand idly by at this time? He must participate in this battle against Doflamingo. Anyway, he is not Marshal Marine anymore, so he doesn't need to be in the headquarters anymore. For justice and to avenge Razanani. While Sengoku asked to go, Garp also wanted to go. In addition, Marine Staff Crane also decided to go together. She is Doflamingo's old opponent. If Garp hunted Roger all over the world, then Crane was hunting Doflamingo. So Qing Xiong, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane boarded a warship to Dressrosa. At this moment, the cadres of Don Quixote's 07 family and Doflamingo are all a little serious. Dressrosa's biggest secret has now been exposed. Such an astonishing thing will surely cause turmoil in Dressrosa soon. However, Dressrosa's chaos is not the point. The point is the attitude of the world government. Doflamingo's face is a bit ugly. In this case, the world government is likely to abandon the car to save the handsome. Maybe he will become an abandoned son. In this case, Dressrosa couldn't stay any longer. Doflamingo thought for a while and called 5 elders. He wanted to confirm the attitude of 5 elders. After talking to 5 elders, Doflamingo's face was a little volatile, because 5 elders was very angry about the toy. Moreover, it is impossible to hide it because the whole world already knows it. This makes it difficult for the world government. After negotiations, 5 elders will not deprive Doflamingo Shichibukai of his identity for the time being, but Doflamingo must find a way to minimize the impact of this incident. If you can't do this, it's useless to say anything. At the same time, Doflamingo must pay sufficient compensation for this matter to compensate the loss suffered by the government to protect him. As expected by Doflamingo, 5 elders wanted to slaughter him for this matter. But being able to retain the title of Shichibukai, this is already the best situation. As for money, you can always make it back then. But the biggest problem is the premise, how to minimize the impact of this incident. Doflamingo thought for a moment with a sullen face, and then stretched out his hand, and countless silk threads rushed into the sky from his hand. So people in Dressrosa can see to the naked eye that fireworks-like effects appear over the heights of King and Ji. But this is obviously there will be fireworks during the day. When people took a closer look, their eyes suddenly widened. They have seen this scene in the video. This is the ability of Doflamingo, one of the skills of String Fruit, Birdcage. Back then, Doflamingo launched this trick on Mignon Island, trapping the pirates and Razanani on Mignon Island, and then came to Nern to catch a lesson. What does Doflamingo want to launch Birdcage now? People's originally angry expressions quickly turned into panic and worry. After being angry, they immediately realized the gap between them and the group of pirates, Don Quixote family. And Doflamingo made Birdcage, and it was obvious that he wanted to control them all here. Could it be that Doflamingo wants to kill people? As soon as this idea came up, the people of Dressrosa were all in horror. At this moment, people couldn't help but panic. Although they were angry just now, They knew in their hearts that they could not be Doflamingo's opponents. The King Luo Ke also said just now that he would wait for the world government and Marine to come over. When they saw these things, they would never let Doflamingo continue to mess around in Dressrosa. So calm down for now. Don't be impulsive. Don't die in vain. But now they didn't do it first. Doflamingo seemed to want to do it first. Now the Crusade team of world government and Marine hasn't come. They are trapped again. Could it be that today will be the day when Dressrosa will die? For a moment, despair appeared on the faces of Dressrosa's people, and King Luo Ke's face was very ugly at this moment. He didn't expect Doflamingo to start so decisively. But even if he did, Doflamingo would not be able to suppress the matter. Even if the people of Dressrosa die, the whole world already knows about toys. Killing Dressrosa's people at this time will only increase his crime. Doflamingo, is this crazy? But King Luo Ke quickly remembered Doflamingo. He is essentially a pirate. There is no lower limit for pirates. Killing people and destroying the country is so stressless for them to eat and drink. Thinking of this, King Luo Ke couldn't help feeling desperate. Is Dressrosa going to be ruined today? At the same time, Dorag and others, who had been hiding in the crowd, frowned when they saw the appearance of Birdcage. Is this guy jumping the wall in a hurry? If Doflamingo can't help but shoot the civilians in advance, don't blame them for killing Doflamingo in advance. Although they don't want to miss the live broadcast of answering questions, they can't control so much in the face of human life. Immediately afterwards, Dorag and the others found that the screen in the center of the town had been opened. This is not Roger's live screen, but the screen that Dressrosa uses to convey the king's orders. Back then, King Luo Ke used this to directly kneel down and borrow money from the people of the whole country. Several people quickly appeared on the screen, and the people of Dressrosa recognized their identities at a glance. They are all cadres of the Don Quixote family, and the one standing in the front is the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although Doflamingo's face is a bit unpleasant, he still maintains a relaxed and unrestrained aura in front of the people. Only in this way can he deter civilians at this time. Presumably you have seen the situation in the sky, but you don't need to panic. This is an extraordinary measure of an extraordinary period. Just now, there were a lot of riots and rioters in Dressrosa who try to cause riots and riots in the country. In order to prevent these riots and rioters from escaping, such measures were taken. Please rest assured, Don Quixote family will not harm anyone who wants peace, but if someone wants to mess up Dressrosa, then we will not be merciful. Therefore, before we catch all the rioters and gangsters, Dressrosa prohibits the entry and exit of personnel. In addition, if you don't want to be regarded as a rioter, don't make any suspicious behavior, and don't spread any rumors. After things calm down, Dressrosa will return to her previous peaceful life. After speaking, the live screen was blacked out. The people who had been clamoring for revenge on Doflamingo were silent at this moment. This live broadcast is undoubtedly a warning from Doflamingo to them. Warn them not to make trouble. If you make trouble, none of you can escape. If you catch it, you'll die. If you pass this time steadily, then no one will have trouble. They are now all trapped by Doflamingo's birdcage, which is the meat on the cutting board. After hearing Doflamingo's warning, many people were directly timid and stopped saying any words of revenge. For a while, Dressrosa was calm again. King Luo Ke couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, but fortunately, Doflamingo didn't tear his face with him. If Doflamingo is now slaughtering Dressrosa, I am afraid they will not be able to resist. Seeing the powerful strength displayed by Doflamingo again, King Luo Ke couldn't help feeling a burst of despair. They could never deal with such an enemy. Now I can only hope to hold back the time and wait for the world government and Marine to help them. A miracle will happen then. But Dorag and the others saw that Doflamingo didn't do it directly, and they didn't do it either. Continue to watch the live broadcast to see if Doflamingo is still hiding his hole cards. On the other side, Doflamingo's face immediately sank after finishing the live broadcast. To minimize the impact of this incident, all he can do is to stabilize Dressrosa first, and then whitewash the matter in the newspaper. Only in this way can the impact of this matter be minimized as much as possible. After that, you just need to give everything to time. Thinking of this, Doflamingo finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he can maintain Dressrosa's basic disc, nothing will matter. But he felt a little uneasy in his heart. He always felt that this matter didn't seem to be easy to handle. But 5 elders has already negotiated, and Dressrosa has also used Birdcage to control it. All dangers seem to have disappeared in the bud. But it's so easy to get it done, but it makes Doflamingo a little uneasy. What is it that he didn't expect Doflamingo to have a sober face, and in the end he can only cast his eyes on the screen? Maybe Rod's question is not over yet. However, what Doflamingo didn't expect was that the words of 5 elders only stabilized him. A Marine's warship had already sailed towards Dressrosa. CPO is also on the way. The whole world is furious at Doflamingo, which inhumanely turns people into toys and completely disappears from this world. They shouted to solve the scourge of Don Quixote family. This is really scary. This kind of ability is not only in Dressrosa, but can't stand it everywhere, especially the kings of the franchise countries. They learned of the experience and ending of the Luo Ke clan, and after seeing this toy, the whole person is not good. With this ability, Doflamingo's desire to steal the country is really that simple. What's more serious is that once this ability is abused, the kings of their franchise countries can be replaced in minutes. Because as long as it is turned into a toy, the whole person is the same as if it had never appeared before. This ability is not only dangerous in the hands of the Don Quixote family, it is equally dangerous to fall into the hands of the world government. At that time, if they disobey the idea of the world government wants to replace them and just turn them into toys. Anyway, disappeared from this world, no one would care about this kind of thing. This is simply the best assassin to annex other forces, and it is not profitable to use it for beheading operations. As long as the brain of one force suddenly disappears, the others will not become a mess. People are afraid that this ability will remain in the hands of Doflamingo, and they are also worried that the world government will get it. This ability was exposed, and for a while, everyone was at risk. Just when the whole world was shocked by the truth behind Dressrosa's toy. In the answering live room, Rebecca and Cyrus' father and daughter met also ended. Cyrus finally said what was in her heart, and Rebecca also learned that her father had been with her and protecting her all these years. But what makes them very regretful is that they can't recognize each other with their true faces now. And those memories of the past did not come back because of acquaintance. If you want to change back to the original state and regain your memory, you must defeat the Don Quixote family. This casts a shadow over their joy. At the same time, Ra continued. After Doflamingo was resigned from Shichibukai by Luo Design, Doflamingo teamed up with the world government to reverse design Luo. And in order to attract the attention of Straw Hat Crew and distract them, Doflamingo took out a heavyweight. Marineford Fruit. Ace, who was killed by a Kainu in the Summit War, had his devil fruit Marineford Fruit resurrected and obtained by Doflamingo. After realizing that Luo and Luffy had formed an alliance to defeat him, Doflamingo set Marineford Fruit as the prize of Dressrosa Arena, and the final winner could get this fruit. Luffy, who came to Dressrosa, learned that Ace's Marineford Fruit was a reward and immediately pretended to participate in the competition. And there are many people who are also attracted by Marineford Fruit, such as the White Horse Cavendish, who owns the Handsome Pirate Group, the Ogre Bartolomeo of the Bardo Club, and the leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army, Green Pepper, the former King Liku of Dressrosa, Buggies, the fighting champion of the Blackbeard Pirates, and the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army Sabo, then ask, who will become the next capable person of Marineford Fruit? There are 4 options here. A. Cavendish, the Handsome Pirate Group. B. Blackbeard Pirates Buggies. C. Sabo, chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. ID. Subjugated Princess Rebecca. The time is limited to 1 minute, and the time is female. Marineford Fruit's next capable person? Hearing this question, everyone suddenly aroused interest. Obviously, after finishing talking about the past of the Luo Ke clan, Rog's question began to point to the future. This is connected to the last question in the live broadcast of Trafalgar Law. Last time Luo and Luffy moved separately, he went to hold Doflamingo, and Luffy and the others went to destroy the Smile Factory. But I didn't expect that Doflamingo's resignation from Shichibukai was purely a scam, and Marineford had already been arranged to divert Luffy's attention. Obviously, this must have been a success. After all, that is the fruiting ability of Luffy's brother Ace. He will definitely not miss it. But then they were hit by Doflamingo. People thought of calling Doflamingo, "This guy is always cunning," and in a blink of an eye, Luo Lu Li got his own trap. The roles of prey and hunter were swapped in an instant. It really is Doflamingo. However, they already knew the end of this matter, and Doflamingo failed. It seems that such a beautiful Doflamingo can't escape the fate of being knocked down in the end. People are a little curious. What happened? Doflamingo was so well prepared or lost the battle. In addition, they're very curious about who is the next capable person of Marineford. Obviously, the winner is either the winner of this duel or someone who has a close relationship with the winner. Otherwise, such a precious Logia Devil Fruit cannot be obtained at will. Almost everyone has seen the performance of that Marineford fruit in Ace's hands, and it deserves to be Logia's Devil Fruit. No wonder it attracts so many people to compete. There are too many familiar names for the candidates participating in the duel. The name Cavendish was well known before. Because of his handsome appearance, he has the reputation of being a pirate nobleman on the sea, and his strength is not bad. He is a gorgeous supernova who entered New World with 280 million Baileys last year. As for the ogre Bartolomeo, this guy has never heard of it, but Qing Jiao, the leader of the 8 Treasure Army, is also a famous man. Babeo Marine is the leader of the Green Pepper family in the Country of Flowers, and he is also a man who owns Conqueror's Hockey. It is said that he had fought Luffy's grandfather, Marine Hero Garp, when he was young, and he offered a reward of more than 500 million gold. Bailey's veteran pirate. However, it is said that this person was called the Green Pepper of the Cone when he was young, but was flattened by Garp with a punch. This time, Green Pepper met Garp's grandson in the arena. King Liku's participation was not surprising. Knowing that Doflamingo was removed from Shichibukai's position and that the powerful Marineford was in front of him, King Liku should not miss this opportunity for revenge. In addition, there are buggies of Blackbeard and Sabo of the Revolutionary Army. One of these two is a cadre of the 4 Emperors, and the other is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. It seems that this duel is a good fight, but people were a little surprised when they saw the options, because the Green Pepper bounty is over 500 million, and the veteran pirates of Conqueror's Hockey are not even among the options. Doesn't that mean he lost? At this time, in the Country of Flowers, an old man with a concave skull was a little bit frustrated. The pirates participating this time are all young, and he, a pirate of the same era as Garp, is not even qualified to be an option in such a duel match. This is so self-respecting. And looking at what these options are, the first option is Cavendish, which only went to sea last year. The second is Buggy, who has only just joined the Blackbeard Pirates. The third is the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, who is also in his 20s. And the fourth is even more outrageous. This year is a 14-year-old girl. He is a 78-year-old master, the oldest pirate who went to sea, the earliest and the highest bounty old pirate, who was defeated by this group of young people. By the way, there's also a grandson of Garp, Luffy, who is only 17 years old this year. He is already a rubber fruit person and can no longer eat devil fruit, so he may have gotten it and given it to others. In other words, there may be Garp's grandson among the people he lost to. This made the Green Pepper's face turn blue and purple, which was extremely ugly. It's a shame to be thrown all over the world. At the moment, the whole world is guessing who will be the winner of this game. But there is no doubt that the most likely winner of this game is Luffy. After all, this guy is going to take down Doflamingo. But there was no option for Luffy, so people wondered if Luffy gave his 560 another brother, Sabo, to eat after flying. But they thought about it again and felt that Sabo, as the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, was trained by Dorak, so he should not be weak, and Luffy was the youngest among the 3 brothers, probably the weakest, so people thought that Sabo was the weakest. Most likely, and Ace and Sabo are brothers. Sabo inherits the ability of the dead Ace. It can be considered to continue to live in place of Ace, since he is burning in this world with his fire. For a time, the whole world thought that the answer would be Sabo. The three brothers, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, who are all over the world, were particularly complicated after hearing this question. If there is no live broadcast of the answer, Ace will die, Luffy and Sabo will meet in Dressrosa, and then strive to win the first place for the Fruit of Ace, and continue to live with Ace's share. Thinking of this, the three brothers unanimously fix their eyes. It's great that everyone is fine. We must see each other in the future. Not one of them will be missing. People all over the world are thinking about the answer, but Doflamingo is thinking about what's behind the question. Because the more he listened to this answer, the worse he felt. Even the Handsome Pirates, Barto Club, Babeo Marine, etc. But what the hell are the Blackbeard Pirates and the Revolutionary Army? How did they end up in Dressrosa? Doflamingo increasingly found the situation a little more complicated. He was busy dealing with the Laulu Alliance. Marine came to Marine Admiral who did not have good intentions towards him. The Blackbeard Pirates of the Four Emperors also joined in, and the Revolutionary Army also came to make trouble. How do you feel that all kinds of monsters are coming? The more Doflamingo listened, the more he felt that his failure might not be a coincidence. Even if he didn't lose to Luffy at the time, there were probably many people who wanted to kill him. It's not just Law and Luffy who have their eyes on him. Thinking of this, Doflamingo felt a little uneasy. In the prophecy, Dressrosa, all kinds of monsters appeared. He shouldn't be like this time. Probably not. After all, he didn't bring out Marineford fruit this time, and he didn't attract any strange guys. Luo did not force him to quit Shichibukai now, and it was not Luo or Luffy who participated in the answering questions, but the guys from the Liku family. Those preconditions are not there either, so it shouldn't be possible to stage a scene where a group of demons dances wildly. Doflamingo shook his head and used his anxiety out of his mind. He must have thought too much. He had already locked Dressrosa for the first time. If someone forcibly broke through, he would have noticed. There is no proof. Everything is under control, and the five elders have also negotiated and are at peace. Now just stare at Luo Ke to see what else he throws out. But he is no longer worried now, because his Dressrosa's biggest secret has been exposed by Rog. There's nothing to worry about. He wanted to see what other tricks Roger could use. As for the three guys who participated in the answer this time, after the answer is over, they will die. Unless Luo Ke's reward to them can directly allow them to gain more strength than him. If this is the case, then he will admit it. Anyway, Virgo has already gone to prepare the ship, and when the situation is bad, he can leave. If not, then they will die. He can't trouble Roger, and can't deal with the three of you? That's the price you pay for exposing his secrets. Doflamingo looked at Violet and the others on the live broadcast with murderous intent. Moreover, if Violet is smart, he should know what situation he is in, and maybe he will choose to exchange the reward obtained from the live broadcast of the answer for the chance to live. Just like changing the life of King Liku 8 years ago. Thinking of this, Doflamingo suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Now he is somewhat looking forward to what the reward Violet will receive. After Violet and the others heard this topic, they quickly ruled out Rebecca. In front of these monsters, it was impossible for Rebecca to win the duel. This question is actually equivalent to choosing the strongest person among the four options. Without any hesitation, Violet came to a conclusion. Answer: yes, C. Sabo, Chief of General Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Correct answer. Luo Ke affirmed. Hearing Rog's affirmation, Violet breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, Dressrosa's Sabo smiled. Sure enough, it was him. Luffy participated in the role of Lucy, and he went all the way and knocked down the green pepper of the cone, and also punched the head of the green pepper that was hammered by his grandfather Garp again. After Luffy and Sabo met, Sabo replaced Luffy and continued to compete as Lucy, while Luffy went to rescue Luo, who was captured by Doflamingo. Sabo grabbed Marineford fruit from Diamanti and Buggies and became a Marineford fruit capable. Then the next question asked, Who knocked down the sugar, freed all the toys, and restored them to their original state? Here are 4 options. A. Straw Hat Pirates Frankie. B. Straw Hat Pirates Nico Robin. C. Straw Hat Pirates Usopp. D. Cyrus, the commander of King Li Ku's army. Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Destroying the sugar can restore all the toys to their original shape. The news instantly lifted the spirits of the Dressrosa people. There were longing eyes in the eyes of the toys, and this was the only possibility for them to regain their freedom. However, this is too difficult. Sugar, he has the cadre protection of the Don Quixote family, and they Toy and Sugar sign a contract. It is impossible for them to shoot at Sugar. Not only that, but once they got close to the sugar, they could only do what the sugar ordered them to do. The contract they signed was that from now on they would completely obey the orders of the sugar. At the moment of signing the contract, they have completely turned into sugar slaves. The only way for them to be free is to be saved by others. But now it seems a little hopeless. Doflamingo trapped Dressrosa and seems to have started to deal with the matter after it was exposed. The fate of all of them is in Doflamingo's mind. Unless something miraculous happens, they are left to Doflamingo's disposal. As for that freedom, it may never come. The people of Dressrosa and the toys see no hope for a while because they have no idea what the world government will do with Doflamingo. Doflamingo is both Shichibukai and Celestial Dragons, and wears the same pants as world government. Last time, the world government didn't do anything to Doflamingo. Will it let Doflamingo go this time? I don't know. Moreover, the world government and Doflamingo acted together. Doflamingo has resigned from Shichibukai and fabricated a trap. None of this can convince them that the world government is on their side. This deepened their despair. But what they didn't notice was that a few people in the crowd lit up. Got another important piece of information. As long as he can defeat the person with the power of sugar, all the toys can be released. And according to the consistent style of Rog's Answer Live broadcast, after the question is over, the corresponding video will be played. The question is who knocked it down. That means that by then they will be able to see from the video who it is and how the sugar is knocked down. For the capable person, the most terrifying thing is his special ability. Without knowing the details of his skills, even Admiral could be hit. That's the scary thing about paramecia-capable people. And this trick turned into a toy is really scary. If you don't know the specific information, it will be troublesome if you are hit. There is still not much information about the ability person of sugar, but the video will tell them later. Drago and the others continue to watch the live broadcast patiently. On the other side, the cadres of the Don Quixote family felt quite bad. Sugar was knocked down, and all the toys returned to human form. This is a catastrophe. The worst thing among them is granulated sugar, because once there is something wrong with granulated sugar, the toy will become a prototype. Moreover, although the ability of sugar is terrifying, because of the passive effect of the fruit of childishness, sugar is forever limited to the physical age of 10 years old, and she is actually 20 years old. And such a body is inherently weaker. So Doflamingo would arrange the core cadre Tory pole to protect her, but she didn't expect an accident. This can be troublesome. As soon as the sugar happens, the toy will be the same, and the memory of the toy will come back. And what's worse, those toys are not all civilians. There are some pirates, Marine, CP, although it is not very troublesome to deal with one by one. But at the same time, violent, it will be a disaster. Doflamingo didn't even have to think about it. Dressrosa would probably be in a state of fall when sugar was knocked down. And once this incident is exposed, I am afraid it will be worse than he is now. Although he has not been defeated by sugar, what should be exposed and should not be exposed has been exposed. But fortunately, the sugar is still fine, and Dressrosa is not messed up yet. He could probably now understand why the prophesied himself lost. Can this be lost? Not to mention Luo and Luffy. The two tough guys, Marine Admiral Fujitori's backtracking is probably not enough. There were also the Revolutionary Army and the Blackbeard pirates behind the scenes, and the toys began to riot and move. Dressrosa became a mess. Thinking about this situation, Doflamingo just feels bad. But fortunately, his current situation has not gotten so bad. Whether it's Luffy or Luo or Fujitora, or the Revolutionary Army, has nothing to do with him now. So, look for flowers. Luffy and Luo are still playing in the park. Fujitora is at Inyo Marine, and the Revolutionary Army has nothing against him. And that idiot from Blackbeard is running around without the dark fruit now. All the downsides are out of the way for Dressrosa, and now the only thing he's bothered about is the toys being revealed. Doflamingo thought for a moment, and suddenly thought that this might be a good thing. Because the thing about the toys will be exposed sooner or later, rather than adding to the mess when Luo and Luffy came to trouble him. It's better to expose it now when nothing happened. That way he can deal with it wholeheartedly. As long as this time is dealt with, it will not be a problem in the future. And the fewer weaknesses on his side, the less chance of winning when Law and Luffy come to him in the future. And just in time for him to take a closer look at how his Doflamingo got knocked down by these guys. He wants to eliminate these factors against him one by one. Doflamingo looked at Violet, Rebecca, and Cyrus in the live broadcast. You won't have this opportunity again. At this moment, Violet and the others were troubled by this question, because they have no idea at all. Destroying sugar frees all toys, that's true. But the problem is with the sugar. Both Violet and Cyrus understood the true face and abilities of sugar. Xiaotang's appearance is just a 10-year-old girl. She looks very weak in combat, but her fruit ability is quite abnormal. If you want to say that she is strong, she is indeed weak, and it seems that even a little bit of strength can defeat her. But if you say she is weak, as long as you dare to underestimate her, she can make you overturn. So among these four options, it seems that each of them could defeat the sugar, but it is impossible to determine which one is the one that defeated the sugar. For a while they had no countermeasures, and as time passed, they had not much time left. Neither Violet nor Cyrus could think of an answer. In the end, they decided to vote, and everyone chose the person they felt most likely, and then the one with the most votes. Soon, their respective choices came out. The toy soldier is Cyrus himself. They don't know much about the Straw Hat Pirates. From the perspective of their abilities, all three of them have the possibility of defeating sugar. But who it is, they can't tell. So Violet thought about it, and thought that the most likely one was Cyrus. Because in the discussion just now, they knew one thing, and that is why Cyrus can act independently to take care of Rebecca. That's because when Cyrus turned into a toy, he escaped without signing a contract with sugar. It is precisely because of this that Cyrus became Dressrosa's only free toy. With this in mind, Violet felt that since Cyrus was an accident among toys, it was also a weakness that Sugar had left behind many years ago. In this case, is it possible that it was the mistakes that Xiaotang made that year that led to her subsequent failure? Generally speaking, this is what happens in stories and plays. Also quite logical. As for Ray, 560 Becca, she believed that her father could do it. Since both Rebecca and Violet had already chosen to believe in Cyrus, what else could Cyrus say? And finally came to this choice. Answer: yes, D, the commander of King Riku's army, Cyrus. People who also don't know the answer are all waiting for Luo Ke to announce the answer. In Dressrosa, the Dantata clan living in Greenbit, that is the fairies and little people of Dressrosa, all looked at Cyrus with anticipation. They always believed that Cyrus was their hope and the only man who could defeat Doflamingo, because Cyrus is the only toy that can resist the Don Quixote family. It was also because of the existence of Cyrus that the Tata people knew the truth under Doflamingo's rule, and they did not become slaves of Doflamingo. Therefore, the Liku King Army Headquarters, which resisted Doflamingo, was established, and Cyrus was the captain of the rebel army. All their Tantata clansmen believed that Cyrus would be the hero to save Dressrosa. And when they saw the captain appearing while he was answering the question live, all the Don Tata people were excited. Sure enough, this is the man worth their risk, Cyrus, the strongest swordsman in the history of the arena. He must have defeated Sugar and freed Dressrosa's toys. At this moment, the people of Dressrosa also looked at the toy soldier with anticipation. If the commander of the Riku King's army, who turned into a toy soldier, is really the legendary sword fighter, if he really defeated Sugar and freed the toy, then he may well be the savior of Dressrosa. Perhaps Dressrosa's freedom and hope of defeating Doflamingo was in him. King Liku looked at this unimpressed army commander and son-in-law, and hope also grew in his heart. In the palace, Doflamingo also frowned and looked at the toy soldier. Could it be that this guy was the source of the uneasiness in his heart that never went away? Could this be Dressrosa's unstable variable? Doflamingo couldn't help but look at the toy soldier with a different look. Although Cyrus' strength is not as good as him, he can't stand the treasure in Luo Zhang's hands. Moreover, Cyrus's own foundation is not bad, and his combat experience is also quite rich. This is a man who has maintained a 3,000-game winning streak in Dressrosa Arena. For ordinary people, he is already the elite of the elite. In terms of combat skills and experience, Cyrus is not lacking, but what he lacks is hockey and the inhuman physique and the powerful devil fruit ability. If Rog gave this guy a magical reward to improve his strength after answering the question live, so that he could gain strength not weaker than him at once, then it would be difficult to say the outcome at that time. Doflamingo's unease suddenly grew stronger. Rog. Doflamingo is staring at the guy on the stream. At this moment, the whole world is waiting for Luo Ke's answer. Just then Rog said, "Answer wrong." Was it wrong? The faces of the goblins of the Dongtada clan were full of astonishment, but it wasn't the sugar that their captain defeated. Who would it be? In fact, they had a plan with Cyrus on how to bring down the sugar, but there's been a lack of suitable timing, so it has not been shot. Therefore, they had high expectations for Cyrus to overthrow the sugar. However, it wasn't the captain who did it, and the only remaining answers were the 3 members of the Straw Hat Pirates. And everyone in Dressrosa was a little disappointed. They thought that Cyrus could become Dressrosa's hope. But I didn't expect to rely on the Straw Hat Pirates in the end. But the problem now is that the Straw Hat Pirates haven't come to New World at all, and there are no figures. Where do they go to find Straw Hat Crew to rescue them in this situation? How should this be? And this incident not only exposed the secret of Doflamingo, but also exposed the Liku family and Cyrus. After this incident, Doflamingo certainly won't let them go. For a time, people only felt a little hopeless, and some people began to persuade King Liku to hide now. After Doflamingo found King Liku, it would be troublesome. However, King Liku did not escape. He also wanted to know what happened after the live broadcast of the answer. Under the persuasion of others, King Liku put on his previous disguise again. At the same time, when Doflamingo heard that Cyrus and the others made a wrong answer, they were stunned for a moment, then laughed. The previous worries about Cyrus getting a powerful reward disappeared instantly. Since all the questions are answered incorrectly, what kind of reward do you want? He estimated that this time Cyrus and the others would at most get something like the Constitution potion that the Straw Hat Pirates had obtained before. Although these potions are very strong, their strength is far from enough to fight against him. If you want to fight against him, you must at least have hockey plus strong physical skills or a strong fruit ability. Otherwise, wanting to fight with him, the controller of Conqueror's Hockey, the owner of the fruit awakening ability, is almost like sending death. Cyrus and the others' wrong answers were considered to have removed the trace of worry in Doflamingo's heart. Since the reward of answering the live broadcast is not enough to bring him any serious threat, Dressrosa should not have any changes this time. Unless this Rog turns Luo and Straw Hat Crew into Dressrosa out of thin air. But even if they got here, he was not afraid of Doflamingo. Because at this time Luffy was not the one who had studied with Rayleigh for 2 years, and although Luo had awakened his fruit ability, if he wanted to deal with him, he had to train hockey first. After thinking about it, Doflamingo ruled out the threat of the Lolu Alliance again. There is nothing to fear now. All that's left is to quell Dressrosa's turmoil. In addition, go to the big news Morgans and have a good talk. If this Birdman knows what to do, if he doesn't, it will affect his life and death. If he doesn't pluck the man's hair to make a feather coat, he will lose. At the same time, Luo Ke announced the correct answer. The correct answer is C. Usopp of the Straw Hat Pirates. As for how to defeat, please see the following video. Next 2.3 is the seventh question, asking, what did Doflamingo do after the sugar was knocked down, the toys were released, and the matter was exposed? This is a multiple-choice question. There are 4 options. A. Release Birdcage. Trap Dressrosa as soon as possible to prevent anyone from escaping, and use the live phone bug to start the game in Dressrosa. There are only 2 ways to end the game. The first is to kill him. The second is to kill the people of the Luo Alliance. Otherwise, the birdcage will automatically tighten, and everyone inside will be killed by the sharp line. B. A bounty is placed on the members of the Luo Alliance, and the high bounty is used to lure others to kill each other with the Luo Alliance. C. Using Shichibukai's identity to join forces with Marine Admiral Fujitora to deal with the Luo Alliance to suppress the rebellion. LD. Use the parasite string to control the people in Birdcage to kill each other, and now eliminate all the disobedient guys, and then carry out a reign of terror on Dressrosa. Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Although people are curious how Usopp beat granulated sugar. To people all over the world, sugar is full of mysteries, powerful abilities, and little reputation. Many people don't even know what granulated sugar looks like. If it wasn't for Luo Ke's exposure in the live broadcast of the answer, they would not even know the person Xiatang. For Doflamingo, sugar is one of the most important cards in his hand. Naturally, it is impossible for her to be exposed to the eyes of the world. And granulated sugar is very fragile, and the risk is simply too great. Except for the cadres of the Don Quixote family and the toys controlled by sugar, few outsiders know about it. If it wasn't for Rosanani's early death, Sugar joined the Don Quixote family after his death. Otherwise, the secret would have been known to Marine long ago. Can't hide it now. Rog said that the next video will show the process of the defeat, and people can only hold back their curiosity and wait for the video after the question is over. But people were quickly attracted by Rog's new question. What will Doflamingo do after the truth about the toy is revealed? This is a good question. In fact, people are now wondering what Doflamingo will do now, what will the world government do in 07, and what will happen to Dressrosa. They were very, very curious about what was going to happen next. A lot of people were looking forward to Doflamingo's downfall. Doing these evil things and letting him escape, then they really don't believe in justice. They still remember the last time Doflamingo colluded with Guy Sakurin in those dehumanizing experiments in Punk Hazard, especially the experiment of gigantic human beings. Although the experimental project was done by Big Mom, and Guy was doing the experiment, it was indeed done by Doflamingo, who helped Guy to kidnap the children. Guy's sins are unforgivable, but Doflamingo doesn't need Guy to smear much. However, after the last quiz live broadcast exposed all this, Guy said that he was caught by Marine, but Doflamingo did nothing. Still standing firmly in front of Shichibukai, the king of Dressrosa. If Doflamingo had been defeated last time, Dressrosa would have been saved long ago. Nor will these toys continue to suffer. But things didn't go as planned, and Doflamingo really had no trouble. Now more of Doflamingo's misdeeds have come alight. At this time, countless people around the world are watching the follow-up development of this matter. If the world government and Marine don't do anything to Doflamingo, the fig leaf that equals the justice of the world government and Marine was completely lifted. Go TM justice. Don't tell them justice in the future. This justice is really disgusting. Many people can't wait to read tomorrow's newspapers. They want to see if the world government and Marine can still pretend to be deaf and dumb like last time under such circumstances. The world needs an explanation. The wicked must be punished. Ahead of tomorrow's report, though, people are now very curious about what's going to happen to Dressrosa. You must know that the situation Doflamingo is facing now is much more serious than the future exposed on a live broadcast. That future is at best when Doflamingo turns people into toys at Dressrosa. The scope of influence is far less than it is now. Now the live broadcast of answering questions is broadcast live all over the world simultaneously. Billions of people are watching. Almost everyone knows what Doflamingo does. Under such circumstances, what kind of things Doflamingo will do after the scandal is exposed or go crazy? They don't know, because there is no live broadcast of the status quo of Dressrosa. However, they can guess what Doflamingo will do next through the predictions of Doflamingo's actions in the answering live broadcast. After all, the Doflamingo in the prophecy is also Doflamingo, but the time is different. Compared with the curiosity of people in other parts of the world, the people of Dressrosa are not just curious. Tensions, fears, worries, fears, all kinds of emotions come to their hearts. This topic is basically equivalent to predicting what kind of situation they will face next. How would Doflamingo treat them? So when Luo Ke reported the option, their whole hearts were raised. Hearing the first option, Doflamingo will launch Birdcage to surround Dressrosa and everyone in Dressrosa. They have already seen this, because Doflamingo has controlled Dressrosa under Birdcage. They have nowhere to escape. Then I heard that Doflamingo started the game after launching Birdcage. If you want to end the game, either kill him or kill the people from the Lulu League. This is different from the situation they are in now. Although Doflamingo also opened a live broadcast to talk to them, but did not open any game, but let them continue to do not make trouble. If anyone makes trouble, he will kill whoever. This may be because the exposure this time has nothing to do with the Rolls-Royce Alliance, but Rog's answer to the live broadcast was exposed. But this did not make them feel relieved because although there is no Lulu Alliance, but the two princesses Violet and Rebecca participated in the live broadcast of the answer, as well as Cyrus, the commander of King Luo Ke. And King Luo Ke also appeared in the crowd. The answer live broadcast is still going on. Doflamingo can't shoot them, but once the answer live broadcast ends, Violet and the others who saw his good deeds, can Doflamingo ignore it? Think of Birdcage and games again. A frightening possibility appeared in the minds of everyone in Dressrosa. Will Doflamingo set up Birdcage for the purpose of letting them kill each other and clearing out the insurgents? The rest are obedient, and then Doflamingo can continue to rule the country steadily? If this is the case, then Doflamingo will definitely not let King Luo Ke and the others go. At the same time, Luo Ke said the second option. When the people of Dressrosa heard the second option, their expressions suddenly changed. Doflamingo uses rewards to induce people to fight against each other in the Lulu Alliance. Since Doflamingo can do this kind of thing with 560, there is no doubt that their worries just now will come true. Doflamingo might use their hands to catch and kill King Luo Ke and the others. In this way, you can distinguish between obedient and unwilling to be obedient. Thinking of this, many people rushed to persuade King Ku to hide and find a place no one knew before Doflamingo did such a thing. Otherwise, if Doflamingo really starts such a game, no one can guarantee the safety of King Luo Ke. King Luo Ke is also aware of the seriousness of the situation. He's staying here will only increase their burden, and he is now more worried about the safety of Rebecca and Violet. King Luo Ke wants to find them, but he does not know them. Where? Suddenly, there was a sound in King Luo Ke's ear. He took a closer look, and it turned out that a villain from the Dongtada tribe crawled to his ear. Then King Luo Ke left the crowd in this villain's private chat. But the departure of King Luo Ke did not relax the people of Dressrosa, because the third option and the fourth option followed one after another. Doflamingo and Marine Admiral Fujitora teamed up to suppress Dressrosa, and Doflamingo used parasite string to control people's cannibalism. This makes their complexion greatly changed. If this is the case, then I am afraid that the next situation will be worse than they thought. Maybe it will be more serious than the night before 8. At the same time, Fujitora in the crowd shook his head when he heard that he and Doflamingo had joined forces with Doflamingo to suppress Dressrosa's rebellion in the third option. He wouldn't be able to do such a thing for Doflamingo, even if he remained neutral. He didn't become Marine for that. In this case, he'd be more or less the same as helping the guys at Dressrosa take down Doflamingo. Fujitora directly removed the third option. Since this is a multiple-choice question, there are more than 2 answers, and now the third option is definitely wrong, and the other 3 are all possible, so it should be these 3. Violet also shares the same thoughts with Fujitora. Originally, she didn't know much about Fujitora. Fujitora, shown in the previous images, is a more disciplined Marine and has his own principles. However, Fujitora has now joined Inyo Marine, which shows that his justice is different from that of the world government. But it wasn't just that made Violet's mind. She saw with her own eyes that Fujitora and Dorag had come to Dressrosa to deal with Doflamingo. Such a person made it hard for her to believe that he would help Doflamingo to put down Dressrosa. So Violet replied directly. Answer. Choose ABD, 3 options. At this moment, people all over the world are looking at Luo Ke, waiting for his reply. The answer is correct. Luo Ke said, Rog's affirmation proves that Doflamingo has indeed done these 3 things, starting Birdcage, starting the game, offering rewards to the Lualu Alliance, and manipulating them to kill each other. Also tighten Birdcage to force them into action. There is no doubt that they're not at all surprised to do such a thing with Doflamingo's character. Quite the contrary, that's what Doflamingo does. Doflamingo's behavior of playing with people's lives is really outrageous. Strap everyone in Dressrosa to their car and let them go to the Loro Alliance. It didn't take them a second to figure out who Doflamingo wanted to deal with the Lalu Alliance's cannibalism. Ordinary people in Dressrosa are definitely not. They don't have the combat power, and Doflamingo can't think that they can defeat Luffy in them. That being the case, the answer is obvious. Players who are attracted to the arena by Marimara fruit. More than that, don't forget that there's a very large group of people who are turned into toys. Among these toys, not only the civilians of Dressrosa, but also Marine and CP, as well as the pirates who came to Dressrosa and those who failed in the arena. These people were turned into toys and then freed by Usopp of the Straw Hat Pirates. They were tortured so badly because of Doflamingo, they were treated as slaves and oppressed, and they must have dreamed of killing Doflamingo after they were freed. But apparently Doflamingo wasn't that easy to deal with. And Doflamingo wants to deal with those instability too. So the fight between them was provoked with bounties and games. It's really a good plan. Let these pirates go to the benefactor who saved them. Either use the hands of the pirates to get rid of the Lualu Alliance, or use the Lualu Alliance to get rid of these pirates, both of which were originally what Doflamingo wanted to get rid of, but now they have put themselves on the opposite side. One evil guy. Thinking of this, people couldn't help but feel a deep fear of Doflamingo, especially the kings of allied and non-joined countries. Doflamingo is not only powerful, but also wily and scheming. Such a guy is a scourge to live. Even if he was driven from Dressrosa, with Doflamingo's ability, it would be easy to find another chassis. Then the victim may be one of them. So the best outcome is that Doflamingo is captured or killed. And the people of the world can't bear such a cruel and cunning pirate to continue to be Shichibukai. Even if this tiger does not threaten the world government, they are the ones who suffer. And the underground trading port of Doflamingo is still selling weapons frantically, and the war caused by these weapons will cause countless casualties. During his time as Shichibukai, his injuries have spread all over the world. If such a guy lets him go, he will do endless harm. People all over the world are waiting for someone to sanction Doflamingo and bring justice to Dressrosa. In addition, the exclusion of the third option is also a relief for people who worry that Fujitora will become Doflamingo's accomplice. Even under the orders of the world government, it is disappointing to do so. And he is now Admiral of Inyo Marine. If Fujitora does something like this, it will be a deep blow to their confidence in Inyo Marine. Fortunately, Fujitora didn't help Doflamingo. Since Fujitora didn't help Doflamingo beat Dressrosa, it seems that Doflamingo was beaten by Luffy. So the question is, what exactly is Fujitora doing? They almost forgot about Fujitora coming to Dressrosa. If Fujitora hadn't popped up in Rog's option, they would have thought that Fujitora had lost contact. At this moment, Doflamingo's face sank when he heard the correct answer. The Fujitora guy really did not have good intentions towards him. The meteorite was not a mistake at all, but deliberately smashed them together. He just said, obviously he has Marine Admiral on his side. How could he let the Straw Hat Pirates mess up Dressrosa? And it is very worth noting that Rog's words revealed that Luo had been caught by him when he was in Greenbit. In other words, they only have to deal with the Straw Hat crew. An Admiral plus a Shichibukai, and even the Straw Hat crew can't deal with it. It can only die. Fujitora must have ulterior motives in coming to Dressrosa. And the answer to this question made Doflamingo look bad. Because of the toys, he has a bad reputation in the world. The condition of the five elders is for him to have as little impact as possible on this matter. Otherwise, it won't help Doflamingo. And the exposure of these things will only increase the disgust of the people of the world against him. And even if Dressrosa settles down, the job of letting Morgans go to the whitewashing may be more difficult. But Doflamingo couldn't care less at this point. Because of this matter, he can't control it at all, unless the live broadcast of the answer is stopped. Otherwise, it's useless to do anything. Wong Lee's Doflamingo can only continue to watch the answer live with patience. At the same time, Rog also asked the eighth question. When the Don Quixote family fought the Straw Hat Pirates, Marine Admiral Fujitora and Marine, who came with him, were also trapped in the birdcage. After the identity of the toy is revealed, Marine Vice Admiral Maynard proposes to Fujitora to remove Doflamingo from his Shichibukai status and immediately arrests him. But this suggestion was rejected by Fujitora, and Fujitora insists that their goal is always the law and the Straw Hat Pirates. Surprisingly, Fujitora did not go after Luo and Straw Hat crew, nor did Doflamingo. Instead, he ordered the Marines to stop the people who were killed by Doflamingo's manipulation, protect the people who were attacked by thugs and gangsters, and threw themselves into the action of preventing Birdcage from shrinking and tightening. So question, what was Fujitora's real intentions in this incident? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Roger's description of Fujitora in Dressrosa made everyone who heard it feel incredible. Originally, they heard that Fujitora was also trapped in Birdcage. As Marine Admiral, Fujitora could not sit still. He should go to deal with Doflamingo. Otherwise, when Birdcage shrinks and tightens, the Marine inside will not be spared. But to their surprise, Fujitora did not do it. Even under the advice of Maynard Vice Admiral, he still did not do so, but set the target as Luo and Straw Hat crew. This disappointed the people who heard it, as if he were an unreasonable person. Originally, people's impression of Fujitora was to abide by the rules and do things in accordance with the rules. But now this impression has directly become stubborn and rigid. Why didn't you deal with Doflamingo at this time, but stared at Luo and Straw Hat crew, which made them very puzzled? At this time, Dorag and the others also looked at Fujitora, and they seemed to feel that the Fujitora in Luo Shio's mouth was not very similar to the Fujitora in their perception. Fujitora heard this, but was very silent at the moment, and seemed to be thinking about this issue as well. He must have his reasons for doing this. But soon they heard the words behind Luo Ke. After Fujitora set the goal, he did not implement the goal, nor did he stop Doflamingo. Instead, let your hands go to protect people. This is even more puzzling. According to Doflamingo's game rules, as long as you solve Doflamingo or help Doflamingo solve the Luola League, then the game can be over. If Fujitora wants to protect the people trapped in Birdcage from being killed by the Titan Birdcage 560, then what Fujitora should do is either to defeat Doflamingo or to defeat the Rolu Alliance. However, neither of these were done. Instead, he went to protect civilians. Not only that, he later blocked Birdcage from tightening. This kind of action is too strange. Why not solve the problem from the source and stop Birdcage from tightening? People all over the world were very puzzled, and suddenly they found that they couldn't understand this Marine Admiral who had risen from the folks. It is different from the coldness of Akainu, the slickness of Kizuru, and the laziness of Akiji. This Marine Admiral Fujitora seems to have another set of behavior standards. After hearing Rod's question again, what is Fujitora's true intentions in this incident? Does he have other purposes for doing this? This aroused people's contemplation. What exactly does Fujitora want to do? At this moment, people all over the world are thinking about this issue. Through this question, they may be able to understand this Marine Admiral better. After all, this Marine Admiral is now one of Inyo Marine's 3 Admiral. Inyo Marine is the hope of most of them now. They hope that Inyo Marine can replace Marine under government control in the future, bring real justice to the world. They also broke away from the rule of the world government as soon as possible. So they are very eager to learn about Inyo Marine and hope that Inyo Marine will not disappoint them. They have deeply understood Zephyr's character. Dorag has been engaged in the work of the Revolutionary Army and seems to be on the side of the oppressed. But others such as Fujitora and Green Bull are always a mystery in their eyes. By understanding them, they can judge whether Inyo Marine is credible and whether it is worthy of them to entrust the future to this growing new marine organization. Just when people all over the world are thinking about Fujitora's true purpose. At the moment on the ship heading to Dressrosa, Sengoku, Garp, Akiji, and many other Marines are also watching the live screen on the ship. They are also thinking about this issue. Fujitora's performance in Dressrosa is indeed a little strange. Do not fight Lulu Alliance, do not fight Doflamingo seems to be in a state of non-participation, but it is also protecting civilians. It feels like it's left to the Rallo Alliance and Doflamingo to figure out on their own. Thinking of this, Sengoku could not help but feel a familiar taste. Sengoku turned his head to look at Akiji. Akiji was thinking about this topic and suddenly noticed the squinting eyes. He turned his head to look. It was the former Marine Marshal Sengoku who was looking at him. "Mr. Sengoku, what's wrong?" Akiji looked at himself suspiciously, feeling that there was nothing wrong. Sengoku shook his head and looked at Garp instead. "What do you think, Garp?" Garp also noticed Sengoku's look at Akiji, and as an old friend for many years, he quickly understood Sengoku's thoughts. It's a pity Fujitora didn't come to Marine, but maybe it's a good thing he didn't come to Marine. Garp smiled. "Yeah." Sengoku sighed, somewhat regretful but very emotional. The current Marine is not worthy of a Marine like Fujitora, because Fujitora's approach is not destined to be popular here. Sengoku had already guessed what Fujitora had in mind. Fujitora's thoughts are difficult to understand, but also easy to understand. With the example of Akiji in the front, there are traces to analyze Fujitora's intentions. Eni's lobby Akiji is involved in the capture of Straw Hat Crew, but instead leaves everything to Spandam to fight each other. It certainly wasn't for Spandam to get Nico Robin to his credit. In fact, this is a test for the Straw Hat Pirates, but if he does it, the Straw Hat Pirates will have no chance of winning. So it's up to Spandam to complete the test. Spandam is actually Akiji's toolman, and his purpose is to test whether Robin has actually found his partner. This time, Fujitora's approach is similar to that of Akiji. The real purpose is hidden behind the incident, but it must be inseparable from the people involved. Originally a Marine Admiral, he should arrest the Luo Alliance, and, at the same time, he should stop Doflamingo's act of cruelty to the civilians of the Alliance countries. However, Fujitora did not do this, but handed the task to the Luo Alliance and let the Luo Alliance and Doflamingo solve it by themselves. He only protected civilians on one side and let them play, so his purpose was not the Luo Alliance or the Doflamingo. Doflamingo. The meaning behind this is self-evident. Fujitora, as Marine Admiral, can naturally do it against the Doflamingo, but he did not do it, which means that he does not want to take the result of defeating Doflamingo to himself, or the Marine and world government behind him. Instead, it was handed over to the two pirates of the Lulu Alliance. There is no doubt that Marine and world government will not be able to hold their face if they are allowed to bring down Doflamingo, who has done a lot of evil in Dressrosa. Not to mention Doflamingo or Shichibukai, since Fujitora's target is neither Doflamingo nor the Luo Alliance. The only target left is the world government involved. Shichibukai committed a crime in the Alliance country, and it was not Marine but pirates who saved the Alliance country, which is undoubtedly a scandal for the government. The government's incompetence in this matter is vividly reflected, and the harm of Shichibukai here is also fully demonstrated. It was the pirates, not Marine, who brought down Doflamingo, and the government has no excuse to excuse itself. This became a classic example of Shichibukai crime that gave no excuse to the government. Fujitora is trying to use the Doflamingo scandal to force the world government to reevaluate the Shichibukai system. And that's not the end. Fujitora is not Smoker. What Smoker can't do, he can do as Marine Admiral. It is absolutely impossible for Fujitora to announce such a big bureau just to make the world government realize the problem of the Shichibukai system, which appeared as early as Alabasta. But Smoker was just a branch colonel, and there was nothing he could do but follow the orders from above. While Fujitora is Marine Admiral, he holds the right to more than just lift a Shichibukai at the crunch time. A Shichibukai abolition is not what he wants at all. He wants to put an end to this bad Shichibukai system completely. He did so much to force the Five Elders to abolish it. Against the Five Elders, Fujitora certainly won't have a better time at Marine. That's why Sengoku and Garp say it's a good thing for Fujitora not to be here, and the Five Elders won't tolerate a Marine Admiral doing the opposite of them. For Fujitora, who wants to make a difference, a Neo-Marine without the restrictions of Five Elders is a better choice. What Sengoku and the others could think of, Five Elders naturally also thought of it. Watching the world government ashamed and letting Doflamingo leave it alone, what else could it be? I just want the world to realize the harm of Shichibukai. I just want them to see what disasters the Shichibukai system they created has caused. I just want to force them to abolish this system. Although Five Elders also confirmed that Shichibukai is indeed not as useful to the world government as expected, there are few obedient ones in the current Shichibukai. Hawkeye is a maverick and usually doesn't give the world government face at all. Moria lives in the Devil's Delta for a long time and can hardly see any effect. It's not bad, at least better than Crocodile and Doflamingo. It makes them worry-free. Crocodile and Doflamingo Ishin wanted to do things, expand their power, and steal the country. In the end, the world government had to come to help them. Not much use, a lot of trouble. As for the other things, let alone, the only thing that is more obedient is ability. However, this bear has also begun to be disobedient recently. The experiment did not cooperate. People don't know where they are. The entire Shichibukai has almost become a nameless organization. These damn pirates hold the title given to them by the world government and do nothing about it, and Ishin seeks personal gain. This makes Five Elders very dissatisfied. However, no matter how dissatisfied, there is no reason for the people below to force them to do things. This guy Fujitora wants to teach them how to do things. Five Elders looked unhappy and was still regretting that Fujitora's combat power could not stay a Marine. Now it seems that this guy is probably an unconscious guy again, and even more than Akiji. Although this guy Akiji had something to do with the government, he didn't dare to confront them in the face. Just make some small movements behind the scenes. But this Fujitora dared to do such a thing. As Marine Admiral, he doesn't want to protect the face of the world government and Marine, and he deliberately creates a situation that embarrassed the government. Even more excessively, I want to force them to abolish the Shichibukai system, which they created by themselves. This guy wants to overcome it. It's really worthy of being promoted from the folks, and I don't understand the rules at all. At least Admiral trained by Marine still knows what to do and not to do. This Fujitora does not regard himself as a Marine and government person at all. He does not have the honor of being a Marine at all. Why would such a guy keep him a Marine? I am afraid that such things will not be rare in the future, which will only make them more ill. Don't worry about such thorns. It seems that the selection of Marine Admiral also needs to be cautious. It is not enough to just look at the combat power. Choosing a disobedient guy will only make yourself more uncomfortable. In addition to their anger, they had to start to face up to the abolition of the Shichibukai system. The crime of Shichibukai has appeared more than once or twice. Crocodile stole Alabasta and brought to Alabasta natural disasters for several years, causing numerous casualties and huge impact. With the help of Shichibukai, Blackbeard broke into Impel Down and let go of the big pirates in level 6, which brought a huge disaster to the world. Trafalgar Law's sole purpose for obtaining Shichibukai is to facilitate his revenge against Doflamingo, turning the government's Shichibukai system of recruiting pirates to maintain maritime stability into a joke. There is also the current Doflamingo, who steals the country, turns civilians into toy enslavement, and uses Shichibukai's identity as a cover to do countless bad things behind the scenes, which is equivalent to slap the face of the world government directly. Moreover, this has been broadcast live to the whole world, which is equivalent to letting the whole world see clearly what Shichibukai, recruited by the world government, looks like. How rubbish the system they formulated is, and how it is used by pirates to harm people. The appearance of these things constantly proves their incompetence. However, Doflamingo is destined not to be the last Shichibukai to do things. In fact, the world government uses profits to induce these pirates to do things for the government. It is for the benefit of itself, but they did not expect that these pirates are completely taking advantage of it. Do business. If the same thing happens again in the future, they will only embarrass the government even more. And Shichibukai has now proven to do more harm than good. It seems that the abolition of the Shichibukai system has to be progressed. But if this is the case, then this time Doflamingo must fall into the hands of the government and must be defeated by Marine. Only in this way can Marine abolish a Shichibukai without hurting face. If you let Doflamingo run away or be defeated by other forces such as pirates like the Straw Hat Pirates, then you will lose your face. The subsequent abolition of the Shichibukai system is as if they had done something wrong and were forced to correct their mistakes and made the decision. It is not that they take the initiative to abolish this bad system. Active and passive are completely two concepts. Actively abolished, you can see the wiseness of the government, while passively, the government is like a dingy dog. His face is swollen and his head is confessed. 0. Whether it is for the sake of face or Doflamingo's secrets, Doflamingo must be resolved by Marine and the government. Otherwise, the government will not only lose face, but also cause more troubles. This time Dressrosa's action must be successful. 5 Elders has learned that Marine has sent Aokiji, Sengoku, Garp, Crane, and others to Dressrosa to capture Doflamingo. Hearing this lineup, 5 Elders was relieved. Although Aokiji and Garp used to release water in their previous arrests, this time it was Doflamingo. Doflamingo is Sengoku's enemy again. It is impossible for them to release the water at this time, and none of their friends have to do it. Now that Sengoku is there, this matter should be stable, and Doflamingo may not know now. He has been calculated by them, and thought the government will still wipe him this time. Always let them wipe you, Doflamingo. What do you think of the government? 5 Elders sneered at this. This Celestial Dragon's traitor is also time to be dealt with. It is a scourge to stay outside. Originally, Doflamingo should have died decades ago, but this guy actually survived, which caused him a headache at the time. It's been a long time. It's time to end. At this moment, Doflamingo's face also sank. After Rog's deliberate mention of Fujitora's anomaly, he also realized Fujitora's thoughts. This guy deliberately let him fight with Luffy and the others, and didn't take him seriously from the beginning. When did he, Doflamingo, be so underestimated? This damn Fujitora. However, Violet and Cyrus in the live broadcast are still in deep thought. If you don't catch the Lola League and don't catch Doflamingo, what does Fujitora want to do? They couldn't figure out what Fujitora wanted to do from Fujitora's behavior alone, and Luo Ke did not give an alternative answer to this question. You can't start from behavior. As the former Dressrosa Princess Violet, you can only think about this issue from the perspective of the person in power, that is, the perspective of the world government. From another angle, Violet quickly discovered that the world government was the only one that was most affected after this incident, except for the overthrown Doflamingo. As Marine Admiral, Fujitora should protect the government and Marine's face, and he can do it easily with his strength, but he did not do so. And why Fujitora, as Marine Admiral, should let the world government and Marine lose face in this matter? Why should he sit back and watch Doflamingo's atrocities in Dressrosa? As her thinking deepened, a bold idea emerged in her mind. Violet looked at Rog and said, "Answer. Fujitora wants the world government to abolish the Shichibukai system." Vios 560 writes answer seemed to strike people around the world as a lightning bolt. In an instant, a lot of information in their heads seemed to be connected suddenly, and all kinds of strange things were reasonably explained at this instant, and the logic became clear. That's it. It's that way. It's no wonder that Fujitora's actions are so abnormal. It turned out that he wanted to abolish Shichibukai. In this case, everything makes sense. allowed Doflamingo to mess around and take his charge. But he couldn't let him be too foolish, so regardless of the Luo League, let them defeat Doflamingo. At the same time, in order to avoid harming the people, he asked Marine to protect the people, while making people, the world, and the world government aware of Shichibukai's hazards as much as possible. They also try to protect the lives of the people as much as possible, and at the same time, let Doflamingo get the retribution it deserves. If you want to understand these people, you can understand why Fujitori's dignified Marine Admiral did nothing in such a serious incident. It turns out that he has put his vision in a larger place. What an amazing man. Not only want to remove the status of Doflamingo Shichibukai, but also want to abolish the Shichibukai system. Facts have proved that the Shichibukai system does not benefit the world at all. It will only feed tigers. There are already countless people in the world who are very disgusted with this system and want to abandon it, but they cannot influence the decision of the world government. Just when they had no choice but to endure, Fujitora stepped forward and took practical actions to abolish Shichibukai. This Marine Admiral really wants to do things. It is different from Akiji's fishing, Kizuru's slickness, Akainu's absolute justice. They either have ideas but they can't do it, or they have no idea and don't want to do it, or they simply execute orders. Regardless of other, only Fujitora had the idea to execute it again. Think about this incident. Doflamingo was overthrown by the pirates. Fujitora, who was sent to solve this incident, was a failure, which made Marine and the government lose face. However, even risking these reproaches, Fujitora resolutely did these things. This is a Marine Admiral who has ideas, means, and responsibilities. It is completely different from the previous three guys. People sigh that if Fujitora can join Marine early, then the next marshal will no longer have to choose from the 3 and use guys. Fujitora is obviously the best candidate. However, they soon realized that even if Fujitora was Marine Admiral before, the marshal's position might not be his turn, because this guy is even worse than the thoughtful Marine Admiral Akiji. Akiji had ideas, but couldn't move with his hands and feet inside Marine. He once said in the video that he was able to do things that he couldn't do before without Marine. After all, Qingxiong was still bound by Marine under the control of the government. However, Fujitora is different. Fujitora not only has ideas, but also dares to do it, even if it will offend 5 elders. Offend Marine Admiral of 5 elders. The position of Marine Marshal is probably beyond your mind. So people are very grateful that Fujitora did not join Marine, but joined Inyo Marine, and they formed this new Marine with their fancy Zephyr. After Zephyr, Inyo Marine has another Marine Admiral who has ideas, means, and responsibilities to join. People all over the world are more confident about Inyo Marine. This may be the best hope of being able to take on the future and replace Marine under government control. Just when people were happy about it, Luo Ke recovered from this answer. Correct answer. Luo Ke affirmed. Luo Ke's affirmation makes people happy, which means that Fujitora Admiral is just what they thought. Some are happy and some are worried. The better Fujitora's performance, the better Inyo Marine. In contrast, Marine is inferior here, and few Admiral can compare with it. Although this is the Admiral that the government hopes to see, when there are better candidates outside, they are still standing on the opposite side of the competition. This inevitably made 5 elders' face gloomy. Admiral is the trademark of Marine. The attractiveness of a good Admiral to people is self-evident, which will attract more talented people to join Marine. But now Fujitora is Inyo Marine's Admiral, which is tantamount to the other party signboard. Marine, whose image is already worrying, is now even more difficult. 5 elders was totally unhappy. Fujitora's staying in Marine caused them a headache, and joining Inyo Marine also caused them a headache. These guys seem to be destroyed to make the world peaceful. So 5 elders thought. It seems that these guys have to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will only be more troublesome. But I don't know where Fujitora is now. 5 elders frowned, remembering that there is no good way to get Inyo Marine. The current Inyo Marine not only has 3 permanent Admiral-class combat strengths, but also the Revolutionary Army as reinforcements. Together, it is stronger than any four emperors group. Naval headquarters had such a big move to deal with a Whitebeard pirate group, let alone deal with the current Inyo Marine. Moreover, the Whitebeard pirates still came to the door. Marine was fighting at home, so the big advantage to win the victory was not a small price. Inyo Marine does not take this set at all, and does not want to have a head-on conflict with them. It only wants to fight pirates and expand its strength. The government has no good way. As for the CP side who sent to Inyo Marine in the past, it is not optimistic. Inyo Marine also seems to be alert and very cautious about undercover things. Ordinary soldiers are okay, but to penetrate Inyo Marine, not to mention the high level, even the middle level, is more difficult. The plan to deal with Inyo Marine has been frustrated one after another. Five Elders is facing Pluton threat from Luo Ke, and like aunt and mother, they will come to live answering questions every once in a while. Let the world government lose a wave of blood. Five Elders hates this and has nothing to do, because it has been so long since Luo Ke first appeared, and now they have not found the slightest clue about Luo Ke. It's like someone who doesn't exist in this world. Generally speaking, it is impossible for a person to be without a trace. As long as he has lived in this world, then someone will have seen him. Disguising yourself. Otherwise, someone will always have news of him. Moreover, the reward offered by the world government to Luo Ke is regardless of life or death, and as long as there is a clue, he could get a bonus of hundreds of millions of Baileys. But that's how no one came to report it. This makes them especially disappointed. Where is Luo Ke in the end? By this time, Five Elders had already begun to regret that they had rashly become an enemy with Luo Ke. They knew that Rog was so difficult to deal with, and he was so vengeful and difficult, they shouldn't care about him in the first place. Nor does it mean that now, every once in a while, he has to face public executions all over the world. Although Doflamingo was executed this time, it was the world government who suffered. They can't stand it anymore. But now it is impossible for them to beg Luo Shan for mercy. The world government hasn't done such a shameful thing in 800 years. As for seeking peace, they don't even know where Roger is. You can't publicly report in the newspapers, Luo Ke, let's make peace. From now on, the world government doesn't care about you, so don't always expose the world government's illicit materials. If this report were issued, the world government would really lose its old face. To make matters worse, the world government sent out this report, but if Luo did not accept it, then they are more uncomfortable than eating shit. This is a great shame among the great shame, and the face of the world government will be completely destroyed. So now, even if they want to bow their heads, it's impossible unless Roger comes over to talk to them. After talking, everything is okay. But Rog doesn't worry about the world government at all, and he doesn't bother to talk to them. So this is basically impossible. No way. Five Elders can only continue to compete with the enemy Rog. However, they gradually discovered that they had not waited for them to get rid of Rog, and the changes caused by Rog would have to solve them. People all over the world look forward to not only the future in live broadcasting, but in reality, they can also abolish the Shichibukai system. But this sounds a bit bad in the ears of the current 7 warlords of the sea. Although they do not rely on the world government to pay for living expenses, the biggest convenience Shichibukai brings to them is that they don't have to worry about being chased by Marine, and they can find a place to live a stable life. The world government may abolish the Shichibukai system, which makes them vigilant, although this is only a matter of prophecy. However, as things continue, I am afraid that the abolition of the Shichibukai system is only a matter of time, and they have to prepare early for the Marine Crusade. When Doflamingo confirmed the news, his brows suddenly straightened. This was not good news for him, and it caused him the anxiety that had disappeared because of Violet's wrong answer, and it suddenly gave birth to a shadow. Fujitora wants to use this matter to abolish the Shichibukai system. This is only Fujitora's wishful thinking. The key is the attitude of Five Elders. Now that Five Elders has negotiated with him, there should be no problems with world government and Marine for the time being. But this matter is not certain, because things are constantly changing, and Five Elders did not give him a precise word. It is conditional. In case things don't settle down as he thought, then things may be in trouble. And 5 elders also made him a little worried. Can these old foxes really believe it? At this moment, Doflamingo heard the 9th question from Roger in the live broadcast. Question: is the Shichibukai system abolished? Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly when he heard this, and this answer was especially important to him. If it is predicted that the 5 elders will abolish the Shichibukai system because of him, so can he still trust the 5 elders to stand against him on this one? This requires putting a question mark on this. And what happened to him this time was much more serious than the prophecy, and the future in the prophecy was only exposed in Dressrosa. But now it has been exposed all over the world. It's clear at a glance. Doflamingo felt he had to revisit his negotiations with the 5 elders, and if something didn't feel right, he had better leave. However, Doflamingo wasn't in such a hurry at this time. After all, even if the Marine warship wanted to get here, it would take time. At least for a period of time after the live broadcast of the answer, Marine didn't arrive so quickly. And he has already asked Virgo to prepare the ship, and he can leave if something goes wrong. There is no problem with Dressrosa for the time being. It would be nice to have Violet, but Violet has now betrayed him. Otherwise, with Violet's clairvoyance, Doflamingo can also detect in advance whether Marine has sent someone over and make preparations early. However, 07 does not exist now. Doflamingo stared at it for a moment and then came up with an idea. When Violet came out from the live broadcast of the answer, she immediately caught her, as well as the 2 guys Rebecca and Cyrus. Then their fate forced Violet to fight Marine's movements for him. Anyway, there is still time at that time. If it is not right, you can leave early. After thinking about it, Doflamingo's unease calmed down again. Now that the advantage is still on his side, there is no need for him to panic. Even if the 5 elders had other intentions, it was too late when the people they sent arrived, and he had already dealt with Dressrosa and left. But now whether the 5 elders will betray him is still unknown, and when Violet comes out, everything will be clear. Doflamingo thought about sending Senor, Yura, Buffalo, Baby, 5 and Gladius to find King Riku. It's only a matter of time before King Riku is found in Birdcage, waiting for King Liku to be the most effective hostage against Violet. After ordering this, Doflamingo waited for the answer to this question. These old men of the world government would not really be beaten by Marine Admiral under his command and then abolish the Shichibukai system established by himself. Those old men are really rubbish. Just as Doflamingo muttered about the 5 elders being backstabbed by a subordinate. People all over the world were also caught by this surprising question. There is no doubt that the answer they want is a successful repeal. The world is suffering. The Shichibukai system has been around for a long time. Giving a pirate a way to loot a pass is an injustice in itself. Pirates can loot legally, so what's the use of Marine? Although the pass was nominally valid for non-allied nations, Shichibukai could legally loot non-allied nations and had to share the spoils with the government. But who can prove that they don't loot the ships and people of the allied nations? They are pirates. They have robbed them and still care about so much. And the meat in their mouths can be released because you are from an alliance country. Anyway, after killing it, there is no proof, so this restriction is originally a sentence. Belong to take off the library fart. It's useless at all, purely on the moral character of the pirates. But do pirates have morals? Do pirates have character? Counting on their moral character, isn't this the same as dreaming? Therefore, in the eyes of the public, Shichibukai is actually no different from other pirates, and they're all objects that they do not want to encounter at sea. Except for some, Shichibukai has a better impression among the public. For example, Crocodile, he was a hero in Alabasta, fighting against pirates, and was championed as a hero by the people of Alabasta. However, it turns out that this is entirely a play written, directed, and acted by Crocodile. And Doflamingo proved even more that even if a pirate becomes a Shichibukai, the pirate is a pirate. Don't hope they could do anything good. So giving the pirate Shichibukai the identity is actually a very desperate thing. This is like having a person living in a village with a license to kill, who cannot be afraid. This is the same as CP9, which they fear that they can kill legally. When they heard that the Shichibukai system might be abolished, they were immediately excited. Is this kind of garbage really going to be abolished? That's great, but they're not too happy because it is still too early. The answer to this question has not come out, and no one knows what the thoughts of the old men in the world government are. But people know one thing, that is, these old men never do things that people do. What makes them think is never justice, but politics and governance. If 5 elders will abolish the Shichibukai system one day, it is definitely not a matter of justice. Not because of how many casualties and harm Shichibukai has caused, but because the existence of Shichibukai threatens the government's rule. So the question is, what do the old men in the world government think about Dressrosa? Moreover, Fujitora's permissive behavior of allowing Doflamingo to do things and allowing the Lualu Alliance to defeat Doflamingo can really make 5 elders accept the opinion of abolishing 5 elders? There is still a question mark on this question. But people still really hope that the Shichibukai system can be abolished, and they don't want to see Alabasta and Dressrosa happening again. The civilians are full of hope, and Marine is also very supportive of this matter. Fighting side by side with the pirates is itself detrimental to their justice. And the Shichibukai system is really hurting Marine. It can be described as far-reaching. Almost all Naval Headquarters senior Marine teacher Zephyr left because of Whitebeard becoming Shichibukai. He established a neo-Marine outside and declared that there is no justice for Marine. This was a big blow to the Marines who were trained by Zephyr. Those who trained their teachers denied Marines justice, which greatly undermined their beliefs. Moreover, the prophesied teachers ZFA in the future went to extremes because of this incident and eventually died in their hands. This tragedy has been unforgettable for them to this day. How can they feel good about the Shichibukai system? And Teacher Zephyr is just one of them. Later, Marshal Sengoku resigned because of Shichibukai, Doflamingo's anger, and Marine hero Garp also resigned. Among the 3 consecutive Marines, those who can be regarded as faith-level characters ran away because of Shichibukai and resigned. This casts a shadow over the entire Marine. Although the Marshal's succession did not cause any disturbances, Marine did not experience any major changes. However, Marines left a very bad negative impression of Shichibukai. So when they heard that Fujitora Admiral advocated the abolition of the Shichibukai system, they were all in support, and even Akainu had the idea of agreeing. Allowing pirates to join the government is really detrimental to justice. How can such evil existence be tolerated in absolute justice? For a while, many Marines are expecting this answer to be a success. Not only that, they are still considering it. It is proposed to officially abolish the Shichibukai system after waiting for the live broadcast of the answers. Although Fujitora Admiral did not join Marine, but went to Inyo Marine, and Fujitora was not used to promote the abolition of the Shichibukai system. But they also don't want the Shichibukai system to continue. Since what Fujitora can do, they could do it too. Otherwise, they would be too incompetent. At this moment, the big pirates of New World have their own ideas about the abolition of Shichibukai, and the corners of Big Mom's mouth have been raised uncontrollably. Shichibukai is the inner ghost and traitor among the pirates, a group of guys who have no dignity to be the dogs of the world government. But now these dogs have been abandoned by their owners. This, of course, makes them happy to hear. Kaido is the same, but what he thinks is that fortunately he asked Jack to pick up Doflamingo. If the Shichibukai system is abolished, Doflamingo will definitely not be able to stay in Dressrosa. Don't forget that Doflamingo has a mortal enemy on Marine, and there must be many people on the world government wanting him to die. This sea is the only place here to keep Doflamingo safe. Presumably Doflamingo should also understand the situation. This wave of him, Kaido of the Beasts, is the biggest winner, haha. Picking up more wine gourds is tons. Hardy. At this moment, Violet and the others who faced this problem were in a headache again. Although there are only 2 possibilities for this question compared to the previous ones, either success or failure. But the difficulty is not much easier than the previous questions. And whether 5 elders will agree to abolish Shichibukai, this is indeed a question. Fujitora, although Isshin wants to abolish Shichibukai, the decision is in the hands of 5 elders. And Fujitora's behavior may also cause 5 elders dissatisfaction. By then, it is not impossible for 5 elders to refuse this point. Therefore, the abolition is still not abolished, and there is no accurate answer at all. This question can only be guessed in the end. Violet discussed with Cyrus for a while, but finally made a choice. Answer: the Shichibukai system was abolished. Since there is no clue for success or failure, they can only choose the answer they expect. The Shichibukai system, the root cause of Dressrosa's tragedy. If it weren't for Doflamingo to be Shichibukai, he would never have been in Dressrosa for so many years. Long ago, he was crusaded by Marine. However, because of his Shichibukai status, Marine turned a blind eye to his occupation of Dressrosa. Let the people of Dressrosa suffer for 8 years. It is very important that Doflamingo is overthrown, but it is even more important that the Shichibukai system is abolished. Only in this way, the same tragedy will not be repeated. At this moment, the whole world is waiting for Luo Ke to announce the answer, and Doflamingo is also staring at Roger. This answer is still more important to him. If it is really abolished, then he will proceed with the second set of plans, and he can't fully believe what 5 elders said. Rog in a live broadcast said, "The answer is correct. The Shichibukai system was proposed at the World Summit by the King Cobra and King Liku of the 2 franchisees who suffered Shichibukai's injuries. The meeting passed their proposal. 5 elders acquiesced in their plan, so the world government formally abolished the Shichibukai system. After the Shichibukai system was abolished, Marine immediately deprived of the title of Shichibukai. Mihawk, Hancock, Buggy, and Whitebeard 2 Weibel, and immediately began crusade against them. The Shichibukai system has come to an end. Rog's affirmation immediately aroused cheers from all over the world, and the Shichibukai system was really abolished. Fujitora's efforts were not in vain. This makes Fujitora's voice in the public even higher. At the same time, people have also seen hope that the Shichibukai system will indeed be abolished. And there are examples in the video in the front. Can the world government just let it go? When King Liku and Cobra mentioned this matter at the World Summit, can 5 elders dismiss this proposal? In fact, many people are not so hostile to all Shichibukai. They are hostile to this system. Shichibukai has jinbei that does no harm to them, but more of them are very ambitious like Crocodile and Doflamingo. Such a system of sheltering pirates was used by those brutal careerists, and the harm it caused was shocking. Compared with the excitement of the people, everyone in Shichibukai raised their eyebrows in love. This matter is a bit troublesome. They are not afraid of world government. In fact, they did not come to Shichibukai to ask for it, but the world government came to invite them. They were originally wanted pirates by Marine before they became Shichibukai. But now it's back to normal. It's just a pity to be bothered by Marine again. At this moment, Moria, Xiong, Hancock, Mihawk, Weibel, Jinbei, and other 6 Shichibukai began to think about the countermeasures after losing Shichibukai. On the other hand, Doflamingo, who was the culprit behind the abolition of the Shichibukai system, had a dark expression on his face. The 5 elders did not prevent the abolition of the Shichibukai system. The meaning behind this is self-evident, and they agree with it. If the 5 elders don't agree, what can the kings of the allied nations at the World Summit do alone? When is World Summit able to decide the work of world government? World Summit is nothing more than a formality for the kings of the allied countries to get together and pretend to be more present. It just makes them feel as if they really joined the world government in order to spread out their wallets and let them take out their money with joy. The final decision is in the hands of the 5 elders. What decision they pass is their business, and the 5 elders have the final decision. Since the 5 elders didn't stop, it was a big signal. Doflamingo felt like he had to be on his guard. This has nothing to do with whether he was knocked down or not, because even if he was knocked down, there were still 5 Shichibukai left, and apart from the one who was knocked down and Luo, who was expelled from the world government, there were still 5 Shichibukai left. This was already after he was relieved of Shichibukai. In response to these 5 Shichibukai, the 5 elders still agreed to abolish the Shichibukai system. This proves that out of political considerations, the 5 elders finally agreed to abolish the Shichibukai system. So the question now is whether he can give the 5 elders more chips than the 5 elders' political considerations. The only difference now is that he wasn't knocked down and was in talks with the 5 elders. In the prophecy, he was defeated, and he no longer had the right to negotiate. After careful consideration, Doflamingo felt that he had to guard against the 5 elders in case the 5 elders turned their backs on him. Toripole, you go to arrange the evacuation, transport everything to the ship, and bring the little people from the factory with them. Doflamingo looked at Toripole and said, "Has it come to this point?" "Dover," Toripole asked. "It's not a bad thing to prepare first. The old guys from the 5 elders can't fully believe it. This is a last resort. After the broadcast is over, you can decide whether to leave." Doflamingo asked, "Is there any news from King Liku?" A gleam flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. With Buffalo and the others heard that King Liku appeared in the city, but hid again after Birdcage was launched, and now Buffalo and the others are tracking. Toripole said, "Sure enough, seeing this situation, these hidden mice finally couldn't bear it anymore." Doflamingo sneered, "Keep looking, this guy has some value. Even if his Shichibukai status can't be kept after this incident, Dressrosa can't be king. But that doesn't mean Dressrosa isn't his. There's always a way. He can't be. It doesn't mean he can't support puppet. King Liku is the best puppet, Li Zhao Zhao. As long as his daughter and granddaughter fall into his hands, is he still worried that this guy, King Liku, will not be obedient? And not only that, King Liku himself can also be used to threaten Violet to obey his orders. Her ability is very important. This trick of serial horses holding each other hostage is quite easy to use. The people in Dressrosa thought that they would follow him away to welcome King Riku to the throne, but they never imagined that King Riku, who they put on the throne, was his puppet. Dressrosa was still in his grasp, and when the limelight passed, he would be back. As the true king of Dressrosa, everything was under his control, and the corners of Doflamingo's mouth raised the unruly smile again. At the same time, Rog threw a 10th question. Question: when Doflamingo was transported to Impel Down and faced with the escort team of Sengoku, Tsuru, and Fujitora, who came to hijack the ship, here are 4 options. A. Big Mom Pirates Big Mom. B. Beast Pirates Kaido. C. Blackbeard Pirates Teach. D. Beast Pirates Jack. Time limit of 1 minute. Start timing. Hearing that Doflamingo was going to be pushed into Impel Down was a relief to many. Take what Doflamingo did in Dressrosa and Punk Hazard. Even if he was publicly executed, it would not be an exaggeration. But thinking that Doflamingo is Celestial Dragons after all, Marine can't publicly execute a Celestial Dragons, and the world government can't let this happen. Because Celestial Dragons are sacred and inviolable, even for sinners. This is the standard that world government has been setting for 800 years. To this end, anyone who dares to touch a finger on Celestial Dragons will have Marine Admiral come to deal with it. No one can take a shot at Celestial Dragons, Marine included. So if Doflamingo is not killed by Luffy and Luo, then being locked and impelled down is Doflamingo's final ending. But when they heard that someone came to rob the prisoner, it surprised them. Is it possible that the scourge of Doflamingo can still escape this way? Doflamingo was also a little surprised to hear this topic, but he didn't expect that someone would come to rescue him at this time. And it's still in such a lineup to save him. Sengoku, Fujitora, and Crane. Seeing this lineup, Doflamingo thought about who could come to rescue him in this sea. His target, 577, was locked on one person for Emperor's Kaido. Only Kaido can do such a thing. There are 2 Admiral-level characters on the opposite side, Sengoku and Fujitora, and Tsuru Vice Admiral is not weak. To save him from such an opponent, only Kaido can do it with the Beast Pirates. And only Kaido will come to save him. But there is a very important cooperative relationship between them. Without him, Kaido's artificial devil fruit is basically broken. If Kaido wants to rebuild his army of able-bodied people, he can only find the real Zoan fruit to build it. But devil fruit is already scarce, and Kaido only has Zoans, so it's even less. You can basically say goodbye to the Zoan abilities core. Thinking of this, Doflamingo thought Kaido didn't run away. Although he and Kaido did have the idea of using Kaido as a backer, he did not expect that he would really rely on Kaido to save his life one day. It's so fickle. Who would have thought that his Don Quixote Doflamingo would have this day too? Since Kaido is here, it should be stable. There's an old man, an old lady, and a blind man on the opposite side. Even if he is very strong, saving people should not be a problem. Sure enough, Doflamingo heard Roger read out the options for the answer. Hearing about Big Mom, the first Big Mom pirate group, Doflamingo certainly didn't think this would be the one who could save him. It's almost the same to rescue Gaisa. After all, Gaisa is the project leader of Big Mom. Then Doflamingo heard the answer he thought, Beast Pirates Kaido. Sure enough, there is him. In this case, the answer is B should be correct. And Rog also routinely read out the third option, Blackbeard Teach. Hearing this answer, Doflamingo fell into a brief thought. If Kaido's answer is not too reliable, he thinks Blackbeard Teach should be regarded as a very possible answer. Because in this incident, the Blackbeard pirates were in Dressrosa, and Blackbeard's first captain, Buggies, was in Dressrosa. It's no surprise that Blackbeard will come, and Blackbeard has been recruiting powerful pirates to expand his power. First, I found a group of big pirates in Impel, down level 6, as his subordinates, and then even those who came to hire the former Marine Admiral Akiji as subordinates. It is enough to see his ambition. In order to become stronger, anyone dares to get his hands down. If you see him in trouble with Doflamingo, Blackbeard is likely to want to recruit him. And compared to Impel down to recruit him, it is easier to recruit him on the ship. At this time, Blackbeard has the ability to double fruits. Dark Fruit is the nemesis of the capable, and Sengoku, Fujitora, and Crane are all capable. On the other hand, Shock Fruit should be more proficient in Master than in the Summit War 2 years ago. The power of Shock Fruit at sea is no joke. If he had come to rob prisoners, he would probably have a greater success rate, ABCD, than Kaido. If it weren't for Kaido's option, he would definitely think it was the prisoner Blackbeard had come to rob. But when the fourth option came out, Doflamingo was stunned. What the hell is this? Beast Pirates Jack? Not Kaido yet? Doflamingo thinks this is a multiple choice question. Kaido brought Jack. But after thinking about it, Luo Ke didn't say that this is a multiple choice question, so there's only one answer. There is only one answer. So what is your Jack coming to join the fun? Is this what you Jack can participate in? If you don't call your boss over, what are you doing alone? Doflamingo only regards this option as a pretense to make up the numbers. What can a Jack come to do? Do you want to accompany him to Impel down? Doflamingo ignored this option. If he guessed correctly, the answer should be between Kaido and Blackbeard. Although he didn't need to answer this question, it didn't affect his curiosity at all. And what will happen after this? If Kaido saves him, then he who has lost everything will most likely rely on Kaido's power to recuperate first. However, Kaido's greedy nature is expected to allow him to join Beast Pirates and make himself his vassal. Doflamingo has no doubt about this. There's only interest between him and Kaido, and nothing else. Since he has nothing, the only value is himself. Kaido wouldn't save him in vain. Although this option doesn't need to stay impelled down at least, Doflamingo still feels uncomfortable. After all, it feels very bad to lose everything, and it also has to be a subordinate. As for the other option, if Blackbeard saves him, then things will become more interesting. The fellow Blackbeard, Doflamingo, was very impressed with him. This fellow was completely different from the current four emperors. He was a real careerist. He saw the shadow of another pirate, Rocks on this pirate. Now Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido are all members of Rock's pirate. And Blackbeard has assembled level 6 big pirate, Impel Down's guard Shiryu of long reign, and the former Marine Admiral Akiji, plus his 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo, with Blackbeard's own Dark Fruit and Shock Fruit abilities. This lineup is probably incomparable to any other 4 emperors. And compared to the unclear redhead, the guys who have played Big Mom and Whitebeard, and Kaido, who has the Zoan ability collectors, are different from those who don't want to mess up, but just want to make a lot of fun and enjoy themselves. Maybe the world will be turned upside down in such a Blackbeard pirate group. If this is the case, it is indeed a very interesting situation. He is a little curious. After being backstabbed by Marine Admiral Fujitora, who has many secrets of the world government, he joins the Blackbeard pirate group and how much influence it will have on the world government. Whether it is Kaido or Blackbeard, this answer makes Doflamingo look forward to it.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.